Black Market Witch. Book 7 of the Red Witch Chronicles. Sammy Valentine. The 7th book of the Red Witch Chronicles, an urban fantasy series containing magic, paranormal adventure, and vampire mayhem, along with swearing, violence, and adult situations. Find other reads, updates on my new books, and the latest urban fantasy paranormal titles by subscribing to my newsletter at sammyvalentine.com mailing list. All rights reserved. No portion of this book may be reproduced in any form without permission from the publisher, except as permitted by U.S. copyright law. Published by Pocket Mouse Publishing. See 2021 Sammy Valentine, sammyvalentine.com. On September 2nd, 10:35 p.m., somewhere in Oregon. Heart racing, Red deadbolted the kitchen door behind Vic. The mountain cabin was surrounded. Dark magic surged outside. She said, "I didn't think he'd find me. I'm so sorry." Vic swiped a clean towel from the counter to press against his bleeding thigh. He leaned against the stainless steel fridge with a pained hiss. "Apologies are for if we die. You weren't planning on dying, right?" "Not today, boss." Smelly wood smoke tainted the air. Where was the fire? The unsaid question spurred them into the living room. Gunshots echoed in the front yard. Vic jumped away from the shuttered windows. Red said, "Take the falcon and run. I'll distract him." "I'm here to the end. Doesn't matter if it's only 10 minutes. Red didn't think they'd get 5. 10 days earlier. August 22, evening. Charm, Oregon. Lily's Diner. Red guarded the entrance to Lily's Diner. The clientele had been rowdier than usual lately. She slapped a mosquito on her arm. It was the only bloodsucker in sight. "Give it time." Charm only looked like a quiet seaside village. It rested on a paranormal fault line between dimensions. The previous public health ordinances had lifted, but the human townspeople were still timid. Maybe they'd noticed the murder rate had declined when they stayed inside doing puzzles. It left the night to the supernaturals. At the bar counter, Herman the possum shifter chugged beers with Dale the human mechanic, who had an iced tea. Stace Bonner and Jackson Gonzalez were in a hushed argument in the last booth in the retro red vinyl row. Zach Sanchez whizzed in and out of the back room with beer crates, delegating to his blue-shirted employees as he went. Other regulars clustered at the tables in their usual spots. Bouncer was Red's title tonight, but she pitched in where necessary. She didn't need a part-time job with her mysterious inheritance. It was merely nice to leave the house for something besides a monster mash. Vic Constantine Power walked from the bar. Maudette the waitress examined his retreat. The older brunette pursed her pink-painted lips in annoyance as she poured shots. He trotted quicker from the stair to Red. "You look lonely over here. Slow night, huh?" "I like it." Red crossed her fingers, then knocked on the wood door to avoid jinxing herself. "I texted the queue to stop serving Herman, so it should stay that way." A black hunter, who'd arrived from out of state with a tall, farmer-looking white dude, took a dose of liquid courage at the bar. He asked the waitress, "So, is that Asian guy your boyfriend?" The break-in songs on the radio made his words carry to the door. Maudette replied louder than necessary. "That's a good question." "Great," Vic grunted. He stared too intently at a displayed hubcap on the wall. Every inch of the folksy hometown dinner was covered in local memorabilia and kitschy flair. It looked like half the small-town eateries that they'd passed through in the West. It wasn't that interesting after a summer here. Sweat darkened Vic's black Sabbath shirt around the armpits. His mullet stuck to his neck. It might have been muggy, but it wasn't that hot, even with the broken air conditioning unit. Open screen windows let in a nice breeze. The cricket song outside mingled with the diner's retro rock playlist. Red said, "Why are you all squirrely and moist right now?" "Maudette is turning 41 next month." He kept his back to the bar, touching his ear like a biological clock ticked in it. "She dropped the kid question on me, dude, as in, do I want them? I'm freaking out." "Oh." Red looked over his shoulder at the pretty brunette waitress who stared holes into his back. Hasn't it only been a few months? A casual few months? Maybe 3, 4 if you count the second that we came to town. What do I say? I'm so not the right person for this question, Red said. However, if it were me, I'd want the truth, no matter how hard. Vic grumbled. You say that when it's a hypothetical. Well, my maternal instinct's definitely dormant at 26. But if I wanted something big like that, I personally wouldn't want to waste time. Either way, you should be talking to her about this. I've never thought about it, really. I like kids, but I'm a hunter. I don't have a legacy. Hey! He grinned and pointed at her. Wait a second. You're not 26. Well, I mean, you won't be in an hour. Tomorrow's your birthday. Oh shit, you're right. I didn't even think about it. Me neither. I even gave you a present on the usual day, Vic said. August 2nd. It was the day he'd found her. We were close on the month, though, Red said. Does this mean I get another present out of you? How's about I save your life sometime? She laughed, then shielded her eyes against the sudden glare of headlamps. A police car parked at the diner. Sheriff Aisha Calloway stepped out in uniform. Her brown eyes didn't miss a detail of the crowd as she walked to Red and Vic. The regulars shrugged and went about their business while the out-of-towners averted their faces. Hey, Aisha, Red said. Off the clock and ready for a drink? I wish. There have been reports of unusual animal behavior. My deputies have them under wraps for now. The spooky squad got used to playing on the streets, but the lockdown is over. Pass on the friendly warning to Jackson and his people. Vic chuckled. What? You don't want to argue with the stubborn son of a bitch yourself? Red elbowed him as she noticed Stace approaching. Stace crossed her arms stiffly over her checkered tie-neck blouse. Petite and cheerful with a supermodel's bone structure, she could stop traffic with a smile. Not now. She looked surly for a fairy. Is there a problem, Sheriff? Calloway matched the stiff pose. I'm on my rounds. Stace said, Did you find what you were looking for? I found enough. Stace narrowed her eyes. Red pasted on a smile to play diplomat instead of bouncer. Some days she'd swear the two black women were buddies, but they were still testing each other out as allies. Jackson was supposed to be the top werewolf around these parts, but Red always thought Stace and Calloway acted more like two meeting alphas. Thanks for the heads up, Aisha. Red shot a warning glance at Stace to be nice. The sheriff had looked the other way when the family-friendly diner for humans had turned into a supernatural speakeasy to survive the summer pandemic. It's very thoughtful that you're looking out for us. Again. Calloway waved. I'm off then. Make good choices. After the cop left, Vic asked, Was that advice for me or you two? Doesn't matter, Stace said. She smiled at him, bouncing on her toes. So, Maudette was telling me that you guys are getting serious. You and her and Jackson and I should go on a double date. Wouldn't that be so much fun? I need a drink, Vic said, sweating again. He walked to the bar, took a gander at who was behind it, and pivoted to hide in the men's room. What did I say? Stace pouted. Red cackled at his panicked exit. The idea of a double date scared him more than demons. It's not you. I'm sure Maudette will fill me in tomorrow. Patrol time. See you back at the house. Stace hugged her. Pink fairy sparkles glimmered around her ankles, and she shot into the trees surrounding the diner. The half-fey hero could find plenty to hunt in there. An enormous cemetery lurked behind the old-growth oaks and firs. Red returned to her post at the front. She rested her hand on her new hunter's kit belted to her waist and upper thigh. Charged selenite crystals were embedded in the leather to amplify her magic. The tiered pouches contained all the things a modern woman needed: pepper spray, a switchblade, and a blessed silver cross. Chapstick, too. She said goodnight to Dale as he left. It was her only patron interaction until a rusted gray van backed into a front space. A solo woman hopped from the driver's side. She tossed her high black ponytail like a whip. She was pale, but she wasn't a vampire. A silver cross hung between her small breasts. In her late 20s, she wore dark leather everything: corset, pants, and trench coat. Inside the diner, The shifters didn't react. They usually sniffed the air when a stranger of their own kind arrived. The other woman must be human. Red prepared her usual spiel about no violence, no weapons, at least openly. The place couldn't afford a sanctuary spell like an alchemist's casino, but Zack possessed a unique empath way of stopping trouble and a shotgun under the bar if that didn't work. She said to the hunter, "Heya, welcome. We have a few rules." Never cared for those. Red rattled off the policies anyway. The other woman walked inside before she finished. "Dash?" a tall white man in plaid said. He was one of the hunters drifting through and waved the newcomer over to the bar. "When the hell did you get into town? You gotta meet my buddy, Vic Constantine." Dash smoothed her hair, looking around. "Victor Park Constantine? You mean it?" Thump. The loud clatter distracted Red from spying on the new chick. Herman had fallen off his stool, splashing booze all over himself. He was supposed to have been cut off from the bar. Whom had he wheedled into giving him a drink? "Jackson!" She called over the diner's assistant manager and only staff shifter, then jogged to the drunk possum and untangled the stool legs from his own. "Herman, we'll get you a coffee and call Dale to pick you up." Jackson Gonzalez, a dark-haired werewolf, stomped up to them. His linebacker shoulders cast the balding shifter in shadow. "You're embarrassing yourself and the rest of us." "It's late, Gonzalez. I work hard," Herman slurred from the floor. "I almost finished the aircon here, for free." Jackson said, "Dignity is what separates." Red cut off the customary start to his lecture to Herman. It could last 15 minutes if Jackson was on a roll. She didn't want a scene. "Use that wolf strength and get him up for me. Dale already left, but we'll turn around if we call now." "No, I'll take Herman home. I have Gatorade and aspirin for him in the truck like usual," Jackson said, helping the old possum to his feet. "Did you get more of the purple kind?" Herman said, his annoyance fading as he was led outside. Red righted the toppled stool, waving Maudette away as she mopped up the spilled beer. Herman had absorbed most of it on his electrician's jumpsuit. He was lucky that Jackson always gave him a ride after a scolding. Leaning over the counter, she tossed the dirty rag into the sink, then used a hand sanitizer pump as she heard the creak of leather on leather. It was Dash. Red avoided other hunters. They all thought she was dead, and for now, she wanted it that way. If she ignored the other woman, would she go away? "Hey," Dash cozied closer to the bar. "So you're human, right?" "Yup," Red said. This conversation starter went two ways, either a request for info on a bounty or a venting session about supernaturals. Neither interested her. "You've worked here a while?" Dash waited for another monosyllabic affirmation. "You must know Victor Constantine." More than Red wanted a rando to know. "I've met him." The hard-boiled hunter demeanor melted. "Is he still here tonight? My friend was going to introduce us, and now we can't find him." Dash noticed her own dreamy tone and continued in a deeper, more serious voice. "I have a job. I last saw him by the John." Vic walked over to them. "Who?" "You," Red said. Dash shook his hand. Her gaze savored him as if he was everything she'd dreamed. "Mr. Constantine, I'm Dash. Can I talk to you for a moment alone?" "Call me Vic." He directed her to an empty booth. "Step into my office." Maudette darted to Red once the two hunters were out of hearing range. "What's your read on that one?" "She's a poser wearing a whole cowhide." "You don't dress like a vegan either." Maudette squinted at Dash. "Judging by her blonde roots, y'all might use the same box hair color. You hunter girls are a complete type, I swear." "I'm nothing like, well, maybe we do have a look," Red said, touching her own dyed black hair. She reflected sheepishly on the jackets in her closet. Those were practical, protective from both road rash and claws. It wasn't like she tried to fight in tight leather pants, except that one time. Humbled, she reconsidered Dash out of the corner of her eye. Maudette was less discreet. She wrung out a bar rag like she was choking it. "I'm serious." I had to pour beer with a straight face while she gushed about wanting to be his apprentice. Said she'd settle for being his girlfriend. Heard the position was open. Red wanted to ask which one, but figured it would be the wrong question. Vic likes you and dislikes, and I've calculated this with LaShawn, so the math is solid. Nearly 95.4% of people he meets. That's 95.4% reassuring. Thanks, Maudette said, and went to take a drink order. Red floated back to the front door, keeping an eye on Vic and Dash's table. She couldn't see the other woman's face from this angle, but he soaked up the attention. Was he going to give her an autograph next? Patrons loitered by the exit with long, small-town goodbyes. They blocked Red's view. When she caught sight of Vic again, his delight had disappeared. His face said that he wanted to be anywhere else, even if Red couldn't hear him over the diner speakers. Dash leaned over their table toward him, gesturing like a lawyer bringing her final argument to the jury. But still, I'm not interested, Vic said. His voice carried over the diner in a break between songs on the stereo. He retreated to a bar stool in front of Maudette. The waitress smiled, wiping the counter. Dash left, wrapping her trench coat around herself, forehead puckered in confusion. Guess this wasn't how she'd imagined her fangirl encounter ending. Red watched the woman speed out of the parking lot. Mud covered the license plate, but it wasn't an Oregon one. Dash barely paused at the crossroads stop sign. The gray van looked almost yellow in the glow from the light pole. It was the same make and model as the Millennium Falcon. Creepy. Red joined Vic at the bar. I take it that you didn't want the job. No, he didn't. Maudette leaned over the counter to kiss his cheek. A holler from Zach Sanchez in the kitchen made her retreat after one more peck. It isn't like she thinks, Vic said. It'd be flattering if it were. Last year the offer might have been. Dash wanted my help on a werewolf hunt. Not a feral then, Red guessed. He had a code about only hunting killer wolves. She offered me the teeth. Vic took a glum chug of his beer. He'd made a reputation as a werewolf hunter nicknamed the Dentist. Things had changed after his brother was bitten and joined Team Wolf. I told her that I don't operate like that anymore. Yikes. I'm glad LaShawn wasn't here for that. Red said, He'll be back from Seattle tomorrow, right? So I need to make sure he knows where I hid the key at home and where the new booby traps are. Oh my God. Go call him right now, she shooed Vic. What if he comes back early? Good point. He retrieved his phone from his jeans and walked outside the noisy diner. Zach emerged from the kitchen and leaned against the bar. He wiped his brow. How does it look out here? I've been busting my back on that delivery. Herman got his weekly ride home, but other than that, I've been more like HR than a bouncer. Red handed him a napkin. You're looking pretty shiny. Isn't it late for a delivery? It's almost midnight. No, it's not. The empath checked his watch and waved to Maudette, who idled by the bar's stereo. Now, it's midnight. Tom Petty blasted from the speakers, one of Red's favorite songs, Mary Jane's Last Dance. Zach presented a round of Fireball whiskey shots on a tray and insisted she have two. Stace appeared from the kitchen, holding a cake with Callaway. You remembered? Red gawked at the unlit candle witch on the purple frosting. It was adorable. The writing on the cake read, Have a bewitching birthday. Stace bristled at the suggestion. Like we'd forget it. Zach laughed. We remember more of them than you do. And a 1 and a 2, Stace said, leading Red's friends to sing Happy Birthday with the rest of the diner patrons as backup. A few others, like Olivia Benston and Josh from the comic book shop, arrived in time for the sing-along. Callaway set a gift on the counter and gestured to Stace. It's from both of us. Red unwrapped it to find a handmade scrapbook. A picture of herself and her mother was pasted on the cover from a home movie screenshot. She wiped away a happy tear. You guys put this together? Callaway said. I gave her the scrapbooking bug. I warned her it was like crack. Stace giggled. A lot of love and Pinot Grigio went into this project. Zach and I gathered everything we could, Found more than we expected, but I still had to pad out some pages with little stories. Is this why you guys have been weird lately? Red asked. Calloway said, for a clandestine superhero, Stace is bad at secrets. She almost asked about the last-minute sticker run in front of you earlier. Red pulled the women into a group hug. This is the best present ever. Zach held out an envelope sheepishly. I got you a gift certificate for bowling and free hot wings. That's great, too. Red hugged him. Thank you so much, guys. Calloway gestured to the candle on the cake. Imagine it's lit. Red lifted her hand, summoning magic within her and channeling it through her mother's ring. I don't need to. The candle ignited. She closed her eyes and wished for the only thing she really wanted in the world, to keep her friends safe and happy. Snapping her fingers, she drew back the tiny flame. It extinguished without a single smoke curl, sending her birthday wish to the universe. It wasn't answered. 2. August 23rd, afternoon. Charm, Oregon. Red and Vic waited by the front yard fire pit for his brother's return. He poked at the growing fire with a long stick like a big kid. She lounged in an old lawn chair at a prudent distance, enjoying the weather shift after the rainy morning. On a forested hill, his house had the best view in Charm. Sunshine kissed the seaside village below. Fog hovered over the cemetery in defiance of the weather. It was a persistent smudge on the landscape. Red could have sworn it had grown thicker over the summer. It's him, Vic said, pointing at the Prius rolling down the dirt driveway. LaShawn waved as he exited his car. His white button-down shirt and khakis were somehow wrinkle-free despite the long drive. Lanky and dark-skinned, the bespectacled accountant was always fastidious, even around the full moon. I see the pyrotechnics have already started. I got a hose ready, Vic said. I don't need the fire safety speech. Again. Red said, how was Seattle? It made me miss village traffic and the quiet, LaShawn said. I had to sleep with earplugs there. Werewolf hearing, huh? Vic asked coyly. You might say that it's a bitch. Terrible pun, LaShawn scoffed. For that one, you're helping me with my boxes. They unloaded what he'd brought from his sublet apartment into his room. The brothers were living together while LaShawn was in training with Jackson Gonzalez. A year ago, Red wouldn't have believed how easily they joked with each other. It should have torn them apart, but somehow LaShawn's transformation had healed their long estrangement. The brick house had formerly been a part of a lumber camp, and Vic's lack of interior design interest kept it authentically Spartan. Hopefully, the werewolf could improve the decor of salvaged furniture that Red swore was found outside a college dormitory. LaShawn carried the last load into the living room, a wooden chest. Its twin had a place of honor between the front seats of the Millennium Falcon. He set it at Vic's feet. Hey, Red, could you give my brother and me a moment? Sure. She exited the propped-open door to settle in an old lawn chair by the bonfire. The brick house amplified the conversation within. She tried not to overhear, but the quiet forest was hushed, as if listening too. Tapping her feet, she looked for a distraction. She hadn't practiced magic today. That required concentration. Using her mother's ring for support, she cast her will over the flames. She drew a fiery thread from the burning wood. It spiked up like a crack lighter. She visualized it becoming a spiral, but the fire resisted her control. The element was far more unwieldy than air. Her focus sputtered at Vic's next words. Is this about Dad? LaShawn said, I should have given it to you long ago. I remember this chest. Dad made it for you, Vic said. I keep mine in the Falcon. No, it's what's in it, and this letter. This is addressed to the Constantine heir. Vic sounded uncertain. That's you. Doesn't have my name on it. Haven't read it. Vic said, maybe he put this together before you were born. I've thought about this. Henry gave it to me, but you were always the true heir to his legacy. The trunk is full of books and relics, stuff you'd actually use. Why now? A long pause followed the question. Red should have taken a short hike. Curiosity made her stay in her chair. I got over it, LaShawn said. Vic said, Got over what? You always being better at living my life. Adopted yet fitting in from day one. You'd hunt with Dad, go to church with Big Mama, and they liked having you there. I was the semi-mute kid who hated hugs and loud noises. It wasn't like I could blame you. Hell, I love you too. Only resent you sometimes. After Battleforge, you have the right, Vic said. The late and unlamented Frank Lopes had bitten LaShawn in the abandoned mining town. Red still remembered the screams vividly. You came through in the aftermath, stuck by my side. LaShawn sighed. More than I did for you when you needed me the most. When Dad gave me the big speech about the family legacy, I didn't want it, but I couldn't let you have it either. I knew it should be yours even then. Now it is. Thank you, Vic said, choked to a near whisper. My therapist called this a breakthrough when we talked about it. Vic laughed. My God, you're such a yuppie. Red's vibrating phone interrupted her eavesdropping. She checked the notification. It was a text message from Stace. I know you're busy with LaShawn's return and then meeting up with Kristoff later, but could you come to Herman's shop now? I need your witchy eyes. Call if you can. Red coughed to alert the guys when she reached the open doorway. Vic needed solo time with his brother. This was a polite excuse to let him have it. Hey, I got a motor. Stace needs my help. I'll text if it's major. Vic held an aged envelope to his chest, emotion clipping his speech. Sure. Bye, guys. Red left the brothers to what she expected would be a long day talking around the campfire, looking through their father's gift. It was something tangible that they could hold from him. Must be nice. In her pickup truck, she trekked from the hills. She liked the old Toyota, but hadn't bonded enough to give it a name. It still felt like she was cheating on the Millennium Falcon. She had settled in the seaside village, but the van had been home for as long as she could remember. The gift scrapbook was as close as she had to memories of her real family home. It was better than the mysterious inheritance with the blank book and silver necklace. The trust fund, held by Smith and Reaper, was great, but she still hadn't tracked the money. Red's mother had kept her secrets well, enough to confuse the private investigators that Kristoff had once sent off on her behalf. The new clues made her amnesia mystery more maddening. As Emma Peters, she had disappeared before her senior year of high school. Everyone thought she'd died in a fire alongside her mother. She had awakened 2 years ago in a hospital only hours from her hometown. Where had she been for the 8 before that? Those gap years had made Red search charm all summer for where Isaac Gruber might have hidden Gina McGregor's journals. The Bard hadn't cracked the case, but she had made more headway than anyone else. She didn't believe that the slain family was what they seemed. Red had only partially read the dossier on the house fire, but it was enough to convince her that McGregor was onto something. Her mother had escaped to charm under the fake name Brooke Peters. Good sense told Red that she'd done it for a reason. It had to be dire. Her curiosity didn't care, so she'd kept picking at the mystery like a scab. Then July 4th had happened, again and again. Red had validated Gina McGregor's suspicions while mucking through a time spell. It was worse than she feared. Her father and paternal grandparents had died under unexplained circumstances. How much had Brooke risked to not be the next victim? The whole experience had made Red realize that she'd found the best in her past already. What would she gain to know more? She had more to lose now than ever. Cronus's treadmill had illustrated her friend's fragility with vivid imagery. How often had Vic died or been maimed alongside her? It'd taken nearly 100 loops, but she'd learned her lesson. Weeks ago, Red had decided to stop asking about the past. She'd slipped into the comfortable remnants of Emma Peters's life. Most days, she could forget the questions. If she had nightmares, then that was the price for this sanctuary. She cranked up the radio, desperate for something besides her own internal dialogue. The speedometer reflected her anxiety for the rest of the drive. Red parked at a brown-shingled commercial building on the edge of the village. A small car lot sprawled behind it. Herman shared the 2-story premises with a human car mechanic. In the attached garage, Dale worked on a Honda with enough of a hound dog expression to make you wonder if he was a canine shifter. Stace wore a jumpsuit like Dale, but hers was a neon zebra print that popped in the sunshine. She waved Red into Herman's electrician shop. Tidy, it contained two squat shelves of electronics, batteries, and other supplies. Dusty hardware posters hung between the windows. An open back room revealed a work table with more gadgets and tools. Stace said, "Dale thinks Herman is missing." "Can't be for long," Red said. "I saw him last night. Jackson took him home." "Dale doesn't talk much. Having him chat my ear off, I had to check it out. Those two might as well be old marrieds." Stace showed Red the appointment book on the front desk. "Herman left for a repair at the Glover's house first, but didn't show." They checked the upstairs residence. Old beer hall mirrors and football team flags decorated the small apartment. It smelled like the used bacon pan on the kitchenette stove. Nothing seemed out of place in the expected mess of an old bachelor. Red opened her third eye. Mystical energy was plentiful in Charm. Tiny traces of natural energy floated through the air like pollen on the breeze. Spells left a stain. The stronger the spell, the longer the residue lingered. "The place passes the witchcraft test." Stace said, "The Glovers live in a cabin between the CKVs and the cemetery. Want to check the route?" "I've hiked there enough that I know all the trails." Red drove Stace to the cemetery in her truck. The details of the shifter's routine occupied them until she turned on a maintenance road not far from Kristoff's home. She wanted to sigh. Sharp longing ignited for a wistful moment. It felt like forever since she'd seen him. She tapped the steering wheel, refocusing on the watch for Herman's work van. "I have to ask, why'd you call me in and not Jackson? A missing shifter is more his speed. He's a wolf shaman. The rest listen to him." Stace shrugged a little too casually. "If the old guy is sleeping off a hangover somewhere, then he won't appreciate me calling in an alpha." "Is this because of last night? I saw you and Jackson arguing." "I hoped you didn't notice that." Stace groaned, covering her eyes. "I didn't want to make drama on your birthday." "It's not like that. You guys were tucked very discreetly in your corner, but I sensed the vibe." Red didn't want to say too much. It wasn't that she disliked Jackson. She was grateful that he had accepted LaShawn despite a preference for solitude. It was hard to read the enigmatic wolf sometimes. "I love him," Stace said, "but I'm an open book and he's not. I thought meeting his folks would make it better. I think it only convinced him that shifters should stay separated from the rest of us. Or maybe just me and his family." "You don't know that yet," Red said, feeling like she was fumbling on the friendship field. If she remembered her high school years with Stace, or had been there afterward, maybe she'd know the right words. She only knew what she'd seen so far. It was clear that Stace loved Jackson, and vice versa. That feeling was rare in this world. "That was a big step for him," you said. "He could still be processing it. Keep in mind that I understand the supernatural, not men." "I'm dating a lone wolf. What did I expect?" "You should expect a lot from a relationship. You deserve it." "I could say the same for you with Mr. Long Distance Relationship," Stace said, drumming her fingers on her armrest. "I won't, because you could say that I'm attracted to aloof men because my Fey father gave me a name and then bounced. I tried talking to Aisha about it, but she couldn't relate. Her parents have a really nice marriage, apparently." "Too bad," Red said dryly. "You and Jackson have been together for years. You'll work it out. Besides, he's not that much of a lone wolf if you think about it. He's always protecting you, the diner staff, and all the shifters in this town. He's not rolling with his family's pack anymore, but he's made an unconventional one here. He's going to ask LaShawn to be his beta." "My point exactly," Red said, then added with a cheeky grin, "And if the worst happens, well, you look like a fairy princess with a runway flare. You won't be alone for long." "I've trapped that stud. He isn't getting away." Stace smiled. "He told me once that I bagged and tagged him." "I hope you had a license for that," Red said. She made more hunting jokes as the road cut through the cemetery. The road angled toward Ghost Beach. Sea air wafted into the open windows before they circled back to the trees. Thorny blackberry hedges created the illusion of a solid wall along the road. Stace pointed to the foliage ahead. Look! Red slowed the truck, squinted at the roadside. At what? The hedges are tilted in that section like someone propped them up. Red parked on the dirt shoulder and peered with her third eye for an aura in the trees. I don't sense a lurker. I don't like this. Stace sped from the truck to the embankment. She chucked a crushed blackberry bush aside. Herman drove through here. I found the van. He skidded. Red paced around the fresh marks on the old pavement. Did he have an accident, then run? If you crashed and bailed out in confusion, would you tidy up the road? Stace said, slipping through the new gap in the hedges. Red followed her, cursing softly as the thorns tugged at her arms. Maybe if I didn't want to lose my driver's license. How many strikes must he have by now? He would have called Dale for a tow. They jogged down the embankment. Trampled undergrowth marked the van's sloping path. Tire tracks cut through muddy grasses. Whoever had cleaned the scene had quit after doing the roadside. Either they were tired, or they only needed the illusion of normalcy for a short time. Red peered into the van, forced to stand in a puddle from the dawn rain shower. Herman wasn't inside. Tools and equipment littered the interior. From the crash, or a fight? Stace touched a marred oak. It's a fresh claw mark. Red found another one a few yards to the west. There's more. They followed the trail of irregular scratching on tree trunks. Each looked done in a hurry, as if when a guard wasn't looking. Possum shifters might not have the majesty of a werewolf, but they were strong. They didn't play dead like their animal cousins. What or who had forced Herman off the road and out of his van? The signs ended on an old pine. Had Herman's captor finally noticed? The wind shifted, bringing the smell of death. Oh no! Stace said, darting into the underbrush to the west. Red chased after her into a clearing, tripping over a decayed log hidden in the grasses. She brushed the dirt off and looked up. Her lunch leapt into her throat. A flayed man hung between two trees like a field-dressed deer. Red fought the urge to puke. No skin. He has no skin. It's Herman. His uniform is in the bushes. Stace faced the horror. She'd been trained from childhood to be a shield to humanity. It meant seeing the worst. You said some hotshot hunter asked Vic to go on a werewolf hunt last night. Did she get the wrong shifter? Red pulled herself together for Herman's sake. He was flawed, but he didn't deserve such torment. He deserved justice. Wolf pelts fetch a price high enough to make it worth it to some stone-cold nutjobs to risk it. But you've got to be cruel. Shifters turn back into humans when killed. You'd have to... Skin them alive? Yeah, Red said, making the mistake of looking at what was left of Herman again. Maybe Dash cut her losses, decided to see how much a possum skin could get. Poor Herman. Stace marched away. I need to call Jackson. I'll let the others know, Red said. If the killer were Dash, she'd have to be good. Really good. Not even Vic in his most reckless days was in the pelt trade. The circumstantial evidence was there, but it was hard to believe. Dash had looked like dozens of other cocky hunters who'd watched too many action movies. There had to be an accomplice. Stace returned as Red texted Calloway with the murder location and a description of the suspect's van. What do you think? If Dash did it, she has a head start on us. She was talking to some hunters at Lily's last night. I didn't know them. Vic did. I look at Herman, and I see Jackson there, Stace said. Her heroin poise dissolved, and she recoiled from the body. How many others could be hunting werewolves here? I reported the murder. Red knew it was futile to suggest, but she did anyway. The sheriff could tackle this one. Calloway has a shifter on the force who can sniff out Dash. They can handle a human killer through the court system. I went to a shifter reunion. They'll handle it in the Familia, Stace said. Can you find those hunters Dash was talking to? Sure, I'll drop you off first, Red said, as they retraced the futile claw marks back to Herman's van. Jackson had beaten them there. He circled the crash site before opening the front door. There was a human, female. Dash? Red asked. He sniffed the driver's seat. His eyes flashed silver. Nostrils flaring, he straightened and sprinted into the forest. Stace ran after him. Babe, wait! Well, Red announced sardonically to the trees, I guess they know where to go. Texting Vic, she trudged back to her truck. He replied, but barely knew the other two hunters beyond their names. She drove to a motel near Lily's diner. It made more sense than Mrs. Phillips's bed and breakfast with all the doilies and porcelain figurines. The front desk clerk cited guest confidentially when Red asked, raising her suspicion more than if he'd denied seeing them. Red retreated to the parking lot, eyeing the motel room doors. A housekeeper pushed a cleaning cart out of one. Red trotted to her. The middle-aged woman stopped her cart and pulled down her headphones. You want something? Hey, sorry to bother you, but did you see two men? One black, the other white? Red described the hunters as she remembered them last night. Those guys? I had to wait while their hungover asses packed up. Checkout is 11, on the dot. They were late, Lizzie says, because they took forever in the breakfast room. If one is your boyfriend, don't worry. They didn't have a girl with them. The maid made a face as if she didn't understand the appeal. I was nervous about that. Thanks, Red said, leaving out the sarcastic tone. It would have been simpler if there was a threesome. After clarifying the times, she thanked the maid and left. The hunters had an alibi with a motel worth of witnesses. It seemed unlikely that Dash could kill Herman without help. Was something worse stalking the town? 3. August 23, afternoon. Charm, Oregon. Lily's diner. Red called Zach as she drove away from the motel. Hey, if you see those hunters from last night, stall and keep them there. 2 men were talking to Dash. Vic told me their names are Leland Russ and Jerome Mackey. They just rolled into the diner, Zach said. Is this about Herman? I've been listening to my police scanner. I think so. I'm coming over now. Late afternoon shadows fell over the country crossroad as Red parked in the lot behind the diner. She jogged inside the back room. The cramped space was split between an admin desk on one side, employee lockers on the other, and excess beer storage where it fit. A town like Charm needed its libations. Zach sat at the center break table with the 2 hunters. A soothing vibe emanated from the empath in black. He hugged Red. They say they don't know anything about Herman. I'm sorry, it sounds like it must have been awful to see. I need to cuddle Cocoa Puff when I go home for sure, she said. Anyone know where Dash is? I barely know her. Didn't get a last name either, Jerome said. A short black man in a Lakers jacket, he elbowed his gangly white partner. This dimwit wanted to screw her. I got a rule about courting crazy. Leland rubbed his poked ribs through his blue flannel shirt. I met her once in Reno. Didn't get her life story. She shot me down to simp after Constantine, then bailed. Zach said, they're telling the truth. When you were chatting her up, did she tell you why she came to Charm? Red swallowed back her disgust, viscerally remembering Herman as if he hung over the table. Anything about shifters or their pelts? Jerome said, she was like talking to a wall. A hot wall, Leland said with a lascivious leer. She came in from Portland, wasn't on a Brotherhood bounty, just a private client. She said collector, specifically. Jerome stroked his beard, considering the insight thoughtfully. This is a paid job, but her grudge is personal. Hates werewolves. I'm not surprised she wanted to bang the dentist. Considering the rumors about him, that'd be my other suspect. Was the victim missing teeth? Red snapped. No. Zach suggested to the hunters, you're both very sad about Herman, right? The men nodded. Jerome said, it's awful. I had a few shots with Mr. Possum. I want to help. You can. Don't tell Dash or anyone else that we're looking for her. Call if you hear her location. Zach escorted them out of the room. On his quick return, he said, "Day shift is over. You can relax. It's your birthday." "Seriously?" Red said. "We have a murderer on the loose." "I'll call around to get the scoop on Dash, but the shifters will settle this themselves. They make examples out of Skinners. It doesn't matter that Herman was the only of his species in town. How he died will shake them all." It certainly shook Red. "Call me if you need me." Try to have some birthday fun with Kristoff before the next crisis. After goodbyes, she headed back to the old farmhouse that she shared with Stace and Zach to perform a location spell. The pendulum kept whirling over the map. How was Dash scrambling the signal? It took a pricey amulet to do that. Red showered off the failed attempt at scrying, then texted Kristoff to see if he minded if she came over early. She slapped on some mascara, but hadn't the spirit to put on more makeup. Midnight had been the best part of her birthday. 27 felt a hell of a lot like 26. Kristoff wrote back, "I'd be delighted. Let yourself in. I may still be in a meeting." She gave him the rough strokes about the shifter murder and Dash's description. Kristoff kept a close eye on Charm as a lieutenant for Prince Merrick. If the wolf hunter had passed through Portland once, she might again. Or did her collector live there? It was hard to walk away from a search for a murderer, but Red didn't have the stomach for tracking a human again. She still dreamed about killing Nadine Warner. It hadn't happened in this timeline, but lurked in the shadows of Red's mind as a bitter reminder of her capabilities. Kristoff knew it all. She'd confessed her dark deeds into his dead ear, asking absolution from a demon. Like all her other wishes, somehow he granted it. His presence could soothe her doubt. Red drove to a vine-covered two-story cottage on the edges of the cemetery. The tension eased from her shoulders as she parked. Kristoff had been gone for weeks on business, touring his nightclubs to prepare for their splashy reopening. Red had been itching yesterday to celebrate her birthday privately with him. A witch had needs. She had hoped to break her dry streak tonight, but the day had cooled her passions. He wasn't like Lucas Crawford, who had resisted sleeping with her out of souled guilt. Kristoff merely hadn't been around. Metal shutters sealed his windows against the daylight, automatically timed for the sun's rise and fall. They were painted a dull green to match the cottage aesthetic. Bulletproof, too. He said it was standard issue in all his layers. She entered the empty living room with the key he'd given her. Red wandered to the gallery wall. She'd seen it before, but Kristoff rotated the art frequently. They were his own photography. There were gaps in the arrangement. He must have been interrupted switching out the pieces. A box of frames sat on the ground. His own self-portrait was on top. She'd requested to see his favorite when he was last here. In the black and white, the photo didn't capture his blue eyes or his dark blonde hair. He posed at a wide desk in an office overlooking Portland. When was this taken? She checked for a date, but could only guess it was the 1950s, judging by the cut of his suit. A confident grin graced his chiseled features. He'd fought for that high-rise view, and his stance reflected it. The real Kristoff trotted down the stairs in designer jeans and a white shirt that clung to his broad shoulders. He didn't need suits to look delicious, biteable, in fact. Tonight he'd let her have a taste. Their unconventional relationship was more equal than their friends realized. That took ages. He removed his cute computer glasses, rubbing his eyelids from the strain of screen time on supernatural vision. He'd returned to Charm before dawn, but work followed. You would think that immortality would make me more patient. I'd ask if you had a tough day, but didn't you just wake up? I've been awake since sunset in Europe. Early meetings are the price for earning euros. Then there was Donal Robertson's return to contend with. Is he still mad at you? You're the only Ginger that I want to talk about now. Kristoff kissed her hand, then drew her into his arms. His touch made her melt against him. Happy birthday. You remembered? I didn't. He retrieved a jewelry box from his pocket and revealed an emerald pendant etched with the sign of the triple goddess. I've wanted to give this to you since I spotted it in New York. The shopkeeper assured me it would hold spells beautifully. Red wrapped her arms around his neck, thanking him between kisses. I love it. That's not it for the birthday surprises. When I first planned this, I had larger plans, admittedly. A trip to Miami was the start. Kristoff led her into the kitchen. He pulled out a bottle of wine from a cupboard and poured them drinks. Given the circumstances, I put the tickets on hold. You arrived before the food did. Ooh, birthday dinner. She ate better around Kristoff than one would think. For a vampire, he curated a quality spread. He delighted in getting her the best. I'd hoped to put the place together before you showed up. He took their glasses to the living room. I came for you, not the ambience. She cuddled against him, stroking his back. I can help you with the frames. Tell me who I'm looking at. He arranged the pictures while Red checked to see if they were crooked from afar. He had one of himself with Prince Merrick and Donnell at a basement speakeasy, their first in Portland. In a graduation portrait, Arno Novak wore a doctor's coat at Stanford in the 1930s. Another featured his friend Netta playing roller derby in the 70s. Each photo had a story. Maybe it was his way of easing Red into his long and complicated history. 151 years was a lot to cover. Kristoff reached for the last, pausing when he flipped it over. Nostalgia cascaded over his face. It was a picture of a woman lecturing at a podium. Beautiful. She had auburn hair teased up in full 80s glory. He'd captured her passion for the subject. Red said, "Who is she?" This is either a joke or I didn't put this one in the box, he said, showing her the photo. It's Heather. We were together for a few years. I met her when Arno decided to study psychology. Is she a vampire? No, left to teach in England decades ago. Red hadn't expected that. Oh, it wasn't a bad breakup. Not with Heather. She was a professor, specialized in the criminally insane, ran circles around me. You'd like each other. He set the frame gently back in the box. She wanted something I couldn't give her, a family, so she left to find someone who could. Kids, huh? She shifted on her feet. Why was that the relationship topic recently? She discreetly made the sign of the evil eye to ward off any transferable baby mojo. Don't worry, that is not my scene. Kristoff looked relieved, yet a tinge of wistfulness lingered in his small smile. I wanted a family when I was alive. Maybe it's why I spoiled Arno so much. I raised him after Mother died. He's my only kid. His insistence on attending college every few decades adds to the illusion. How many of his professors have you dated? He chuckled. Fewer than you're imagining. Do you want... She didn't know how to say it right, didn't know if she should. Kristoff had turned his brother. No more. She had met some master vampires with 100 spawn. Most made a few fledglings each century to have someone to boss around. Never mind, you don't have to say. He returned to the couch, nervousness stiffening his usually graceful movements. We're having this talk? Well, it's kind of like the birds and the bees for vampires. I know the typical way, but you're like, the healing properties of your blood. Red flushed. I don't know how you do it. Turn someone. You've been wondering this since the July time loop. I've heard it in your voice, even across the country. I'm surprised you waited this long. In that whirligig of what-ifs, Arno nearly turned me. You asked him to. It was one messed up experience on top of a pile. It hadn't happened in this timeline, but she'd seen a possible future. Kristoff couldn't turn her himself, pleading with his brother to save her. Dire circumstances had pushed him as poison ran through her veins. Her therapist had called her out on avoiding the topic with him. Red took his hand. You cared for Heather. Why didn't you turn her? She didn't want it. Kristoff stared at their linked fingers. Some think that demonic instinct will endear a child to its sire. I'm proof it doesn't. It can become ugly and remain so. I didn't want that for us. It wasn't easy to let her go. The end was complicated on both our parts. You still let her go. I'm glad I met her before you. She set up dating rules for sociopaths. He chuckled at Red's confused expression. I called it that. She didn't think the label quite applied to me. Her specialty wasn't supernatural psychology, but she taught me a lot. Where do you think my honesty rule comes from? Red studied Heather's picture again. A friendly coffee chat with the professor would have been a wild ride through his history. It felt worth a trip to England. I should thank her. You're not upset to have it here? Not at all. She sounds like a very special person. Red smiled. Give her a good spot. Kristoff hung the frame on the gallery wall. I said that I always wanted a family, and I do. I have one with my brother. Most of the time that is enough. She was one of the few humans who've tempted me to give them the eternal night. It's more than that, Red said. Rare among vampires, he offered the courtesy of letting the human choose to be turned. It was one of the rules set by Queen Elzbieta, Prince Marek's mother, who ruled the multinational vampiric clan from Prague. He settled on the couch. I've wanted to talk about how I turned Arno less than you wanted to ask. I'm not scared, morbidly curious, really. Some believe I don't turn minions as a strategy, he said. To make Arno, I nearly died. This isn't the romance from pulp novels. Are you sure you want to hear? I've thought about it before, Red said. Too much. She'd seen his blood on her wounds. It absorbed into the skin. Even when she drank it, she doubted it reached her stomach, dissolving like a lozenge along the way. Your blood would have to overwhelm the system. Not just that. I had to weaken myself. I drank powdered silver diluted in blood so I couldn't heal him. The procedure wasn't kinder on Arno. We stuck tubes into his brain and heart, siphoning my blood into him. I gave him as much as I dared so he'd be strong. It took nearly a day until he died, and he was so slow to rise that I didn't know if I had murdered him. Twisting away from her, Kristoff stared at the picture of his brother on the wall. That was the hardest week of my entire existence. How did you know how to do it? I had a teacher. Is it the best way? Neither of us knows. It works, sometimes. He hung his head. Your friends are worried that I'll turn you. I'm more afraid of that possibility than they are. If you ask me, I might not be able to. What could she say? Her vision board didn't include vampirism, so it wasn't like she wanted a solution. Red kissed him, drawing him into the present and out of the future. He could clear her mind with a touch. She hoped she brought him the same relief. A knock at the door and a holler about contactless delivery woke them from their reverie. Kristoff grumbled. He was supposed to leave it in the garage. You're lucky I came earlier then. Red waved him out of the room before she opened the door and let the fading sunlight inside to retrieve the takeout. Dinner spurred him out of his introspection. In birthday host mode, he arranged Japanese food on plates at the kitchen's island counter. He described each dish as he presented it. Joining her with a glass of blood, he announced his intentions of getting through the first Lord of the Rings movie. Your next birthday will be in Saint-Tropez, Kristoff said. But this year, you get the boyfriend experience. You're doing great so far. I aim to please, which is why I waited to ask this until you were pacified with ramen. He pasted on his most winning smile. Prince Marek invited us to dinner with Arno. Tomorrow. Dinner with your boss, Red said, hoping she had misunderstood. Really? The prince ruled over Portland and controlled, through loyal vassals, much of Oregon and southern Washington state. He wasn't the worst supreme out there, yet he couldn't help but give her the creeps. Centuries old, he looked like a schoolboy. The restaurant has excellent reviews. Sure, she said, curious about his life outside charm, despite her misgivings. Maybe it's the amazing ramen talking, but I'll do it. Kristoff sipped his blood, relief on his face. I'll tip the chef again. I assume this dinner will be in Portland. I'll finally see the mysterious Novak and Novak Company headquarters. We've recently rebranded to N2 Corp, Arno's idea. The conversation continued over dinner and as they washed the dishes. He opened the folding doors on his entertainment center for the movie. They made a big production about settling down to watch it. Red and Kristoff were kissing by the time the hobbits had arrived in Rivendell. A landline phone rang in the kitchen. "Ignore it," he said. He grinned as the ringing stopped. Arno's voice boomed from an answering machine. "My men found the books that you're looking for. I'm reading one now, penned by Gina McGregor. There's more. Call me back." Red jerked away from Kristoff, listening to the message disconnect. She'd been looking for those journals all summer. They'd been in Portland. She wanted to see them. The urge felt compulsive, like picking a scab. Technically, the journals belonged to Stace and could easily be mailed to her. Kristoff sighed. "I really should upgrade the house phone." Red chuckled to cover her inner battle. "You might have the last answering machine in town." He trailed his fingers along her arm. "I know you closed the page on this investigation, but once the sun sets, I don't mind driving you. It could be a part of the boyfriend experience." Red never could resist him for long. 4. August 23rd evening, Portland, Oregon. Kristoff broke every speed limit to get Red to Portland. Night deepened as they drove toward the recovered barred journals. Their trek ended at a newly constructed loft near the Burnside Bridge. The ultra-modern building loomed like a beacon of gentrification in the rough neighborhood. City lights gleamed off the Willamette River, leaving yellowed stripes on the dark water. He tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. It wasn't a cutesy boyfriend move, but to reveal more of his claim mark on her neck. "Are you ready?" "Sure." She tried not to raise her hopes. They'd been dashed too many times before on this quest for her origins. Arno met them in the gleaming atrium and led them to the residences above. He opened a high-rise apartment with a flourish. "I've saved you the last bite of this mystery, Red," she said. "I can guess what happened here." The strewn furniture and broken glass told the story. Blood splatter glistened on the interior brick walls. Trunks were stacked in the corner with a painting of Isaac Gruber. Besides the damage, the apartment had all the personality of a hotel room. It was a new nest, pre-furnished down to the mirrors. No vampire interior decorator would have added so many to the walls. Gord stood over a female vampire on the couch. He pushed a long black braid off the shoulder of his hockey jersey. A former Mountie and current minion, he seemed to be one of the most trusted in the Novak operation. He nodded to his sire, Arno. "We almost had a runner." A pile of leather-bound books clustered on the kitchen counter distracted her from the vampires. Red rushed to it. One of Gina McGregor's journals was on the top. She sifted through the pile for the rest. Her hands shook. She'd told herself that she was finished seeking answers about her past, that she'd recovered the best of it. The musty tomes nibbled at her resolve. Arno picked a path through the debris to the couch. "I'm gone 5 minutes, and the place looks worse, Gord." "This chick got stupid after you left." "Wait for the moving crew. In the hallway." Arno paused until his minion retreated and the door closed. "This is Bet Von No One Gives a Crap." She scavenged on truckers at rest stops, less than a minion before Isaac Gruber recruited her. You can tell by how she wears Prada like it's Walmart. Betta wiped her split lip, stiffly sitting on the couch. She ignored the dig at her sequined dress. Flat brown hair framed a square, freckled face. Red said, "How did you find Gruber's stash?" Betty complained, "I already told that Indian fella." Kristoff crouched to the vampiress's eye level. "And now you'll tell her." Bet gulped and retreated into the cushions. "They were in Charm, in those old smuggler tunnels by the beach. I grabbed whatever looked valuable in May when I was sure Isaac was dead. It's not stealing if he's dust." Red patted the Bard's journal with bittersweet vindication. She'd been right about its location, but had been beaten to the spot. "What has she been doing with this stuff?" "It's how she can afford this place," Arno said. "She's hawking the hot goods to collectors." An informant saw her dickering over a relic. It wasn't one we'd want in the city, so he passed the word along. Then I did. He winked at Red. Happy birthday. She hugged the gift to her chest. I didn't know it, but it's exactly what I wanted. Kristoff shook Arno's hand. Way to show me up, brother. She opened the book, flipping to the section where she'd been interrupted before. It was the eyewitness accounts of the Peters' house fire. As she read, the world faded. Through the old words, she watched her family home burn. Red, Arno said, pulling a stake from his jacket. I can also give you the gift of her final death. Hell no, Bet said. I'll tell you whatever you want. Arno silenced the vampiress with a glance. Red shook her head, trying to take the murder offer as the courtesy it was intended. Portlanders were known for being friendly, but good vampire manners could be unsettling. I appreciate it, but I'd rather you find out if she knows anything about her buyers. We had some trouble in charm from another collector, Wolf Peltz. Arno said, That inventory requires a poacher with steel testes. Or ovaries, if our initial suspect is the one. A knock announced Gord's entrance with a small moving crew. The minions didn't make eye contact with Red. Kristoff gestured to the books like they were takeout to be boxed up. He rested his palm on Red's lower back, guiding her into the hallway. It will become tedious in there. Bloody too. She leaned against him. I should really be thanking you for my gift. You're the one who kept Arno on the case. Everyone else thought I was nuts for roaming the sea caves. I am nothing if not persistent. This is all a part of the boyfriend experience with me. He kissed her in the elevator. Caressing her cheek, he asked, Should I revisit the investigation of your family back east? We have first names, locations, so much more than before. What are you worried about? Honestly. Red leaned away from him. Not this again. I'm worried about who might notice your people. Kronos showed me enough in the time debacle. My stern patrician grandmother could be the reason my mom fled. Or if not, then whatever Brooke feared, she didn't think her powerful coven could help with it. Not exactly auspicious for a reunion. When you're ready? I know, you'll be there, Red said shortly. She paused, annoyed with herself for her own annoyance. He was trying to be sweet. It wasn't exactly in a vampire's nature. Thanks again for driving me here. I mean it. This will mean a lot to Stace, too. Of course, he said as the elevator opened. I'd do anything for my birthday girl. When they reached his car, it was already packed with the recovered loot. She took his hand as they drove away. So, do you have a black skyscraper lording over downtown? Something like that. I know what you really want to do, he said. The streetlights gave his profile mystery. Read while I drive. Red giggled. You know, I'll be dead to the world then. I'll take the scenic route and point out Powell's City of Books along the way. It's the landmark you'll appreciate the most. She smiled. It faded as she opened the dossier on her supposed death. Comprised of official documents, typed reports, and handwritten journal entries, it was a failed investigation, according to its creator. Why couldn't Red look away? The neat table of contents highlighted Gina McGregor's diligence and the order in which she'd tackled the case. She started with the house fire, rightly speculating that it was a riftquake that started the blaze. Unknown at the time, Isaac had recklessly opened a dimension rift, hoping to destroy Stace Bonner. It had claimed Brooke and Emma Peters as victims instead. Then the section names grew more curious as McGregor widened her investigation. The final one was titled, Who Was Brooke Peters? It began with McGregor's account of the funerals. Brooke was laid to rest with an intact skeleton, while her daughter was buried in a near-empty grave. A molar and 3 partial bones were all that was needed to declare Emma dead. Disdain for the town coroner's shoddy work oozed from McGregor's narrative. Red didn't think much of it either when she ran her tongue over her full set of teeth. Teeth and bones were common supplies in a witch's cupboard. The coroner could have mistakenly identified ritual ingredients. She zeroed in on a later passage on the funeral about an unknown older woman in a black veil who was the last to leave the cemetery, yet spoke to no one. Was it Abigail, her mysterious maternal grandmother? Their arrival in an underground parking garage jarred her from the page. Kristoff said, "Welcome to my castle." I didn't even notice the outside. She unbelted herself and grabbed her bag in the time it took for him to walk around and open her door. "It's not painted black. We wouldn't destroy the historic curb appeal." Red laughed. "I should have guessed that property values trumped a spooky lair." "I don't need my home to scare people." He wrapped an arm over her shoulder, walking her to an unmarked door that opened to an elevator. "Should I show off your mark?" she said. "Put my hair up or something?" "You're with me. That's more than enough for my people." He pressed his thumb to a scanner panel. "I had your prints put into the system so you can visit any time without having to deal with my secretary. Craig is a stickler for the rules." She eyed the high-tech precautions dubiously. "You've avoided bringing me here until Merrick's invitation." "That has little to do with safety and more to do with my own proclivities." Kristoff grinned and tipped her chin up. "I wanted you all to myself." "What about the tour of your mysterious command center?" "I'd like to show off the commercial lobby. It was redone last year. I commissioned the best architect in town to design the street-facing windows. They are massive, partially tinted for privacy. The rolling shades were printed on the outside to mimic the original brick. As I said, I yearn to brag," he said, beckoning her inside the elevator, and pressed an upper-level button. "We're at our busiest time. I can't be sure who might stroll in. Our new piano bar has a lot of buzz." "I know I need to pretend to be dead. Fine." Her pout flipped into a saucy grin. "You finally have me alone in your lair, Mr. Novak. What are you going to do with me?" "I have a century's worth of ideas, but they don't include my private elevator, at least until I have the IT department turn off the recording." Giggling, Red checked out the blinking light of the recessed camera. "I appreciate the discretion. The lighting would be entirely wrong." She wagged a finger at him, recalling his penchant for photography. "Don't get any ideas." The elevator opened on a posh hallway, and he led her to a set of double doors with his personalized name plaque. It was the penultimate floor, she noted as they walked inside the spacious office suite. The prince must have the top. Kristoff still decorated like he had the penthouse. Portland glittered from the wide windows. Minimalist furniture separated the massive space into natural reading and meeting zones. Gallery lighting provided diffused illumination on his photography collection and the grand piano in the corner. White cabinetry lined the opposite wall. A staircase led to a closed door on a mezzanine level. Kristoff wrapped his arms around her. He nipped at her earlobe, his fang piercing her quickly. The jolt of venom made her gasp. Pleasure rippled down her body. His fingers trailed sensuously down her back as he drew away. "Let me make you a drink." "Thanks." Red sounded too breathless and dazed to her own ears. She said the first thing that came to mind. How many vampires are in the building?" "Still worried about my security?" He displayed his phone proudly. "I have an application that monitors my layers. I can close the shutters in Aspen now. If you want to spy on my French chateau, it's a click away. The view from here is spectacular enough." She admired the floor-to-ceiling windows. "I can see a bridge from here." Kristoff walked to a bronze drink cart and whipped up cocktails. "It's even better from the roof garden. This was the tallest building in the neighborhood when I built it. Pressure on the city for a height ordinance kept it that way." "Stacking the game?" "Merely playing it well." He handed her a light-colored cocktail and clinked their glasses. "This is a Hemingway daiquiri. It was the first drink served in the ground-floor jazz bar. I made it for the mayor's wife myself. This is better rum than in the Prohibition." "So many talents." Red sipped the tangy lime beverage, murmuring her appreciation, then gestured to the piano in the corner. "I didn't know that music was one of them." "It's not. Much like surgery, it is another area that Arno exceeds me in. He dumped that piano in my office when he renovated his own." Still promises me that he'll find a place for it. Kristoff inspected her hand, stroking her knuckles with his thumb. Do you play? You have the fingers for it. I like music, but I don't make it. My singing is proof of that. Let's experiment. Shrugging, she handed him her drink. In Los Angeles, she'd spontaneously remembered Spanish, a language she'd learned as Emma Peters. Maybe this was another forgotten extracurricular. She sat on the piano bench and tapped chopsticks tentatively. He set their glasses on the drink cart, calling over his shoulder, Think of a waltz. Not sure I know any. He sat beside her too suddenly in that vampire way and stroked her hair. Try. She closed her eyes and tried again. A melody escaped the piano as her concentration slipped. It was familiar. Startled, she realized she was playing alone and not with him. Her fingers turned to jelly, fumbling to a discordant note. How'd I do that? The piano needs a tuning, but that was Tchaikovsky, the Sleeping Beauty Waltz. Kristoff covered the bone keys with the dark lid a little too quickly, as if unsettled by his own test. It was an apt snippet. Red shrugged. I must have absorbed it from a lifetime of Disney movies. Amnesia took my episodic memory, not my semantic. Music can embed itself deeply into our psyches. Did you play the piano when you were Emma? I'll ask Stace and Zach. Red cuddled against him. When I was found, the doctors at the hospital in Eugene tried everything. Was it brain swelling, psychosomatic, a personality disorder? The tests were inconclusive. We know so little about the mind, well, at least mine. It's a mystery begging for answers. Ignorance isn't only bliss, it can protect you. The silence after the music hung heavy over them. This felt like a gloomy conversation with Lucas. She forced a smile, drawing Kristoff from the piano. My birthday is over in a few minutes. There's a superstition that what you do at midnight on your birthday is a prediction of your new year. And what do you want for the future? She perched on his desk and hooked a leg around him to draw him closer. Kissing him, she ran her fingers through his hair. This seems good. He slipped his palms under the back of her shirt. The temperature contrast made her shiver, but his cold touch made her sweat. She whipped off the garment, sick of the barrier between them. It was her last coherent thought as he recaptured her lips. The door slammed open. Kristoff hissed at the intrusion. What dead man? This one, Donald Robertson said in widower's black from the doorway. The hallway light reflected on his slicked back red hair. The prince requires you. Red ducked behind her boyfriend, grateful she hadn't flung off her bra yet. Kristoff checked his phone, placing it back in his pocket. He gave Donald a look that told him to fuck off, but said more calmly, Are you sure? He didn't call, and I'm occupied. Merrick doesn't know yet. It's about Vegas. Cora Moon's sold puppet is the new supreme. Donald sneered. By one vote, one. Half of Nevada might as well belong to Los Angeles now. My sympathies. It's bitter news indeed. You were the better man, Kristoff said. Jaw clenching, he pried himself away from Red like it hurt. He said to her, I'll return, darling. You can read in my loft studio. She nodded, cheeks heating, and glanced around for her shirt. Where the hell was it? Donald sniffed at her discomfort. You got nothing I want and nothing I haven't seen. She pulled on her top. He didn't need to say it like that. Kristoff patted the other vampire, guiding him into the hallway. Good. I'd hate for you to be jealous. Donald shrugged him off to stomp ahead. Kristoff closed the door behind them. The Alchemist drama last month with Gary O'Sullivan, the so-called Mad Supreme, had led to the job vacancy in Las Vegas. Red had clued Cora Moon in first, beating the vampiric gossip mill. By the way Donald looked, she hoped he'd never find out. She explored the interior stairs to a closed loft. The mezzanine level blended into the dark paneling on the upper walls. Unlocked, the door gave without a creak. The studio apartment felt more lived in than Kristoff's charm cottage. Mismatched picture frames dominated the north wall. A few magazines cluttered the coffee table. The sitting area with a TV and bookshelf took up most of the space, along with a clean kitchenette. Red set her armful by a plump leather chair and checked out the pile of books on a nearby stand. A battered copy of an F. Scott Fitzgerald novel was on top. The partial wall blocked the bedroom from sight. She crept in, winning a bet with herself when she felt the sheets on his bed. They were Egyptian cotton, with a thread count she couldn't imagine. Red returned to Gina McGregor's binder, settling down on the sofa. She read the extensive litany of fact-checked lies about Brooke Peters' past. The Bard didn't have answers for the mystery within a mystery. Hours later, the yawns began. She stretched and walked into Kristoff's room. Undressing and folding her clothes on a chair, she changed into one of his black shirts. Slumber ensnared her once she slipped between his incredibly soft sheets. Still in a dream, she smiled when Kristoff returned. She snuggled against his chest. Sleepily, she nodded at his warning about his retreat at dawn. Ringing roused her from the best sleep she'd had in weeks. Alone in the wide bed, she scrambled out to find her pants and retrieved her vibrating phone from them. "Hello?" "God damn it, Red." She pulled the hollering speaker away from her ear. "Good morning, Vic." "Jackson punched my living room wall. He cracked the brick. He's pissed that I didn't tell him about Dash trying to hire me." Red flopped back into bed. "You said you'd text him about that." Right. The thing is, I'm not a snitch by nature." She groaned. "How'd Jackson react to that credo?" "I didn't think she'd hunt in town. Thought she was swinging by to recruit me." "You had a whole conversation with her," Red said, wishing she had coffee. "I bet she couldn't resist giving you her life story." Vic said, "Let's just say that she knew I'd understand." "Keep that insight to yourself around the shifters." "I know. Dash ran already. You can't hunt for pelts in the same area twice." She winced at his surety. "That's something you know about?" "I nearly pissed myself yanking teeth. Never had the stomach for skins. She has steadier hands than me." He sounded too impressed for Red's liking. "You're always the one telling me not to feel sorry for baddies. If she swings back into town, I don't think it'll be for your autograph." After hanging up, Red tried to go back to sleep, but a foiled future haunted her dreams. It had taken Nadine Warner a single shot to kill Vic. What about Dash? 5. August 24th afternoon, Portland, Oregon. N2 Corp. Where was Kristoff? Red padded around the apartment in a nightie and his oversized bathrobe. She passed by the couch, double-checking its distance from the wall. Had it moved? She toed the edge of the black rug. It was glued down. "You found me," Kristoff said. His amused voice rumbled from under the floor. "Take 5 good-sized steps southward." She obeyed, impressed as the hidden trapdoor opened. It revealed a space big enough for a queen-sized bed and shallow steps. Kristoff sat inside, shirtless in pajama pants. He smiled. "How did you guess?" "I knew you were close." She trotted down to him. The short walls were higher than her hips. His shoulders hunched. "You don't have to come down here." She knelt and smoothed the embarrassed furrow in his brow. "Why'd you hide?" "I had a spate of calls around dawn. I didn't want to wake you when I finished." He shrugged. "Habit, too. This is where I go to ground most nights." "It's cozy like a burrow." Reclining on the bed, she leaned on her elbow. She estimated the depth again. "Or a grave." "We don't need to be in here. I can order you breakfast. We hired a new chef from France in the restaurant." She rested her finger against his lips. "You don't need to impress me. I'm already very impressed with you, Kristoff Novak." "I could always—" "You had human snacks in your office. I'm good." Stroking his cheek, she smiled. "I'm not here because you wear nice suits. I like what's underneath them better." He grinned. "I should hope so." "I'm being serious." She played with his sleep-tousled hair. "I respect that you're as self-made as they come, but it's not your toys that impress me. It's you." The Lambo is cool, you must admit. I'm not falling in love with your car. I'm falling in love with you. Red bit her tongue at the confession. Her heart pounded. She'd never said the big L word to him. Kristoff smiled as if he were still in a dream. His blue eyes softened, more like an angel than a demon. I've always loved you. Fear escaped her mouth before she could stop it. Me or her, I'll never be Juniper. He cradled her face in his big hands, delicate as if she could shatter. I don't want you to be. You're perfect as you are now. I mean it. There is no one else in this bed. She slipped the robe from her shoulders. Good, because if someone else tries to interrupt us, they can watch. We're ignoring them. They're fired on the spot. Kristoff smiled as he kissed her. His cold fingers traced the lace straps of her nightie. She shivered. He leaned his forehead against hers. Entwining their fingers, he said, Do you remember last January, by the Salton Sea? We were pinned down by gunfire, and you wouldn't leave my side. You didn't do it because you loved me or needed my influence or money. It was just who you are. He brought her knuckles to his lips. That's when I realized I loved you. I trusted you. She teased him a little. I figured we had a 50-50 chance. I've played worse odds and won. She smoothed his hair, studying him. It was a slow awakening for me. I fought it. Hard. When I got to know you, it sometimes felt like... Remembering? He asked so quietly that she almost didn't hear it. A revelation. Red wrapped her arms around his neck with a saucy grin. There was one milestone in their relationship that was long overdue. Kissing him deeply, she pushed him against the soft pillows. He was the vampire, but she was the thirsty one. His hands slowly picked up her warmth. She pulled off her nightgown as she caught her breath. Biting her lip, she felt nervous, as if he hadn't seen her in various stages of undress. Chastity wasn't a vampiric virtue, but they'd been interrupted and separated so often. He leaned forward to remove his pants at the same time as she moved to do so. His vamp agility prevented a head-on collision. She giggled in his arms as they rolled onto their sides. Call me Princess Grace, she said sheepishly. It's silly, considering our past, but this feels different, special. Kristoff stroked her cheek gently with a shy smile. A demon shouldn't be able to look so vulnerable. His heart was in her hands. It was more tender than she could have believed. For me, too. I feel different with you, she said. Like I can do anything. Even when I knew I shouldn't, I wanted you with me. You make me braver. She pulled him closer. Her soft touches turned bolder. He was stronger and faster. He could kill her in a second, the monster to fear in the dark. But now she had the power. She held the leash to his beast. He offered it freely. That made her wet. He smirked knowingly as he explored her. He knew his worth. Their bodies fell into a rhythm. His hands trembled as he held back his full strength despite his passion. The restrained power excited Red as much as the sensuous scratch of his fangs. Kristoff grazed his mouth down her hips, nibbling as he went. He didn't hide his vampiric nature. He relished in it. He opened her legs wider. A human would have come up for air long before he did. Shuddering, she clung to him as he rolled her on top of him. She sat astride him, running her fingers across his muscular shoulders and chest like a map to her own kingdom. He was unbearably hot. It always made it hard to look away. She moaned as he entered her. A revelation tightened her belly. His bite mark was on her neck, but she'd really claimed him. Later, Red cuddled Kristoff in the afterglow. Her heart still raced. It was loud in the silence of her mind. Therapy couldn't do it, and meditation was a struggle, but his touch could clear her thoughts. He traced patterns on her back. We can move to the other bed. She sighed wistfully at the notion. Says the one with super stamina. My legs might as well be wet noodles right now. Kristoff smirked. Rest. We're going to have a long dinner party tonight. She yawned, nuzzling his chest. It seemed like she only blinked, but when she awakened, she knew it had been hours. On her side, she uncurled her legs under the blanket. Was she alone? He wrapped an arm over her hip, kissing her hair. She entwined their fingers over her stomach. You're here. There's nowhere I'd rather be. His lips trailed over her neck. Red closed her eyes, calming her anxious heart. The last time she'd slept with a guy, he'd ghosted. Kristoff proved that he was like no one else again. She asked, "How long do we have until dinner? Tell me we don't have to leave the bed just yet." He traced the curve of her hip. His sensual touch awoke her better than coffee. "No rush, darling." "Shouldn't you, She lost her thought as he cupped her breast and kissed her neck. It triggered a little moan. She rubbed her thighs together. "Bite me? Territory stuff?" "I want to." He nibbled her shoulder, brushing her hair away from her throat. His fingertips made her pulse jump. "You can." Kristoff rolled Red over. Her breath hitched. She clutched his shoulders. He scratched his fangs over her breast, releasing chemical euphoria. Licking the droplets, he growled. Then he bit down. Hard. Red moaned, gripping his hair. She bucked against his hand between her legs. The world disappeared in the fire of his embrace, and she surrendered to the oblivion. 6. August 24th, evening, Portland, Oregon. N2 Corp. "You look beautiful," Kristoff said over her shoulder as she admired the view from his office. The windows reflected his offered wine, but not him. "Thanks for the dress." Red smiled, accepting the Cabernet Sauvignon. She knew before she sipped that he'd added to it. Her new cocktail dress, slinky and emerald, was another gift from him to match her birthday jewelry. The neckline displayed the bite mark on her cleavage perfectly. It already looked days old due to his healing power. The new hit of blood lightened the bruising further. "Your stylist did a good job with straightening my hair, too." "Stay there and indulge me." He opened his desk drawer, fishing a camera out. "Return to your thoughts before I interrupted you. Don't make a selfie face." She resumed her pose, looking out the window. Downtown Portland waited below the Novak building, shadowy and unfamiliar. She didn't know what she'd find down there. Tonight's plans made her wish for a demon hunt instead. "I wasn't thinking anything then," Red said. "That's what I like about being with you." Kristoff snapped the shot and set his camera on the desk. "You were content?" She smiled and straightened the lapels of his Italian blazer. "Is that what it feels like?" Arno stomped into the office in a black tracksuit and a foul mood. "You'll never guess what those idiots in Chicago—" He sniffed and cackled, raising his hands in supplication. "Praise Satan, the great drought is over." Red snorted. She didn't need a reminder that vampires could smell certain intimate activities. It made her grateful for her human nose. "Thanks, Arno." Kristoff rolled his eyes. "Hello, brother." "You both needed that." Arno poured himself wine at the drink cart. "I feel like I needed that merely as a bystander and well-wisher." "I'm touched that you ship us," Red said with a dry grin. She checked out his vintage Nikes. "Is that how you're going to dinner? I thought this place had a dress code." Arno said, "Sorry to disappoint, but I won't be the fifth wheel this evening. I'm flying out tonight. Trouble with an investment that requires the Novak touch. I volunteered. Consider this another gift, Red. I'll return in 2 nights." She raised her glass to him. "It's a rain check, then." "If my brother brings you back to civilization again." Arno winked. His amusement dimmed. "How was the meeting with Donal, Kristoff?" Kristoff leaned against his desk, hunching his shoulders. "He's furious about the Vegas vote. I'm reaching out to the elders that I bribed to see who is to blame. I can't explain it. He had my vote for certain." Arno grumbled. "You were like a Medici sending wagons of gold to the Vatican. We could have opened another nightclub with what you spent on him." "Is Donal mad at you?" Red asked Kristoff. "I've wondered lately." "I'd be happy to show him the receipts for this failed venture at king-making, all on our dime," Arno snarked. "Send word if I should leave the Midwest early." Red waited until the younger Novak exited into the hallway. Anything that I should worry about? Not tonight. Kristoff smiled, motioning to her glass. Drink up. You'll need your stamina. Kristoff drove them through a maze of one-ways and slow downtown traffic to the historic Pearl District. On the way, Red half convinced him to stop at Powell's. He distracted her with kisses at a stoplight, leaving her dreamy until they parked. This isn't one of my restaurants, he explained as they strolled on the sidewalk. The prince owns this one. More of a passion project than a profit engine. Did you try to give him suggestions? I stopped once I read the food critics. Merrick isn't a simple capitalist like me. His agendas are unorthodox, but they pay off as he intends, most of the time. Red and Kristoff descended into the cellar entrance to the gastropub Malastrana. The hostess led them silently through the mixed crowd of humans and soups in a European shabby chic atmosphere. The rounded ceiling made it feel like a cave. A reptilian demon, steak tartare midway to his mouth, stared at the vampire as they passed. Kristoff whispered in Red's ear once they reached the back of the dining area. Do not react to Merrick's guest. The hostess opened an unmarked door to a small banquet room. 2 pale kids drank wine inside. But the blonde girl and brown-haired boy were older than Red. In Prince Merrick's case, centuries older. Kristoff escorted Red to the table, staring down the waiter who tried to pull out her chair. The girl vampire shook hands with her in an outfit that looked scavenged from Joan Jett's closet. She looked all of 13 under the thick eye makeup. I'm Yolanda. I'm Red, Kristoff's girlfriend. Yolanda leaned in with an upbeat smile. Thank God you came. I need someone normal around while they discuss world domination. What music do you listen to? Prince Marek chuckled. Yo-yo, I promised that there would be no business at the table. Yolanda flashed her wristwatch at him. I'll note the breakdown. When it happens, I will force you to dance. She glanced at Red apologetically. We're stopping you from reading the entrees, aren't we? It's probably easy for you to forget. Red examined the menu, not recognizing the dishes. Now, Prince Merrick, this is your restaurant, so you'll have to advise me. It specializes in Czech cuisine, traditional only, nothing trendy, vegan, or fusion. The staff was sourced entirely from Prague. Red said, a taste of home? If only I could still appreciate it, Merrick said. The Svichkova is my favorite. Its fragrance transports me to my youth. Red skimmed the description. Beef tenderloin in a slightly sweet sauce of carrots and parsnips, garnished with a dollop of cream and cranberries. She was famished, so anything sounded good. I'll order it then and take whatever wine fits. The waiter seized her menu once Red set it down, serving at unnatural speed. Merrick accepted a golden-hued wine from the waiter. We've only met in person tonight, but I feel as if I know you, Red. It was hard to explain to Yolanda. He made your relationship with Kristoff sound so romantic, Yolanda said. Lovers from a past life, reuniting in this one. It's like a fairy tale. I suppose it is, Red smiled at Kristoff, blushing as he kissed her knuckles. Their relationship had such a body count attached that she hadn't thought about it in such Disney terms as that. What about you two? You noticed the engagement ring? It took him long enough. Yolanda held up the oversized diamond on her hand. It was the 90s, and I met him in a chat room of all places. We were hunting the same pervert. It kept happening until we finally broke down and met in person. My yo-yo has a hunger for evildoers. The soul makes her sweet like that. Merrick took Yolanda's hand. She gets embarrassed when I out her, but you like that in a vampire, don't you, Red? Sure do. Red nodded emphatically. Tell me more about yourself, Yolanda. You've noticed the obvious by now. It wasn't coffee that stunted my growth. Yolanda shrugged, but the joke didn't cover the resentment in her blue eyes. I was a baby groupie. Once I got my first Rolling Stones album, I was hooked. I still remember my goosebumps from Gimme Shelter. In the 70s, it wasn't hard for a foster kid to run away to the Whiskey A Go-Go, but I wasn't discovered by a rock star. It looks like you found a prince in the end. Yolanda grinned, gesturing with her glass. Better than that, I met Prince, the purple one himself, in... Red devoured her fine meal as the conversation evolved. The vampires enjoyed blood in cocktail glasses. If she closed her eyes to their appearance, she would have thought her dining companions were merely an intriguing middle-aged couple. A stray reference to Las Vegas plunged the men into a serious discussion about the newly appointed Supreme in Nevada. Nope, I won't allow it, Yolanda said, raising from the table. She beckoned for the waiter. Put on Patti Smith's Because the Night, please. It's time to groove. Marek said good-naturedly, I hate dancing, Yo-Yo. Novak, you're cutting a rug with me then. Yolanda hauled him to his feet. I'd ask you, Red, but this song is before your time. Warm him up for me. Red smirked as her boyfriend was marched from the table. She inspected Marek again. He wasn't anyone that she'd imagined enjoying dinner with, but she understood why her boyfriend considered him more than a boss. I don't mind hearing the political dirt. I thought Kristoff and Donald were friends. They are true comrades. Donald brought him into my fold. A decision that I've never regretted, Marek said. How much has Kristoff told you about my Childa? You sired Donald? In my second year of death. Donald was my biological father's guardsman and more. He's been loyal to me since the day I was born. You must have been sorry to see him so disappointed last night, Red said. She noted the pleased crinkle to the prince's eyes. So not everyone was upset about the outcome. Indeed, the secret ballot was close, Marek said. It's not what sours him to Novak now. Not truly. She tossed aside her curiosity about how the prince had voted. I don't even think Kristoff knows. It's a tale older than I. One wants what another has. Donald doesn't covet his neighbor's wife. That's never been his sin. Yet the envy remains. You are a gift to Novak that fate hasn't bestowed on the Scotsman. A soulmate returned. Oh. Red had noticed Donald's antipathy, but assumed it was the usual vampire supremacy act. Is this because of what happened to Trey? Marek cooled at the reminder of the human who had used his relationship with Donald to betray them all in Los Angeles last January. Tin as a place marker for gold. I refer to my father, Lord Alexander, as the latter. I should pity Donald, then. I do, especially when I look at Yolanda and my heart nearly beats. He smiled. I can tell that is how Kristoff feels for you. Why did you want to have dinner with me? I wanted to show Kristoff that I make good on my promises. Marek glanced at his fiancée, who'd begun to sing off-key in a Mick Jagger impression. You'll have to excuse me. My siren awaits. I never could resist sympathy for the devil. Yolanda took his hands, pulling him into her dancing. Kristoff rejoined Red at the table, leaning close to steal a kiss. You had quite the conversation with my liege. Some of that had to be for your ears. If I was Donald, I'd be jealous too, he said. You fit in so well in my world. Red gulped her wine, accidentally choking herself. It wasn't exactly a comforting compliment for a hunter. 7 August 25 before dawn. Charm, Oregon. The hallway stretched into infinity in the dream. She carried mail into the study. Dark fog curled around the faded wallpaper, printed with juniper berries. The distorted shapes of the furniture should have alarmed her. A mahogany desk was bigger than a Ferrari, while the leather chairs were child-sized. She'd never seen the room before, but it felt as familiar as if she decorated it herself. She must sort the envelopes, but the desk kept gliding from reach. Fingers snapped by her ear. Red! She stared up at Stace, so lost to the world that she didn't recognize her own name. The strange chamber dissolved into her living room. Morning light peeked through the curtains. Why was she sitting on the couch? You're sleepwalking again, Stace said. Consciousness and embarrassment accosted Red at the same time. Letters littered her lap. She eased her grip on an unopened black envelope and smoothed it out. I hope this wasn't for you. I didn't rip it. Doesn't matter. Let's get you back to bed, Stace said, helping her up. They climbed the stairs. People sleepwalk when they have a lot on their minds. Have you talked to that therapist lately? Not this month. I'm an option too. Stace loitered at Red's bedroom. Was your dinner with Merrick freaky or something? I heard you come in from Portland, but you went right to bed. No, that was only freaky because it was so normal. Zach is the one on Team Kristoff, so I know you talked to him more about that stuff, but I'm here, Stace said, hands fluttering nervously. Despite my own luck, I'm actually great at relationship advice. Not that you need it unless you do you? Kristoff is amazing, but you'll be my first call if I need a love guru. Red hugged her friend before they dissolved into yawns and retreated to their rooms. Sleep shuttled her to nightmares. It began in a train cabin. Nadine Warner waited, bloody gore where her forehead should have been. She wore the same sweatsuit as when Red had killed her in a timeline that no longer existed. It was white instead of black. She spoke in French riddles. Pourquoi les centenaires meurent-ils? Parce qu'ils n'ont rien d'autre à faire. Only the good die young, Red answered. The bad have too much to do. As if playing charades, Nadine tapped the grisly cartilage that had once been her nose. The door slid open. Shadows entered. They solidified into a man. Red screamed. She wanted to forget she'd ever met him. In the morning, Red showed up at Vic's house, unsettled from nightmares she didn't quite remember. Thankfully, he didn't ask any questions when he answered the door. She had one for him. What's up with the pickaxe? Blocked drainage ditch, Vic grumbled, holding the implement over the shoulder of his tatty Allman Brothers shirt. I need to get to it while the weather is good. Where to, boss? She found a shovel resting by the door and followed him to a grassy incline behind his brick rental. Theoretically, a shallow trench at the bottom diverted rainwater from the foundations. A few seasons' worth of leaves clogged it. She turned off her brain and dug where he told her. In the decaying mulch, they uncovered an old bike tire, rabbit bones, and too many centipedes. Spooky tokens from the soil. Red had elemental magic, but Earth always evaded her. If this were all she'd find down there, she was happy with air and fire. Her morning habit of practicing magic had improved her stamina and skill. The craft in witchcraft was still a challenge. Less draining than manipulating the elements, ceremonial magic used relics and ritual to power enchantments. It would take a lifetime with a mentor to learn the deities, herbal correspondences, and astrology of even one traditional path, like alchemy or voodoo. Self-study took even longer. She'd mastered enough for simple enchantments like storing her excess energy in crystals like the ones on her hunter's kit. The trick gave her a quick pick-me-up in a fight. That's all she had. Witchy life hacks. Her knowledge base was wide due to her hunter's experience, but only an inch deep. A lifetime of research was missing from her memories. Zach and Stace made it sound like pre-amnesia. Red had been a high school witch prodigy. I'll get there again, she told herself as she cleared the trench. When they'd finished in the afternoon, Vic pushed a full wheelbarrow beside her. Now, who would win in the fight, a real fight, between Lex Luthor and Batman? Everyone always asks about Batman and Superman, but we all know how that goes once Supes takes off the gloves. Let's swap the antagonists. See what happens. Batman, Red said. Coolest toys, better style. Not in this contest. Vic dropped his burden by the shed. We'll grab a brew while I conjure our scenario. I'll take a water, she said, brushing the dirt off her jeans as she followed him into the house. In Lex Luthor, Bruce Wayne has a foe who is as rich, smart, and super humanly connected as he is. The modern Joker barely fits in a gold or silver age, Superman's world, but Lex could run for mayor of Gotham tomorrow in any version. Vic lifted his hands like scales. He was on a geeky roll, yet it felt as if he was mulling over more than superhero matchups. Batman has more at stake from the beginning because he has a code, integrity. He'll think twice when his enemy won't. That doesn't stop him from kicking ass, Red said. There are more choices beyond being a psychopath or a pushover. Touché, Vic said. Well, that brings us to moral relativism in comic books. What is this brainstorm about, Dash? Or are you going to reveal that you took philosophy in college? Her thoughts derailed as she spotted a wooden chest by the couch. That's the one that LaShawn gave to you. What was in it? No touching with those grimy digits. That's Henry Constantine's legacy. I get it, Daddy's boy, she teased, drifting into the galley kitchen to wash her hands. Vic took his turn at the sink. This hunter's kit is so badass. You can't text something like this. Red carried her water and his beer to the couch. Stop drawing it out. Show me this national treasure already. Kneeling, he opened his adopted father's chest with the reverence of a pilgrim before a saint's casket. It held everything a hunter needed, segmented by flannel-lined dividers. Demonologies dominated a corner. Stakes, crosses, and flasks of holy water peeped from pouches on the side. Silver ammo escaped a cigar box to litter the bottom. He held up each object, careful to return it to its appointed place. Vic fished an aged book from the pile. Even after a century pressed between other tomes, it looked overstuffed, like multiple volumes sewn together. This was written by my great-great-grandpa, Tom Constantine. It's his field journal from when he was a young bard. She paused at the name, in mid-reach to examine an ornate cross. It tickled the back of her brain as if there should be a memory behind it. Where have I heard of him? I've told you about his dad, Iron Jack Constantine. He was a head bard. Vic cradled the book spine and opened the front cover gently like a curator. A Victorian portrait of a fresh-faced young man rested on the title page. He had big ears. The cloudy daguerreotype couldn't obscure his serious expression, typical for the time. For a moment, Red vividly imagined him in color, animated to smile bashfully. He had a small, charming gap in his upper teeth. Tom was adopted, wasn't he? Light-headed, Red furrowed her brow. Where did that thought come from? Too much sun? She gulped some water. I mean, that's really cool, Vic. Great-grandpappy was adopted, you're right. Family tradition, almost. I'm too nervous to try and read his journal. It feels fragile. Vic rested the book on the others and sat on the couch with Red. I read Henry's letter to his heir. I get why LaShawn didn't want to open it. He was right about what was inside. What was it? LaShawn saw it as family obligation, Vic said. I never minded when Dad gave me an assignment. Red said, now that you're the scion of a great brotherhood family, what's first on the mission board? An unfinished match in Grosse Pointe, Michigan, with a necromancer. There's also some wrong of Iron Jack's that I might need to correct, or else prep my own heir too. The verbiage was unclear. It's crystal clear that I owe a guy in Delaware $500 with interest. Thanks, Dad. Vic chuckled. His expression grew thoughtful. He also wanted his heir to track the werewolf that killed my family, my biological one. Never forgot him. He wrote that raising me was a gift. Of course it was, Red said. She ignored her phone vibrating on the coffee table. Vic peeped at the device's screen. Check it out. It's from Cora Moon. Red swiped the message open to reveal an image captioned with I found it, you're welcome. It was a column of fine cursive penmanship on an aged page. The first 3 names were scratched out on the list, but the rest were readable. The Atkinsons, Lincoln Cooper, Stuart Olson, Archibald Fowler, Frank Lopes, Mr. Gabriel. The names went on, ending in the florid Horatio Hufnagel, but Red was glued to the familiar ones in the middle. This is why I told Cora I was alive. It's the list of people connected to the mysterious warehouse in L.A., the one that housed the Kronos statue. Buyers, maybe. Who knows, our pelt collector might be one of them. He's certainly playing in that league. A call from Zach flashed on her screen. Everyone wants to talk to you today, Vic said. She answered the phone, putting it on speaker. Hey, Zach, I'm with Vic. What's up? More trouble? No, no, the empath said. I'm checking to see if you know a guy. We need a new bartender. I got an applicant that I have a good feeling about, but he has no references. His last job was at the Circe Casino in Las Vegas. You lived there before, right? I mostly hung out on the academy side. I probably can't help you, but who is he? Describe him. He's eating a burger now. Shoulder-length brown hair, tall dude, long in the face. His name is Eddie Fox, Zach said. No, Ezra Fox. Red nearly dropped the phone. We're on our way. Keep him there. 8. August 25, afternoon, Charm, Oregon. Lily's dinner. Red and Vic huddled by the diner as if waiting for their party on the sidewalk. They peered at the dead man inside. Ezra Fox drank coffee at the lunch counter, watching a baseball game on the wall-mounted TV. In slacks and a white-collared shirt, he looked impossible, photoshopped. His brown hair was pulled back from his tanned face in a tidy ponytail. Perspiration beaded on his upper lip in the unair-conditioned place. He looked more alive than ever. The bartender cleaned up, Vic said quietly, mindful of the open-screened windows. He turned to the parking lot. He must really want this job. Red flipped on her spirit gaze, looking for traces of a glamour or shape-shifting spell on Ezra. They'd only been on one date, but she'd be furious if some asshole was ghoulishly masquerading as him. The alternative was more unsettling. Someone had disturbed his eternal rest. He felt free of any magic, but his aura was cement gray now. What did that mean? Ezra leaned over the counter toward Maudette. You know, I trained in HVAC before I decided I like fixing cocktails more. If your boss doesn't want me behind the bar, he could use me on the roof. The waitress cooed. Aren't you sweet? It's his voice, Red said, turning from the window. He's not a ghost or under a glamour. Didn't have a twin either. Vic marched her around the side of the diner. His mom did necromancy as a hobby. If he's zombified, he might rage out at the sight of you. You were there when he died. Been thinking about it since we got the call? The sky had wept for hours that day. Ezra had been an accidental victim of his mother's conjured shadow Leviathan last April. If he was a revenant, then he was the freshest one Red had seen. Trudy had tried to resurrect her former hero in training, Melissa, and failed years ago. With all that was happening on her final day, how could the bard have even pulled off such a dark ritual so successfully? Then again, magic ran on willpower and desire. If there was anything a mother would want, it would be getting her dead child back. Vic glanced at the trees blocking the view of the Charm Cemetery. Red, you weren't there when he was buried, right? No. That was something Kristoff's minions did, right? His words were neutral, but she heard the lingering suspicion. Of course. Vic nodded, eyebrows raised at her defensiveness. Who robbed the grave, you think? Red evened out her tone, trying to play cool. It felt like everyone but Zach was waiting for Kristoff to screw up. Only one has motive and means, but Trudy died hours after her son. Is that even enough time? You saw what Trudy Fox could do. Vic opened the back door and walked past a stacked beer delivery into the wood-paneled room. Zach, my dude, you got a dead man looking for a job. Is the economy that bad? Has been lately. Zach stood from his cluttered desk in the corner. I don't need a zombie just when normies are coming back for the lunch rush. He's not that, Red said. I don't know what he is. I'll call him in. Zach shrugged, more intrigued than alarmed. Life and charm made a person like that. He disappeared into the dining area and returned with the bartender. Ezra stopped in the middle of the back room, blinking at her like she was the dead one. He caught his slack jaw quickly for a guy ambushed in a job interview. Red, you're alive. Likewise. Not that it isn't a pleasure to see you, but how are you here? Catch, Vic said, reaching into his jacket. He tossed an iron cross. Ezra caught it with both hands. A sad understanding plucked at his brow. He waved the cross over his shoulders and arm like it was a metal-detecting wand. The power of Christ doesn't repel me. I drove here too. I wasn't conjured. Can I talk before anyone shoves a ghoul hex at me next? I'll allow it, Vic said, taking the cross back. First question. Do you think a hex would work on you? Red elbowed him. He's not a ghoul. Thanks, Ezra said. You can do your tests. Ask me something to prove I'm not a face stealer. Zach gestured to the clipboard on his desk. I was going to ask what your professional weakness is, but Vic kinda did. She said, What's your favorite game, Ezra? Too easy, Red. Pinball, especially the classic machines. Ask me a harder one. She discarded the cute details of their coffee breaks at the casino and their date at the arcade. It could have been overheard by a determined shapeshifter. There was one encounter that only the dead could hold witness to. It wasn't the happiest memory. On the day you died, we were in that dingy motel room that they were keeping me in. You confronted Frank Lopes. What did he say to you? I've killed better bartenders than you, Ezra quoted. A wan smile flickered on his lips. He was probably right, scary dude. That happened after I returned your gun. Exactly, Red said. Swept up in the revelation, she hugged him, then pulled away, feeling shy. No one else could have seen that last part either. I was almost heroic, Vic said. I still want to see your medical records, maybe an MRI scan. Ezra chuckled. Give me health insurance and it's a deal. Doesn't this job come with that? Zach nodded. It's to make up for all the demons that roll through. We don't need to huddle like this. We can sit down, have a real conversation, Red said. She took a chair at the break table. Zach followed, sitting next to Ezra. Vic inspected the applicant as he took the opposite seat. Once she gathered them, her brain blanked. So we're talking, yeah. I'm the elephant in the room, so I'll start, Ezra said. My mom was a bard. I know what to do when the dead come to the door. I've dabbed myself with ghost flower oil and holy water. Sage didn't even make me sneeze. A doctor gave me a clean bill of health. I know what you're thinking because I've thought it too. For weeks. Red said, Is that when you were resurrected? No idea, Ezra said. My first memory is waking in a trailer between here and Cannon Beach in July. There were a few $100 in my wallet and a rusty station wagon in the yard. I came here because I saw the help ad after a construction gig ended. I don't have a grand plan, Red. Only wanted a job. Why didn't you go back to Las Vegas? And tell people what? I was dead or in a coma? I don't even know. I asked around at a hunter's bar and I heard my mom killed you. Ezra squinted at her. All three of us were supposed to be dead. As far as I know, two were. She looked at her hands. What had he heard? Not like the truth was better. I didn't kill your mom. Her last spell on me backfired. Or maybe it was because she almost revealed Mr. Gabriel's real name. I think he has a wicked secrecy curse in his contracts. I've already mourned the mother I loved. I don't need to hear more of her sins, Ezra said. Before you ask, no. I haven't seen her. If she were alive, she'd go to me first, and I've been alone. Your aura has changed since I saw you last, she said. Do you feel different? I lost my life, so that's unusual, Ezra said. He'd dressed well, but she could tell that he'd gone through some dark nights of the soul since she'd seen him last. Physically, I'm normal. My every bodily function seems present and accounted for. I crave burgers, not brains. Zach touched Ezra's shoulder, head tilted in concentration. His emotions seem human to me. How are his mojitos? I'd give him a barfly seal of approval, Vic said, pulling his vibrating phone out of his pocket. He stepped outside. Everyone loved him at the Nostradamus, Red said. Ezra smiled. So, you're not vanquishing me? Zach shook his hand. No, I'm hiring you. When can you start making drinks? After I fix your air conditioner this afternoon. I saw that on your resume. We got the tools and parts. I can show you around, Zach said, escorting his new employee out of the back room. It's good to have you back. Red waved awkwardly at them as they left. Her words felt feeble in the face of a seeming miracle. She'd known Ezra for a few weeks, seen his goodness, but his death had marked her more than their acquaintance had. Then once she got into their mommy issues, she did not have the social skills for that. Vic returned from the parking lot with a bright idea in his eyes. That was never a good sign. Does Lily's have a new bartender? I think Zach wants to keep him under close observation. He bobbed his head, shifting on his feet. I would. There are necromancers, but they raise zombies. True resurrection, nah. Most bards think it's impossible. That's the beauty of a town like this. You never know what'll happen next. She inspected his distracted expression. That's not what you're thinking about. You've been twitchy since that phone call. It was Jerome Mackey. Dash's van was seen on the highway, taking the exit to those campsites outside Charm. Some hunters called him so he could pass a warning on to her. He ruffled a restless hand through his black mullet. The shifters are after Dash. Red kept her voice neutral. She didn't feel great about letting the shifters do what they wanted to a human either, but he hadn't seen Herman. She killed one of their own. Haven't we? Vic stalked outside to his black van. If he had a cape, it would have swished behind him. Was he imagining himself as Batman now? Shit. She trotted after him and climbed into the passenger side. He said, What are you doing? I can't stop you from doing something sweetly misguided, but maybe I can make it less stupid. As they drove, she wasn't so sure that she could. The sinking feeling grew as they left Charm. Red didn't trust the quiet campsite when they entered. The village tried to attract visitors with the university and picturesque seaside. It had more amenities than its size or renown justified. Each one felt like a trap once you knew the creeps on the tourism board. Cheap online deals kept the unlucky travelers coming. The death count kept word of mouth from spreading. Sunshine beamed down on the empty picnic tables, and horseshoe pits clustered near the public toilet. Birds sang in the forest around the grounds, unseen in the lush branches. The grassy parking area was vacant except for one space. Vic stopped the Millennium Falcon across from its gray twin in the lot. In Dash's van, sun curtains shielded the back from the empty front seats. Was she napping in the back or prepping an arsenal? He turned the engine off. We're getting the name of her client. No violence. You keep repeating that, but we're not hanging out. Keep the motor running. I'll do the talking. He sucked at his front teeth, seeming to already anticipate her response. Maybe you should stay in the van, too. So she can shoot you privately? Red said. You've got no idea what reception you'll get. Dash hasn't shot at us yet. He grinned his most winning smile. It wasn't half as charming right now as he thought. She likes me. I know what you said, but we have to tell Jackson that she's here. She's slippery, or else he would have caught her by now. Don't give him that much credit. Vic hopped out of the driver's side. He walked out of sight around the other vehicle. A long minute passed. Dash marched him back into view with a raised shotgun. Red unholstered her revolver, guts churning as she deliberated. If she spooked the wolf hunter, the shotgun barrel was too close to miss. A time loop flashback of Vic, dead and floating in a tide pool, made her lungs tighten. Primal instinct gave her three choices: fight, flight, or freeze. Her body chose the last for her. Dash hollered, This isn't your hunt, Constantine, not after you turned it down. You're a hurricane, I'll give you that, Vic said. I understand why you came here. No pack, only some loners and hills. Whatever your client told you, this job ain't simple. It's a death trap. I heard what happened to your brother, Dash said, wrinkling her nose. That why you retired and went soft like toilet paper. You're after my little bro now. Vic didn't move a muscle, yet he seemed taller. A shadow fell over his face. He'd worn the same look before he executed the Lope's siblings. Dash took a step back, licking her dry lips. Red gave her credit for being smart enough to be afraid. No, never was. Who are you after? Who sent you? He glanced to the sky as birds launched from the trees. Startled sparrows. They're coming, Dash said, retreating to her vehicle. She smiled shyly at Vic as she climbed inside. Once the gun was out of sight, Red could move again. She hopped from the Millennium Falcon as the other van sped away. You were supposed to hold her, Vic. Fuck, it's Jackson, he said. A gray wolf rocketed from the forest with raised hackles and ready teeth. Vic held his hands up. I can explain, buddy. Red summoned her magic, preparing to block Jackson. She didn't want to hurt him, but the feeling might not be mutual. The massive wolf nipped at Vic's heels before chasing the fleeing van. These are new boots. Buy more, Red said, pulling Vic into the van. She closed the side door. We need to get out of here. The Millennium Falcon rocked, a bump rattling its frame. They knocked into each other. Two bull moose sprinted by the windshield on either side. The antlers were as wide as a truck bumper. Deer and elk galloped behind like a united cavalry. Their bodies jostled the metal walls. A pony kicked the van's headlights and flounced off. The herbivores were out for blood today. Vic said, "Petty shit." Red covered his mouth before climbing into the front seat. More shifters trooped through the campsite. Bears and pumas loped beside dogs and cats. All were bigger than their natural cousins. Vic slid into the driver's side. God damn it, why do they gotta go for the van? Be happy if it's just some dents. Red recoiled at a hard thump. Oh, fuck! Two coyotes sprang onto the hood. Human intelligence lurked in their wild eyes. Thicker and taller than their normal cousins, they scratched at the windshield. Excited foam ran down their bared teeth. A lean black wolf emerged, growling. He lunged at the coyote on the right, scaring it into the other. The pair snapped him as they fled. The defender circled the van once, guarding it as the stampede moved on. Minutes later, Lachon stood in front of the van. His face was so disappointed that Red almost didn't notice the tall black man was buck-ass naked. Vic, you warned the hunter. I didn't. Fibber. Lachon shook his head, reshifting with a tortured howl. He sprinted to rejoin the others. Red swallowed back her fading adrenaline to text Aisha Calloway a warning that the traffic reports would get weird. Maybe the sheriff could tell the media that it was a zoo breakout. She didn't know what they would blame their part in this clusterfuck on. Vic slapped the steering wheel. I thought you weren't going to let me do anything stupid, Red. I froze. I didn't think it would happen like that. She sagged into her chair, covering her eyes. Should have guessed. You were talking too introspectively about comics earlier. Maybe Dash doesn't need to be bad. Now we'll never know. Do you think she's Lex Luthor still? Or is she Harley Quinn? Are you going to make a Suicide Squad now? He started the engine. Don't use my references against me, especially since you've only seen the movies and it shows. Big time. Fair enough, Red sighed. She didn't want to fight. There'd be one later for sure. Jackson would rip into him. Her too. The gang would have questions. She could explain PTSD on her part, but Vic was harder to defend. He was the only one with sympathy for the woman who might have skinned Herman. The rest had grown up with the possum as the curmudgeonly local electrician who loved a stiff drink in his hometown. He'd never let a widow or an elderly vet pay for his services. His living flaws in village memory were softened by the brutality of his death. Red and Vic had let his suspected murderer slip away. That'd go over great. 9. August 25th afternoon, Charm, Oregon. Red sipped chamomile tea, foregoing life-giving coffee, in her kitchen. It was a desperate bid to decompress after the discussion with her roommates. Vic had ditched the entire debrief about Dash to wait for Lachon at their place. Stace had bolted afterward to find her boyfriend. Alone at the table with Zach, Red didn't know what to say anymore. She should have gotten out of the Millennium Falcon to confront Dash, but she didn't want to escalate the situation with Vic at gunpoint. She'd already seen how that scenario could go in brutal detail. It was a mistake she couldn't take back. Maybe if the hunters had fought, it would have played better with the shifters. Lachon had only said earlier what everyone was thinking now. Zach leaned back in his chair, uncrossing his arms. I understand where you and Vic are coming from. Hopefully the others do too, Red said, relieved. He hadn't talked in the meeting, listening somberly instead. It had been hard to read him. She didn't expect what he said next. So, what I can't understand is what happened to you in that time loop. It was beyond intense. I'm an empath, not a psychiatrist, but I know you can't freeze every time you see Vic or one of us in danger. It isn't the first time this summer. She rubbed her sweaty hands on her knees. You've noticed. We make our own choices. You can't save us from it, especially not Vic. He's too stubborn for that. I'm working tonight, so I'll ask around for shifter news. His brother will protect him, if only to yell at him first. Vic kept himself alive before you came along. Don't worry so much, Zach said before disappearing upstairs to change for work. He was wrong. She had plenty to worry about today. The week had taken a more grotesque turn than usual. She washed dishes, trying to figure out her next move. A vigorous debate with the sponges didn't help. Red called Kristoff, hoping he was awake. If he wasn't, she'd leave the longest voice message of his unlife. She'd already told him about Dash, but not about the diner's newest hire. The dead rose all the time in their world, but never like Ezra had. She'd found disturbing woodcuts of failed resurrections while studying in the Academy Library. Her introductory encyclopedias chronicled the grisly ends of necromancers who'd attempted to steal from Hades, usually at the hands of their revenants. Ezra was a miracle. Kristoff answered her in 3 rings. Hello, darling. Calling to tell me that you're on the highway to Portland? I wish. It's getting weirder than usual in charm. Biblical, in fact. Reign of Toads? More like Lazarus. Where was Ezra Fox buried? Red said. A long pause followed her question. This shouldn't have been a stumper. Where was he? Cool and professional, Kristoff didn't miss another beat. When my minions arrived at that motel by Coyote Creek last spring, his body was gone. They determined that Trudy Fox removed Ezra, separating from Frank Lopes, who was still fighting Lucas at the time. The trail ended at a mortuary affiliated with the Brotherhood, where she deposited her son for secret burial before she confronted you in charm. The Undertaker was very forceful in repelling my minions later. That was a lot of words to say he didn't know where Ezra was buried. She chewed her lip, cutting off an irritated sigh. When were you going to tell me? When you asked. She slumped in a chair at the kitchen table. Their relationship, messed up as it seemed to others, worked in her head because she knew she could trust his transparency. The omission felt like a lie. It didn't slip your mind, huh? Their deaths upset you. You wanted a simple solution. I gave you one, he said. It was the dry logic of the unsold. His psychologist ex-girlfriend hadn't deemed him a sociopath, but what had she diagnosed him as? Suddenly tired, Red leaned on her elbow, cradling her chin. What about Trudy? Was she buried at least? Yes, what was found of her, a foot, was given to the same mortuary that took in her son. I assumed it would be her choice. I wanted to spare you from such details. My life's work is made of ghoulish details, she said. This last week was proof of that. Our honesty policy means something to me, Kristoff. I need that more than protection, especially from truths like this. Is this a part of trying to impress me? A rueful smile infused his tone. I've been told that I can overcompensate. I'm sorry for treating me like I'm some wilting violet. She laughed it off, reminding herself that she hadn't demanded answers before. I appreciate your gentlemanly side most of the time. Just keep me informed on stuff like this. Do you still want to join me in Portland this weekend? Red hesitated. Her body was ready to accept, but her fears crowded to the fore. It's gotten hairier with the shifters. Vic is less popular than before, if you can believe it. I'll keep you posted. After their conversation ended, she puttered around the house. Her hands couldn't stay still. Not even playing with Cocoa Puff, the hamster in the living room, could settle the dread in her stomach. Why hadn't she heard from Vic? She gave in to her curiosity and drove to the diner, intending to bring takeout to his place. The Millennium Falcon sat in the back lot. She parked beside it and trotted inside. Vic huddled with Modette at the far end of the bar counter. He held an ice pack to his chin and bloodied nose. Red rushed to him. "What the hell happened to you, Vic?" "Horse shifter. I'm lucky it wasn't rocking iron shoes. Found me alone at my house." Maudette poured a whiskey shot for him. A small blood smear stained the shoulder of her tight work shirt. "It was Veronica. She turns into a Shetland." Red said, "You were beaten up by a pony?" "A fat one." Vic gulped back the alcohol. "It's more or less what you'd imagine." Maudette stroked his hair. Her fake eyelashes were dewy with tears. "Jackson hasn't come around yet. Maybe he can call them off." "Don't say anything to him," he said. "It'll make waves. He's your manager." "Hate to ask, but could I get a coffee?" Red said, more to nudge the waitress away than for thirst. "And a water too, please?" "Of course. Sugar." Vic waited until Maudette left. "I'd ask how you found me, but there are like 4 places I go in this town. Thought I'd check in. I worried something like this might happen. Admittedly, I pictured a different animal. I'm glad it wasn't a wolf." "Give the horse girls their due," he said wryly. "I figured Lashon would find me first. You know, I didn't do anything wrong today. Didn't have time to." "I saw. Everyone is acting like that drunk is a saint. He used to pinch my girlfriend's ass at work." Sighing, Vic hunched over his empty shot glass. "Yeah, I know how that sounded." "I'm not judging, but you should keep it down around the grieving locals. Why don't you come back to my place to hide out?" He frowned at the entrance. "That window of opportunity has closed." Jackson stomped into the diner, shirtless and in jeans that looked quickly shoved on. He cracked his knuckles, muscled biceps tensing. Silver flickered in his dark irises. LaShawn shuffled behind him in an oversized tracksuit that looked borrowed. Red discreetly gestured for Maudette, who'd returned with coffee to go into the kitchen. The waitress made a small squeak at the sight of the big werewolf and disappeared. Vic didn't react to Jackson's death glare and stayed on his stool. "No shirt, no shoes. You know the rules, fellas." "Fuck your stupid jokes, Constantine," Jackson said. Veins bulged in his bulky arms and neck, as if he were holding himself back from throttling the hunter. "It was only because he worked here." "You let that murderer escape. I smelled Herman's blood in her van." LaShawn averted his eyes from his brother. Disappointment stamped lines around his mouth. Vic sagged in his seat. "That's not why I went there. We got a tip. I arrived a minute before you did. Your people were on Dash's tail. Why didn't you find her, Gonzalez?" "Because you gave her a head start." Red stood beside Vic. "He didn't warn her. She had a gun on him." "I had enough time to ask for her client's name," Vic said. "She bolted when she noticed the Rabid petting zoo." Jackson sneered. "You love that she got away." "Got me all figured out then," Vic said, expression blank. He twisted on the stool to face the bar counter again. Jackson growled, lip curling above his canines. "Hey, he's not your enemy here," Red said softly. "She needed this werewolf to chill. If he didn't, she'd tell him that his posse would have caught Dash if some hadn't lingered to vandalize." Vic's reputation as a werewolf hunter never did him any favors in this town. It clouded the shifters. Why wasn't the home invasion beat down enough? Jackson straightened to his full height, surveying Vic as if he were shit on a boot. He stalked out of the diner with one last insult. "Dash and the dentist. It has a ring." Lashon watched his alpha wolf leave. He pushed his drooping glasses to his puckered brow. "He's not exactly wrong. You two messed up." "It's your turn to yell at me, but I have to take a leak first," Vic said, retreating from his stool and leaving Red alone with his angry brother. She held in a sigh. "Thanks, Vic." "Red," Lashon said, "has it ever occurred to you to say no to his insane ideas? You ride along with it, but you're not his intern anymore." "I'm still his best friend," she said, stung by the disdainful tone. Why was this situation her fault now? "You're in the running for best enabler." "Me?" Red said, annoyance morphing into confusion. Vic drinks half as much since I came along. I kept the doctors from hooking him on opiates when he was in that wheelchair, too. That's not. I'm sorry. What am I thinking? Now she was angry. She'd cared night and day for Vic last fall after his spine injury. No one knew that she'd found a cure for his paralysis, but the other stuff was on the record. How would you know about that? You weren't around, were you? LaShawn looked away, guilt shining behind his glasses. I'm not talking about self-medicating. Maybe I am in a way. The brotherhood life twists you. My dad passed the disease on to Vic. Be a real friend and quit saying yes to him all the time. Day, August 26th, afternoon, Portland, Oregon, St. Bonaventure Church. The next day, Red and Vic sought spiritual counsel. They parked in front of a Catholic church. The Holy Stone facade stuck out in the rough street of rundown houses, pawn shops, and no-name corner stores. The neighborhood east of the Willamette River was a long drive from Charm. He promised it was worth the trip. She liked that it got him out of town. Vic twisted in his seat to close the van's sun curtains on their orderly stash of hunting supplies, guns, and his laptop in the back. He dropped their empty to-go coffee cups on the floor. The shiftier the neighborhood, the more urban camouflage he deployed, which translated, in her opinion, to making the van look dirty. She didn't know why he bothered. No humans had ever tried to break in. The Millennium Falcon looked like a serial killer van. Cops were more curious, but it didn't seem like they patrolled this street much. I'll do the talking, he said, lumbering from the van and locking the door. Look what happened last time. It was my idea to investigate the black market collector angle, Red said, meeting him on the sidewalk. She didn't mention that it was also a personal scheme to keep Vic from the charm shifters. His brother's lecture still unsettled her. She wasn't an enabler. I was the one who thought to ask Deacon Patrick, Vic said, climbing the church steps. Even LaShawn approved. You didn't need to come along. And miss this historic architecture? She couldn't let Vic get into trouble on his own. That wasn't how they rolled. He opened the doors. You just want to see your boyfriend later. You might want to. She stepped inside, pointing to the hoof-shaped bruise stamped on his cheek. It's not an emergency. Happy to hear it, my dude, a middle-aged man said, approaching them through the pews. A clerical collar peeked from his Christian rock t-shirt. The tattoos on his arms and the lines in his face hinted at a rougher past life. She knew squat about Catholic clergy, but he looked surprisingly hip. I'm Deacon Patrick. We're looking for you then, Vic said. Here for the band audition? We're holding a fundraiser concert for our domestic violence shelter, Deacon Patrick said. She'd expected him to be some craggy priest from the old country. He looked primed to get hip and spread the good word to the youth. She wouldn't have been surprised if he'd skateboarded here. You're a little early, but I got cold brew and brownies in the community room. I can show you the set list. We're starting off with my favorite song from the Red Jumpsuit Apparatus. Vic leaned in. Are you going to do any classic rock? Red told him no with her eyes. He liked church as much as strip clubs, but she didn't want to be stuck in a Jesus rock sing-along. She'd faced demons and death beside him, but friendship had its limits. No, we're not here for a jam session. Vic shook the deacon's hand. You don't know me, but you met my adopted dad, Henry Constantine. I've kept him in my prayers. You must be Victor. He was hella proud of you. Thank you, Vic smiled. He spoke highly of you. Said you're who the Portland Hunters came to for sanctuary. Information, too. I'll do my best for Henry's kid. I need to know who sells werewolf pelts in town, local pelts. A skinner left a mess on the coast. The buyer or middleman might be here. That's a cruel trade. Deacon Patrick crossed himself. We have our share of the diabolical in Portland, but shifters run the wilderness. This state has plenty. I can only think of one man egotistical enough for domestic furs, Horatio Huffnagel. Red thought of Cora's forwarded list. Huffnagel's name was at the bottom. Does he dabble in rare mystical imports? Books, mostly, the deacon said. His shop is near the vampire district downtown. Keep the Lord's symbol close. Always do. Vic wrote down the offered address and thanked the priest again. When he and Red emerged into the sunlight, he said, I think Deacon Patrick was talking about your boyfriend's hood. Parking's going to be a bitch then, Red said. Hopefully that was the worst of it. Later, they found an empty spot across from Horatio Huffnagel's rare books. She didn't know if it was a good omen. The bookstore was sandwiched between two empty buildings for rent on the busy and otherwise prosperous street. Pedestrians seemed to unconsciously hurry past it. The grubby brick shop felt off. Red opened her third eye to discover protection sigils. It has a sanctuary spell. Must be more profitable than it looks, Vic said. I thought we'd use a distraction, pull a fire alarm, but this operation isn't run by your average bookworms. Maybe not Amazon-level evil. Yet. If Huffnagel was bad enough to get noticed as far south as LA, then he's established bad news. She squinted at the reflective stickers for various credit cards on the shop window. Can you hack into the Wi-Fi? This isn't medieval times. They have to be communicating with their buyers somehow. I brought all my tricks. Supernaturals make it easy. They don't care enough about cybersecurity, Vic said. If it were me, I wouldn't keep the pelts here, not the fresh ones. Too many passers-by. A shifter could find them while window shopping. I'll see what I can learn. Red left the van for the unknown of the bookstore. Musty and stagnant, it felt closed and dim despite the open sign. She opened her witchy senses as she entered. If her eyes were closed, she'd have guessed it was an occult shop. Chaotic but unmalicious, the energy set her on guard. The visible wares were books as promised. Then again, a few warded safes could shield the darker inventory. She said, Hello, Mr. Huffnagel? The owner is on vacation. A clerk in a corduroy suit glided from a shadowy row of shelves. May I help you? I'm looking for Crispin's Genealogy of American Witches, she said. It was an unlikely request. The old gossipy guide had had a limited run of 50, with the majority destroyed. Perenelle Flamel had one of the few remaining at the Alchemy Academy. Red bullshitted about another valuable but less obscure tome. If you have a J. Chaka first edition, I may be interested too, depending on the quality. The clerk slid behind the sales counter. He seemed a little too eager for an hourly employee. His smile widened as if he had already imagined a sales bonus. Ah, you're in the trade. She laid on the skepticism, baiting a hook for him. My requests might be too difficult for such a small shop. Looks are deceiving. We can secure the rarest volumes from our off-site warehouse with a single email. Or for a fee, we can source from a network of global merchants. Allow me to check our inventory index. He disappeared into a back room, leaving the door ajar as he typed on an aged computer. Red texted Vic. Are you in? He can email their cronies now. He replied, Give me 5. She called to the clerk in the back. How long will it take to have the books delivered from your storage? Tomorrow afternoon. This database is ancient. My apologies, I'm still looking. No rush. Red wandered from the counter, discreetly taking pictures of the shop's interior. She didn't see anyone else, but felt like she was being watched. Vic messaged her with a thumbs-up emoji. She looped back to the clerk. How's it going? I have a first edition of Chaka's Encyclopedia of American Witchcraft. Perfect condition. I can have it here tomorrow for your inspection. She said, Will you email your warehouse now? I don't want my order delayed. You know how the post has been lately. That's our delivery driver pulling up to the curb. I'll inform him personally. He wrote an order estimate and passed it over the counter to her. The price made her choke. He said, Shall we keep an eye out for the Crispin volume? If you could email your most reliable merchants and collectors tonight, I'd appreciate it. She smiled, hoping Vic would find a big fish in his digital net. Red left the shop, holding the door for the delivery man. She shielded her face by looking down at her phone. After a quick snapshot of the delivery truck's license plate, she jaywalked across the street and returned to Vic in the van, taking the driver's seat. We might have something better than an IP address. Good, he said. I'm running a packet capture program to see what data they're transmitting. I'm in, but I don't know what they're doing yet. You have a childlike awe of my tech skills that I appreciate for my own ego, but it's not like the hacker movies. Next, you're going to tell me that Santa isn't real. They have some outdated software for their records. That's what I want you to steal for. Do I pluck this proprietary information from the heavens now? Red continued over him. In the meantime, we have a driver to tail. He groaned. You always drive too close. Then hurry with the laptop stuff. It's not magic, just a computer. I've gotten their internet provider so far. It's SR Tech. That's a Smith and Reaper operation, rare around here. That bank does a lot of non-bank stuff. Red shrugged, telling herself to note it in her journal later. It was weird to think that she had an account with the centuries-old supernatural firm. This is only recon. We'll find the warehouse so the shifters can sniff it out themselves. That can be your peace offering. Vic smiled. Thanks for looking out for me. You'll return the favor soon enough. She pointed at the delivery man re-entering his van. He's on the move. Red kept two cars apart in the crammed downtown traffic. The labyrinth of one-ways confused her, but their target was a master of the terrain. She allowed the gap to grow. He led them on a scenic tour of the real occult vendors in Portland. Each stop was another chance for him to notice his trackers, but it gave Vic time to tap through a computer program. I'm in, lurking over their Wi-Fi, he said, but I can only do so much on the road. That clerk hasn't opened my phishing email either. Don't tell me you send him Viagra spam. I sent a legit-looking one about web services, along with one for dick pills. We'll see what he needs most. This is the side to hacking that I don't want to know, Red said. She used her phone to record the driver exiting a Russian grocery. It was the 10th delivery so far. That made for too many possible accomplices to the pelt sale. Any of these places could have dealt with our collector. Hufnagel will source for others, I'm sure. I asked Deacon Patrick for a middleman. He gave us the ultimate one. Red got back on the highway in pursuit. The driver took an exit, leading them east again over the Willamette River, toward the airport. Shit. I think he noticed us. He's getting twitchy, cutting people off ahead. I'm turning into this Taco Bell. I'll take a burrito, Vic said, typing on his laptop. There is a magic shop nearby. He'll stop there. No, he hasn't stopped on this side of the water. We must be near the beginning of his day's route. Where's the nearest warehouse area? It needs to be out of the way. Look for other businesses that can provide a smoke shield to supernatural senses. Loud construction, stinky factories, etc. Once equipped with fast food, she returned to the road. What did you find? Get onto Airport Lane and go east. I found spice importers, a furniture restoration shop, and a non-craft brewery. Vic gave her step-by-step directions between burrito bites. Red rediscovered the delivery driver when he stopped to make a left. Looping around the block, she found him again in a nondescript row in an industrial complex. He parked between two cars outside a warehouse and walked inside. Suppressed magic seeped from the windowless building. She hid the Millennium Falcon at the end of the street, then surveyed the scene with binoculars. After 10 minutes, the driver departed in a rusty Nissan, leaving one car and the cargo truck behind. She texted the address to Jackson. He clocked out. This is the place. I'm sensing enough weirdness to call it now. We gotta check it out. Vic reached for a toolbox in the back of the van, filling it with supplies. Do you feel any active defensive charms? No, but we did our community service, and now we're done. You have hacker movie things to do. Don't be a chicken, he said, and trotted toward the warehouse. Damn it! Red tried to resist for LaShawn's sake. It made zero difference. She belted on her hunter's kit and bailed out of the van. Protective sigils decorated the aluminum-sided warehouse like graffiti. A camera perched over the front door. She channeled air to shift its lens away from Vic. He acted relaxed like he was here for the second shift. His half-buttoned plaid overshirt hid the outline of a gun holster. As she rejoined him, he whispered, There's a guy smoking on the side. No, bad Vic. She wanted to swat him on the nose like a dog, but he walked forward. Hey, can I bum one of those? He waved to the guy, setting his toolbox down. The man dropped the cigarette and grabbed the taser on his hip. Vic dodged the sparking taser. Didn't think that would work. Red conjured a wall of air around the guard. The molecules immobilized him, sealed tight as if in a full-body condom. It was the first thing that came to mind. She'd never done that before. I'll hold him, but I don't know how long. Vic ducked his head into the open door. Any others here? No, please, I won't tell. The guard gasped out, muffled by the air spell. Face purpling, he slumped to the ground, eyes fluttering closed. Oh shit, I'm sorry. She released the energy, shaking the magic off her hands. I didn't mean to magically choke him out. It's very Darth Vader of you, Vic said, dragging the unconscious man inside. Red retrieved his toolkit and closed the door. He propped the guard in a chair. She looked for interior cameras, finding none. What did the owner want to omit from his own security footage? A small office area clung close to the entry. Bookshelves separated the warehouse into rows. Unseen mystical objects hid among the books. A third of the lights were on, leaving uneven shadows. Energy traces rubbed over her skin, each a different mystical texture from burlap to satin. It felt like organized chaos. If only she had a way to photograph the symbols that she saw in her spirit gaze. There were so many scribbled on the walls and ceiling that it looked like patterned wallpaper. The majority were against fire, theft, and other commercial concerns, but many were obscure. Viking runes mingled amid druidic marks and Sanskrit with other mystical alphabets in between. She'd need a few dictionaries to translate them. Sigils to contain magic were repeated over and over. Red said, "We shouldn't be here." Neither should that. Vic pointed at a stuffed rhino in the corner as he went behind an out-of-date computer. He plucked a vape pen from the messy desk. This is definitely a cannabis cartridge. Little Stoner forgot to log out. She checked a work schedule pinned to a wall. The delivery guy left early. We're between shifts. We have 30 minutes until the next arrives. 15 people. That's a lot for a night at a bookstore storage site. By the endangered species taxidermy, I'd say that's about right for this level of nefariousness. I'll get acquainted with their tech. You look for a pelt. I won't go far, Red said, walking between two metal bookcases. She ran her fingers over a bare shelf. No dust. There were more empty spots ahead. Did Huffnagel have a flash sale? A strange chemical odor like hospitals and preservatives cut through the book smell. She tracked it out of the stacks to an unmarked doorway. She scanned it with her third eye, failing to find any nasty magical surprises. Was this where they kept the body parts? She used the bottom of her shirt to twist the knob to avoid leaving fingerprints. The door opened silently, releasing crimson light like a photography darkroom. 2 feedings in a week? Isn't that swell? Weak, the voice was unmistakable. Gary O'Sullivan, the Mad Supreme, formerly of Las Vegas. If Red didn't have 2 years of solid hunter experience, she would have screamed. Gary was entombed in a glass tank, submerged to his neck. Floor jets circulated a toxic-smelling brine. Silvery streams curled around his scalded body with the sluggish movements of a lava lamp, obscuring and revealing the horror. Straps pinned his shoulders and waist down. Intact from the elbows up, only mottled gray tissue and bones remained of his forearms. The hands were gone. His legs had been butchered the same, starting at the thighs, but the feet were intact. Immortality had never looked so terrible. Red covered her mouth, wishing she could close her eyes. It was too grotesque to look away. What are they doing to you? A slow harvest, doll face, Gary said. You look as if you'll be sick. I might, she said. Her stomach churned in agreement. The heavy preservative stench coated her nostrils and throat. Ghastly, isn't it? The jackanapes feed me enough so the choice meats grow back, but not enough to truly heal. I'd consider this ironic punishment if they weren't raking in the filthy lucre. I'm quite the golden goose to these douchebags. Superstitions around sold vampire parts created a demand. In Russia, especially. So many clever uses for me, apparently. She studied his haggard face. His mixed bag of anachronistic and modern slang was the same, but the sorrowful expression was new. The trademarks of the human condition lingered in his gaze. Basil was an extraordinary soulmancer and had screwed Gary's soul on tight. She said, "You've been here for a while." "Since I was sold. The treacherous minion didn't even get 30 pieces of silver, only a stake. Are you here to deliver that mercy?" Red wanted someone to. She didn't have the time or the backup to open the cage of a starving, injured vampire, sold or not. "You're not why I'm here. Have you overheard any buyers' names? Anyone talk about shifter pelts?" "I'm fed like a goldfish, and then the guards skitter for a smoke break and their hip flasks." Gary laughed. She would have mistaken it for a wheeze if not for his bitter smile. "I spook 'em. This is the best chatter I've had in weeks." She turned to the door. "Then it'll be a minute before you squeal on me." "Actually, you're the second best chatter. I met a buyer, girlie." Red looked over her shoulder. "And make it quick." "One of mine. Didn't introduce himself properly. I overheard a guard call him Mr. G." Gary shrugged, overly pleased because he knew he had her attention. Never saw that guard again. Perhaps he said too much. She held back her rush of questions to play it cool. The lure had worked, but she didn't need to wiggle on the line. "What did you and Mr. G talk about?" "I'll tell you if you help me." "I can promise you won't stay like this." Gary made an incredulous face. "Because you'll whisper to your master, and he'll parade me in chains to the first alchemist. I know that bloke's number. They say that the prince rents Portland from the Novak brothers." Red hoped no one said that too close to Marek, or Donal. "I'm not from around here." "Don't play coy. You're Kristoff Novak's claimed human, aren't you? I'll give you a bull session without the bullshit if you do." He wagged his bony stump, disturbing the hypnotic glittering current of his tank. "I'd shake on it, but as you see..." She wrinkled her nose, forcing her gaze to his eyes. "Describe Mr. G. Did he smell human?" "He looked the part, but I'm pickling into eternity with silvered brine searing my nose hairs," Gary said. "I can't even smell you. He was fragile like a premature egg. A bald English geezer in a wheelchair. Accomplished liar, too. He offered a blood sample, supposedly his own. Gesture of fair play. He was so good that I believed him until I tasted it. Too robust for such an aged vintage." "I wouldn't have expected an honest man," she said more to herself than him. "A table was set exactly where you stand with meat more expensive than Wagyu," he said, unnerved at the recollection. "Mine." Red gagged again. "He ate you in front of you?" "An overcooked steak." Gary's voice pitched higher in his indignation. He flashed his remaining fang. "The other must have already found its way into a dark charm or dissolved into a potion. If one is to be eaten, it's only polite to use more culinary skill than a bachelor dinner." The conversation was better than the meal. Mr. G desired to understand Perenelle Flamel's weaknesses. He was maddeningly vague, but I gave him the 411. "Tell me she's dead, pretty please." I was so rooting for him. "The immortal alchemist is very much alive." "Pity." "So Mr. G is a cannibal," Red said, steeling herself. That was a ghoulish possibility that not even Kronos had thrown at her. She'd fought things that wanted to eat her, but not another human. That man didn't eat for pleasure, but purpose. There was a righteousness in his eyes. He did wrong with the absolute clarity that it was right. Gary drooped in his bonds. "I miss that clarity. A soul is endless doubt." "You're acting like you know him." "There is an instant intimacy when you know what a man fears." "What do you fear, sweet girl?" Red focused on his face while calming the disquiet on hers. His intact upper half was easier to look at than the rest of him. "Why does he fear Perenelle Flamel?" "I once feared Darius Jefferson because alchemists collect secrets. This man isn't as banal as I." There was too much envy in his voice. "Flamel has something he wants. Youth." Red followed his logic. and by consuming you, he hopes to gain vampire rejuvenation. Similarity magic on its most nasty and animalistic level. Can't say I like it. You're telling me. Gary glanced down to study his deformity. Yet I earned this. My buyers played less with their food than I did with mine. When you send Novak, tell him I won't fight the final death. I only ask that my compliance earns me a quicker end than I've been thus afforded. I'll see what I can do. Vic yelled from the warehouse floor. We gotta go! Red retreated from the grim torture chamber. A pang of guilt made her look over her shoulder. If she had the time, she'd stake Gary. It was kinder than leaving him in a vat of searing silver water to await his fate. The shifters wouldn't leave him alive, and he couldn't escape. She used magic to tug a tube loose on the tank. Toxic fluid leaked onto the concrete floor. When it drained, it'd be a reprieve from some of the pain until his final death. She fled after her small act of mercy, darting straight for the exit. Once beside Vic, she said, "These people are worse than Amazon." 11. August 26th, evening, Portland, Oregon. Sunset sparkled over the river as the Millennium Falcon retreated from East Portland. The beautiful sight couldn't penetrate her dread. Red curled in the front seat, trying to think of anything but the butchered vampire. There'd been too much flaying and filleting this week. She chugged her water bottle, washing away the chemical taste that had settled in her throat from breathing in the tank fumes. Vic drove through bridge traffic, prodding her through one-sentence answers. So, O'Sullivan had dinner with Hannibal Lecter? That's more exciting than infiltrating some computers. Gross and disturbing, you mean? I really hope the buyer is a Mr. Garcia or a Mr. Goldstein, and not the Mr. Gabriel who sent assassins after me. My life goals don't include becoming steak. She frowned at her wan reflection in the window. Geez, I think I understand why O'Sullivan was pissed about that point. It's not like bringing in Anthony Bourdain as chef would make it better, but still. It's a power move like a rabbit eating a coyote. Speaking of predators, one really wants a debrief. Red dialed Jackson's number, returning the cascade of missed calls and messages. Hey, you're on speakerphone. The werewolf answered, I've been calling you. These rare book dealers are hardcore. I sent the best nose I know. Send more, Vic said, and not my brother. Jackson snorted. He's too green. We broke into the warehouse between shift changes, Red said. She glared at an unrepentant Vic. Didn't see any pelts, but I found a half-dismembered vampire that should be put out of his misery. If they're doing that in Prince Merrick's backyard, they're ballsy enough to do it to your people. Jackson growled like he'd half-shifted from rage. You were supposed to watch them. Vic hacked their systems. He can pull up buyer names. Red raised her eyebrow at him and mouthed the word, right? Give me a day at least, Vic said. I swiped what files I could. Whoever designed their old database was ahead of their time. I poked around while I was there, but I was logged in on a flunky's account. Didn't have enough clearance to see it all. I'll have to break the encryption to see their full buyer records. The inventory is half in code and euphemism, but they aren't that clever. They listed an outstanding order for Ulfednars. That's what they called magical wolf hides in Norse legends. Jackson grew quiet over the phone. He sighed. What about Herman? I'm sorry. Vic tightened his hands on the wheel, his knuckles whitening. He was listed under marsupial, miscellaneous. The only notes were the dimensions, date received, and that it was being processed for a Patmos Inc. My clearance didn't show individual buyers' names. Cold-blooded sickos, Jackson continued in that vein before he said, Get out of the city now. Red said, We need to stop by Kristoff's. There's a vampire harvesting ring in his territory. He can help. Bring him in early, and he'll work with you. This is a shifter matter. We'll inform the dead when necessary. The phone call disconnected. Stupid, Red said, tossing the device in her bag. Regretting it instantly, she leaned over to grab it and call Kristoff anyway. Vic's bruised face caught her eye. The shifters were itching to blame him for anything. He didn't need another pony kick to the head. It doesn't matter if he's wrong, Vic said. We're hitting the first highway west. If Huffnagel's people aren't on the lookout for the Falcon yet, they will be. You don't want them to see us at Novak's. Yay, it's my favorite thing. I love watching everyone not talk to each other while the bad guys run circles around us. Laughing maniacally, I imagine. Red crossed her legs, jangling her foot. Maybe she could convince Kristoff to let the wolf go in first. O'Sullivan needed his mercy killing either way. What if more souled vampires were at risk? She couldn't stop looking at her phone. Vic said, "When Jackson said it was a shifter matter, he meant shut your mouth." Kristoff needs to know. Red dialed his cell number. His voicemail picked up. She tried his office but was rerouted to his secretary. A smooth phone voice, engineered to be pleasing, answered, "N2 Corp, Kristoff Novak's office. Craig speaking. How may I help you?" "Hi, I need to speak to Kristoff Novak," she said. "It's urgent. I'll take Arno. Whoever is free." Craig snickered, covering his reaction with a cough. "Impossible. Mr. Novak is a very busy man, occupied in important meetings." "I'm his girlfriend." "The Novaks have a lot of those." The line died. "Rude," Red said, scowling at her phone. "He said the Novaks have a lot of girlfriends and hung up." Vic stared pointedly at the road as he drove. No comment. "Get us home already," she said. The secretary hadn't made her jealous. She knew what she meant to Kristoff. It just pissed her off. This could get ugly and blindside her vampire when he needed to appear strong in front of Donnell. She texted a quick message to Kristoff that the shifters had located their pelt dealer. He needed to find what was left of Gary O'Sullivan first. She didn't hear from him until it was too late. Unseasonable fog welcomed Red and Vic into Charm at around 9:30 p.m. They pulled into Lily's diner on the village outskirts as visibility dimmed. Energy wafted off the landscape, still churned up by the Chrono statue in July. She hoped it wouldn't rile the shifters more. "We can grab a burger while we wait it out," she said. It was better than leaving him at his cabin for another round with a Shetland pony. "Invite LaShawn." The restaurant was empty besides Ezra at the bar. He wore a blue t-shirt with the Lily's Diner logo on the chest, a clean bar rag draped over his shoulder. One expected the resurrected to look haunted, but he merely seemed bored with a baseball game for company. "Where is everyone?" Vic shuffled to the counter. "You don't want to know?" Ezra said, "What's up with that fog? Is that the Stephen King kind?" "Sort of, but not quite. It's only the regular monsters out there." "You'll get used to it," Red shrugged. "How is your first shift?" "They say the worst part of any job is the customers. Haven't had to worry about those all day." Ezra smiled. "What can I get for you? It'll be like practice." She had skipped dinner and used enough magic to make her stomach growl. "Cheeseburger with fries and a chocolate milkshake, please." "Same." Vic waited until Ezra drifted into the kitchen to turn to Red. "That was some spell you did back at the warehouse." "I was riffing," she said. "I was trying to paralyze the guard, not choke him. Need to work on that." "Totally. It was pretty cool." LaShawn jogged into the diner in bare feet and sweatpants. His alarm deflected from the weirdness of seeing him out of his habitual khakis. At least he wasn't naked this time. "We have a problem." Vic stood, voice gruff as he scoped out his little brother. "You got here quickly." "Jackson has us patrolling the town for Dash. Told me to go to the cemetery." "Alone?" LaShawn straightened his glasses, hiding his frown. "It doesn't matter. I smelled a ghoul by the McGregor mausoleum. There could be more." Red rubbed her belly, saying goodbye to the idea of a burger. "We have a day before it can spawn a colony." Vic hollered to the kitchen, "Keep those patties warm. We're killing something and coming back." "I need an axe to chop its head off. Didn't want to risk a bite to my paws." LaShawn led the way to the Millennium Falcon. Once supplied, the hunters trooped on foot. It wasn't far. A line of stout oaks separated the diner from the expansive cemetery. Red kept a crossbow ready. The arrow was anointed with ghost flower oil, its light floral scent blended with the smell of recently cut grass. She crept along the graveled path into the old section. The gardeners had been sloppy in this area, leaving turf patches like little mohawks on the lawn. It was like they hauled ass without a look back on their riding mowers to get the job done. LaShawn nodded to the incline where the McGregor mausoleum rested. I smell the ghoul. It's on the other side of the hill. We'll jump it, Vic said. Red, you take the higher ground and use that crossbow. Yell if it has any buddies. Gotcha. Red wrinkled her nose as the wind shifted, wafting the ghoul smell to her. She separated from the guys, hiking up the hill. The long mausoleum took up the small vista. It belonged to a Bard family. Gina McGregor's ashes had been placed inside alongside her husband. The door was ajar, its chain hanging loose on the grates. Anger sparked at the sight. Gina had suffered her life's work being temporarily stolen, and now ghouls were disturbing her eternal rest. A blue aura glowed in the darkness of the tomb. The figure, facing away from her, radiated witchcraft. Moonlight glinted on the stranger's glasses when she looked back. Wild curls framed an angular, ash-streaked face. It was another one that Red had never expected to see again. Disbelief made her heart skip. The other woman scurried deeper into the tomb behind an angel statue. Trudy? Red ran inside. Trudy Fox? The mausoleum was empty. Only the plaques on the wall vaults witnessed her confusion. She circled the stone angel, following the numerous shuffling footprints that disturbed the dust. A smear of ghoul goo marred the edge of the statue's base, like the clumsy thing had bumped its hip. Trudy had an affinity for the creatures, but was that even her? It was only a second's glance in the dark. Ratty hair and dirt had obscured the other witch's face. Her appearance didn't gel with Red's memories of the uptight, type A former bard. Was she hallucinating? If not for Ezra's reappearance, she would have thought it had been a trick of the shadows. She circled the tomb again, studying the corners and cracks in the floor for a trapdoor. There wasn't a passage for escape outside or anywhere for the mystery mage to have gone. Had she seen a ghost? Or was Trudy simply on her brain? Red tugged on an unyielding wall sconce on a whim, hoping for a hidden door. It worked on Scooby-Doo. Vic yelled outside, "You again!" She jogged to him, wrinkling her nose at the pungent ghoul smell. The wind died and the stench hovered. She slowed, lowering her crossbow as she noticed the oversized coyotes. Silver flashed in their eyes as they grinned like they'd found the den of a particularly slow rabbit. LaShawn stood a few feet from the others by a headless ghoul. He looked glum for a successful hunt. Suddenly Red wasn't worried about a ghoul colony. Vic pointed at the coyotes. Who the hell are these guys? Scared the shit out of me. Why didn't they pitch in on the fight? Leave Travis and Jane alone, LaShawn said. They're under orders to observe who follows me. Observe? Vic spun his stink eye to his brother. Not intervene, like you're bait? As if you haven't done it before. You're always dangling Red on the line. That isn't... Guys! Red braced herself to interrupt a Constantine family fight. We don't need to do this here. One of the coyotes yipped. Shut up, Travis, Vic said. That was Jane's unhelpful comment, LaShawn sighed. It's not that simple. I had to make up for... You don't understand the world I live in now. Vic said, Why are you letting Jackson put you up to this? LaShawn flapped an agitated hand at the other shifters. Go look for more ghouls. Dash won't come for me if he's here. This isn't about me, Vic said. Oh, it always is. All right, guys. Red waved sheepishly. This wasn't only awkward. She had more than them to worry about. She couldn't get that vision, or hallucination, or whatever it was, of Trudy out of her head. I'm going to head back to the restaurant. Bye. Vic poked LaShawn's chest. That reminds me. I was going to buy you a burger. You'd steal the pickles! Red retreated from the Constantine men and trotted back to the tomb. On closer inspection of its lock, she discovered a grimy impression of a rotting hand. Decay residue clung to the broken chain on the gate, too. She walked inside to study the faded sigils to honor and lull the dead, standard for a brotherhood burial. It looked exactly as if a ghoul had broken in. She double-checked again. There was nothing in the McGregor mausoleum. First the nightmares about Nadine Warner, and now she was imagining Trudy while awake. What was next? An audio hallucination of Neve Morgan in her truly wretched performance in the Emma movie remake. Red had been there when they'd all died, actively fighting them, even if she hadn't caused their deaths. At least that's what her friends had told her. Was the phantom only her guilty conscience? She had to find out. This section of the cemetery was close to her house, so she went there first and drove her truck to the diner. It gave her time to think and doubt herself. If she was wrong, she could rip open a wound for both her and Ezra. Her stomach growled, urging her on for food at least. Ezra waited behind the still empty counter. He must have gotten his father's straight brown hair, but his angular face was Trudy's gift. It gave him an old-fashioned handsomeness. If Red hadn't seen his debut in a pop-up casino floor show, she'd say he'd be a shoo-in to star in a historical drama. He said, "What did you kill?" "Me? Nothing. The boy's got a ghoul. Don't expect Vic to be back for his burger. I'll take it." Ezra ducked into the kitchen, returning with 2 burgers, a milkshake, and fries. He set down the plate. 10 minutes later, he asked, "Use some spells today?" "Of course you'd guess," Red said. She dabbed her lips daintily with a napkin after annihilating the first burger. He hadn't inherited any magic, but he'd grown up with it. He chuckled. "You nearly nipped my fingers when I set that down." "I wish. I'd be less hungry if it was. I just reached out for elemental magic." She dipped a fry into her half-drunk shake and chewed it glumly. A better mage would have had a ritual ready. Effective but draining? Something like that. Instinct, you know. That's my problem with magic. I react, then think. It was true for a lot of her life. Stability in a sleepy small town hadn't cured that. She chomped into the second burger to cover for the accidental confession. "Tell me about your day while I eat. How was the commute?" "Longer than I like, but I have enough to move my trailer here if this job works out. Or sell it. I haven't decided." She gestured to the bare tables and chairs. "I'm surprised you want it to." "Lack of tips notwithstanding, I like this aptly named little town." He shrugged, a small smile on his otherwise deadpan expression. "It's charming. I'm charmed." "Heh," she rolled her eyes, smirking. Her amusement faded as she stared into his eyes, a deep-set hazel like his mother's. She'd come here for a reason. It felt nutso now that she wasn't in a creepy cemetery. But she had to tread lightly around Trudy's memory. This wasn't a fun gag for either of them. Moving a trailer isn't cheap. "I still have savings. The bank never got my death certificate. Not that it would matter to Smith and Reaper." "You know how they operate," he said. A mild sheepishness came over him. "My mom set up the account when I got my first high school job. All banks seemed terrible, so I never switched." Her mouth was too full of French fries to answer, but her ears perked up at the bank name. They served the supernatural, with tentacles in other industries. SR Tech, the internet provider, was the least of their subsidiaries. An account with them was suspicious, and Red included her own in that assessment. She swallowed. "Did they get your mother's death certificate?" Ezra withdrew from her and leaned against the liquor shelf. "Zach makes it sound like you'd know more about that." "Less than you'd imagine. A Brotherhood mortuary took in both of you. They didn't want help from—" "Vampires? Yeah, I got that much." Ezra crossed his arms, gaze hardening. "Your friend Kristoff took credit for my mom's death." She almost choked on her burger, having forgotten that planted rumor. "He didn't kill her. That was spread to convince people I was dead. It was the expected reaction, so it became part of the cover story. I told you what really happened before." "What's this about, Red? Why are you here, dredging this up? If you haven't noticed, I'm a drifter trying to forget. It's kind of my thing now." She felt stupid as she fiddled with her straw. We haven't really talked. It feels like an interrogation, and I thought I already went through one. That was a job interview. She slumped over her milkshake like it was whiskey. Fine. I'm curious as to what you know about your mother. Have you had any sign of her? No. Ezra pinched the bridge of his nose. A lock fell loose from his ponytail. He emoted slightly more than Quinn Burns had, maintaining a mellow, unbothered energy since she'd met him. His pain fluttered closer to the surface than she expected. She'd seen enough of his acting to know this wasn't a pretense to protect his mother. The realization made Red feel stupid all over again. She'd failed at being delicate, jabbing the son of the deceased in all the wrong places. I'm sorry. He composed himself, but grief tightened his voice. I've heard nothing. I got an inheritance in the process of being paid out from a bank that has mediums on staff to double-check that kind of thing. What do you want me to say? Red covered her wince. I didn't mean to upset you. You only knew us for weeks, and those were bad ones for Mom. The cancer had spread so much, and she'd given up. Ezra looked away from her, as if he wanted to be anywhere else. You didn't know her when she was a hero, or a bard, or mentoring both. If you weighed the good and the bad that she did, it'd be no contest. She did more for this world than the two of us combined. I get that. Then why have you gone from avoiding me to questioning me? I haven't been avoiding you, Red lied, stuffing a French fry in her mouth before she said anything else. She'd been busy. Sure, she didn't know what even to say to him. Honestly, she'd been a little creeped out that he rose from the dead. It was funny, coming from a girl dating a vampire. Then what is it? Ezra raised an eyebrow. Realization shone on his face like dawn. Is she still alive? Is that where the ghoul came from? I don't know. I'm beginning to think I'm a little crazy. It's been that kind of a year. Red sighed, pushing aside her plate. I didn't kill your mom, but I've had nightmares about her like I did. I replayed that night over and over, but where I did something, said something that changed it to a happy ending. I played dead in real life and let her fight Frank. Then I went for her grimoire, but she was ready for me. If I hadn't had a protection amulet, I would have. In the end, it wasn't how she died that stuck with me. It was that she thought it was for the greater good until she realized she'd been fooled. Mr. Gabriel. Ezra said the name like a swear word. He put her up to it. What do you know about him? Is he English? I assume. She trained at the Brotherhood's London headquarters. That's where her bosses were. My mother complained about the time difference with Europe when she tried to reach him. Ezra didn't look at her, cheeks reddening from shame. It was about the job, you. He originally wanted Hannah to do it. That's the only reason why your mom went after me, to save the kid from having to do it. I might have gotten a new lead on him. Red tossed a truth out to distract Ezra. He was clever enough to read between her lines and guess her suspicions about Trudy. That wasn't something she wanted to taunt and haunt him with until she was certain. She'd screwed up too much lately. If she were wrong now, it would be like losing his mother all over again. Don't go looking for Mr. Gabriel, Red. He thinks we're dead, and I'd like it to stay that way. That was her cue to go. She pulled out her wallet, laying down enough for her bill and a great tip. If she was as smart as she hoped, she would have left with a heartfelt goodbye. Instead, she said, I know that you aren't certain what happened to you, but what does your gut say? That I was my mother's last heroic act. Ezra closed his eyes briefly, inhaling deep. She took care of me, always did, whether I wanted her to or not. She did a better job on me than with Melissa, her hero in training, so I should be grateful. He took her empty plate and glass, his movements jerky and robotic, and disappeared into the kitchen. He for sure wouldn't be back until a new customer summoned him. She tucked the cash behind the counter and left. Red had ruined his day, but it hadn't clarified anything. She'd seen Trudy's last moments. Ghouls had gnawed at the bard, dragging her body into a pond. Only a foot had been found later. They must have devoured her. Who had been in the McGregor mausoleum then? 12. August 26th, near midnight. Charm, Oregon. Red drank a beer in Vic's kitchen, accepted to give her restless hands something to do. He fiddled with the label on his bottle. An old episode of Star Trek droned in the Spartan living room. It felt loud compared to the silence of the little house in the dark woods. They were supposed to be winding down after a long day. It was going as well as capturing Dash had. We're missing the show. I've seen it, Vic said morosely. He flicked his bottle cap into the sink. Kirk fights the evil version of himself. You love this one, or we could start a bonfire. You like that. It's a clear night, too. You don't need to cheer me up. It looks like I do. Vic marched to his couch, flopping down with a squeal of old springs. He stared at a framed Dark Knight poster, as if for strength. There was a macho cinematic trinity on display, completed by Inglorious Bastards and Scarface. I've got a wolf brother who is acting like a sheep. I'm the wild one in the family. I don't know what to do when LaShawn is acting like an idiot. That's my problem, not yours. Red sighed internally. He wore his manly, determined face. It was as solid as the brick walls. Then, if you don't need cheering up, how's about some work? That software won't decrypt itself. Think again. Vic smiled, opening his laptop on the coffee table. I've got a program for that. You can check out my dad's old trunk. It has a grimoire inside. Red knelt by the wooden chest in front of a chair and gently lifted the lid. Ezra says we shouldn't look for Mr. Gabriel. I'd rather meet Peter Gabriel and talk about progressive rock anyway, he said from behind his computer screen. It's not our top priority now, but if he goes for you again, we'll have to face him. Double your magic study. It's like the Hunter's Challenge again, except this time I really don't know what I'm doing. She sat cross-legged on the floor at the coffee table, setting the grimoire on its surface. She retrieved Tom Constantine's old journal, too. It felt as homey as if it had been in the Millennium Falcon's mobile library all this time. Have you tried reading this yet? A bit, Vic said. It's weird. There are blank spots on every other page in some sections. The cursive was hard to read, honestly. I have his pen case in there, and I don't know how he managed to not get ink everywhere. You can take up calligraphy in tribute. Red found a peeling brown pen case and inspected the shiny dip pen and fountain pen in dented velvet beside a whittled pencil and dried-out eraser. The vial of white powder inside was a mystery. She examined it at eye level. Or maybe cocaine. If that was coke, it wouldn't have survived the 1970s. Not if the stories about my dad are true. Might have been something to dry the page. Could you imagine being left-handed in inkwell times? Must have sucked. She frowned at the vial. A thought tugged at her, but disappeared as she focused on it. The television continued its Trek marathon as Vic drank with his laptop. Red flipped through the grimoire. It contained standard protection spells and defenses against dark beings. Maybe it was the magic earlier or the rest of the day catching up to her, but she couldn't stop blinking. The text grew blurry. Her head drooped. A blast from the train horn startled her from a nightmare of harsh electric lights, churning chemicals, and an Englishman turned monster. She jerked in her seat, hitting her dress-covered knee on the table between the benches. Searching for enemies, all she could see was snow along the track. Tom Constantine glanced up from his journal and smiled at her. You're safe. Not yet. You will be. He dipped his pen into an inkwell filled with gray sludge. It was the same color as the winter sky. The comforting scratching of the metal nib lulled her until the train suddenly stopped. He unscrewed a white vial. Where are we? She said, pressing her face to the window. When she looked back, Tom's journal was blank. Insistent hands slapped her fingers, rousing her awake. Vic said, "Stop that." Red dropped whatever she held, surprised to be sitting upright at the coffee table. Fog slowed her thoughts. Why are you hitting me? You're sleep reading. He pointed to a bent page in the aged journal. The small vial lay open, white granules sprinkled over the text. He shooed her to the couch and carefully closed the tube. Smoothing down the paper, he gasped. There are words now. This wasn't here earlier. Was that the stuff from Tom Constantine's pen case? Vic flipped through the old journal. He found a blank section and tapped the vial over it with the air of a scientist in the laboratory. Text appeared. It's revealing power. Red rubbed the goosebumps on her arm. I saw it in a dream. Don't remember much else. It was on a train. Another creepy nightmare? You're having more of those lately. I thought those petered out after we left LA. At least this one didn't have Nadine Warner in it. I know this is your new toy, but could you save me some of this stuff? I want to do an experiment when I'm more awake. She explained at his puzzled look. That blank book that I got from Smith and Reaper. It's a long shot, but I've tried everything else with it. Yeah, your inheritance package. Almost forgot about everything but the outrageous trust fund. Had a rather butch necklace, too, right? He said. Sure, I will. You should go home, get some rest. I don't need you as a bodyguard. Fine. Call me if a My Little Pony shows up with a baseball bat, Red said, gathering her purse and heading out. It's the Care Bears you have to worry about. Vic waved from the doorway. Take a melatonin and chill, dude. I'll try. She left for home thinking that she couldn't sleep another wink. Her blankets seduced her into slumber on arrival. The REM state was short-lived. Blinding light beamed into her bedroom. Her curtains twisted in choppy gusts. The shock stole the memory of her dreams. She leaped to the open window, heart racing, and slammed it shut. A helicopter landed in the meadow behind the back gate. Kristoff trotted out in a pinstripe suit. He looked too worried for this to be a romantic if startling gesture. The alarm clock reminded her it was 2 a.m. That was peak business hours for him. In the hallway, her housemates hollered at each other to be heard over the noise. Red dressed quickly in a black hoodie and jeans, then rushed to them. I'm sorry about this, but don't freak. It's Kristoff. In a sleeping bonnet, Stace looked midway through her nightly skincare routine. The cold cream on her face didn't hide her annoyance. He better not have landed that thing in my flower garden. Zach, shirtless and squinting, tugged up his sagging pajama pants. Is this a dream? Either way, I have to open the diner tomorrow. I've been asleep. I don't know why he's here, Red said, trotting downstairs to the kitchen with her friends. She opened the back door. Kristoff waited on the steps. His suit was travel-wrinkled, the lapels askew, ruining the well-tailored lines. It matched his frazzled expression. He adjusted his jacket. Red, I wish I was jetting you off to a getaway, but Yolanda has vanished. The prince requests the three of you to examine the scene of her last known whereabouts. Of course, Red said. It's almost like sightseeing, but the morbid kind. Stace frowned, rubbing the last of the cold cream into her neck. Yolanda who? The prince's fiancé, Kristoff said calmly, even as his shoulders tensed. He's pulling in everyone on this. Score some points with him and make your best payday all year. The cash is in the helicopter. Uncle Sam never needs to know. Red knew that money wasn't enough incentive for the heroine, so she added, Yolanda has a soul. Zach and Stace seemed to argue silently with their eyes. He nodded despite her scowl. I'm in. Just need real pants. I'll go, only because she is sold, Stace said. I don't jump to do favors for the prince. It's not a favor if you're being paid, Kristoff retorted with a sardonic smirk. Stace held her tongue after a quick glance at Red, then stomped upstairs behind Zach. Kristoff slumped against the open doorway, gazing at the moon. I don't think she's alive, and I don't know how to tell Merrick. Red hugged him, hoping the comfort of her touch made up for her lackluster words. I'm sorry. I know Yolanda is your friend, too. Our dinner together was fun. I wish I could have gotten to know her better. He held her tighter, like a security blanket. I'll discover her fate. Then the prince will make the culprit a cautionary tale in Portland, one that will be whispered in fear for decades. I can imagine. I remember what happened to the ones who kidnapped his mother. She smoothed a stray lock of hair away from his forehead. Did you get my text message? Could this be connected? What? Kristoff fished his phone from his suit and swiped the screen. He read quickly, muttering curses in his native tongue. How could I have missed this? I called all your numbers before I resorted to texting. Craig said you were busy. He jammed the device into his pocket. That's going on his performance review. I never got an update on what the shifters did with the information, but since they didn't come back to kick Vic's ass, I assumed they had a good night. Red pressed her lips together to hold in the unrelated question like it was a belch. Nature had its way. Did you ever meet Tom Constantine back in the day? He's lucky I never killed him. I suppose Vic is too. Kristoff straightened, gaze probing her face. He opened his mouth to say more, but the others reappeared. Stace had dressed in as much black as Zack for a change. Her curly hair was slicked into a low bun. She gave Kristoff a watchful glance as she exited into the backyard. Red pasted on a strong smile for Kristoff and held his hand as they walked toward the helicopter. Thanks, universe. Annoyed and tired was exactly how she wanted her best friend to finally spend time with her currently on-edge boyfriend. That would make them like each other. A coffee craving broke through her sarcastic inner monologue. It was too late to ask if the helicopter could go through a drive-through. The fog over Charm delivered them into uncertain skies. Turbulence jostled them on the hour-long ride. Zack groaned like a woman in labor with each bump. It made it hard to hear, even with the group in noise-canceling headsets. Kristoff started to explain the situation before yielding to the background sound. He focused on blasting a new text message every other minute to his underlings. Red caught the basics. Yolanda had been gone 5 hours since arriving at an all-ages club in East Portland to meet an internet creeper from Nebraska for a meal. His corpse had been found in a dumpster by the police at midnight. She'd failed to meet with the prince at the same time. It had been their usual date night for a decade. He'd known something was amiss right away. Was Yolanda brining in a tank now? Death was preferable, according to the last tank dweller Red had asked. Yet the dethroned Gary wasn't nearly as splashy a target as Yolanda. Had the former runaway simply met her final death outside a nightclub as she had her first? The latter theory had a grim symmetry. Portland's glittering skyline hid the secret. When the helicopter landed on top of a hospital, the only witness was a doctor in a white coat. He didn't look at them when they trooped to the elevator. Kristoff handed him a folded wad of cash silently before rejoining the others. The doors closed. Kristoff said, "The club is on this block. We're going to the back alley where the human was found." Red took his hand, giving him a comforting squeeze. "We'll find something." "Did Yolanda kill him?" Stace said. "Why am I asking? Of course she did." He shot a narrowed side eye at the half-fae. "The body is still there. You'll see for yourself." Red smiled at Zack when she noticed him radiating a chill pill for the group. It was doubly considerate, considering the empath's state. He held his dark sleeve to his mouth, pale and sweaty, recovering from the bouncy flight. Her ears still echoed from the helicopter blades. She didn't shake it until the end of their short walk from the hospital to the crime scene. The nightclub squatted low and dank like a crumpled beer can. Its owners had made a half-hearted attempt to whitewash the graffiti. A dark neon sign curled in big letters over the door, Flex. 2 police cruisers waited in the empty parking lot at the mouth of an alley beside the club. Arno sat on one, taking a phone call. He waved half-heartedly at his brother. "That dumpster isn't far from the smoking area," Red said, kicking at a stray cigarette butt on the ground. The Marlboro felt innocent compared to the Whippet cartridge a few yards away. "Did you get any witness statements, Kristoff?" "We detained a few. I need the empath to clear their stories." Zack nodded and strode ahead with Stace in tow. 4 vampires in police uniforms handled the crime scene. One spoke to 3 teenagers while the others processed evidence into small baggies. They gave the newcomers a wide berth. The Novaks greeted each other, whispering too low for Red to hear. She patted Arno idly on the arm in hello as she passed. Something about the alley behind him unsettled her. Littered with the markers of teenage rebellion and smelling of piss, it still wasn't the worst one she'd been in, not even in her top 10. Yet the crusty filth had another unseen layer of corruption that she felt through her shoes. She opened her third eye. Dark energy stained the ground, and the brick wall behind the dumpster looked like a paint bomb had gone off. A hazmat suit would be nice right now. Kristoff gestured Zack to the witnesses. Read what you can. Bonner, I know what to do. Stace opened the dumpster. Her sharp gaze inspected the body like a coroner. Your girl missed the big arteries when she bit him. Didn't want to ruin her outfit. She slammed the side of his head against the wall, closed his eyes, and laid him in here like a baby. Someone must have seen and staked her for it. That doesn't sound right. Yolanda hated, Red said, peering into the rubbish bin. Average height, average build. She wouldn't have picked him out from any other Midwesterner. Trash bags and dark magic outlined him. A thick black stripe covered his eyelids, made of the same energy on the wall. The cops wouldn't have noticed it. Only a mage could see it. Something else laid him in here. Do you feel that mystical funk on him? Stace closed her eyes, concentrating. She shivered. You're right. This whole alley is coated in it. Shadows. That's what it feels like. Red touched the wall, reaching out with her mystical senses. Memories of pure shadow flooded her mind as they had in a motel bathroom months ago. The murky conjured beast had been sent after her, but had taken Ezra instead. Was this residue from a similar creature? She only knew one mage who could wield such forces so precisely that a crowded club wouldn't notice a disturbance next door. Trudy Fox. A dead suspect wasn't exactly helpful. It wasn't like a necromancer could resurrect herself, but Red kept looping back to the impossibility. Kristoff strolled to her. Yolanda was a careful hunter. If she were in a hurry, she'd call a minion to clean up. She wouldn't have left a body so close to where she'd last been seen with it. Stace said, That it is a person. He snorted. A person who flew in from Omaha to fuck what he thought was a 12-year-old. Red led him away before Stace could reply. This is hard for you, isn't it? No. The tiny hero's sanctimony is refreshing. It's exactly what I want to hear when my friend could be dead, Kristoff said, crossing his arms. His sarcasm became bitterly earnest. Yolanda saved someone else's childhood tonight. Even a demon like me knows it. I'm not sweating the ethics here, Red said. The situation was more complicated than a botched feeding. She bit him, maybe killed him, but something else hit him in the dumpster. You can't see the shadow magic on the graffiti, but it's there. I overheard, he said. There's a mage involved, and thanks to Hufnagel, some have a taste for souled vampire. This is the future princess of Portland. There are other souled vamps who wouldn't be missed. Could this be some undead territory, struggle against the prince? Maybe the mage was hired. Yolanda is of no political importance. Her death wouldn't weaken him, simply enrage him. A better strategy would be to kill his lieutenants like Arno and myself. If Merrick's enemies were to assassinate her, they wouldn't send a mage. Maybe the prince is right and she was kidnapped. I didn't want to think Yolanda was dead, but this is worse degradation, Kristoff said, waiting violence coiled underneath his cracking composure. I sent Donald to that warehouse. I only hope she hasn't been. It might not have been the bookseller, Red said. Hufnagel should have his hands full with the shifters anyway. Michael de Grammont held him in enough dubious esteem to put him on a list beside Mr. Gabriel. If he has Yolanda, he won't store her in a compromised facility. His business uses SR Tech Internet. It's rare. You might be able to uncover if he has other properties on the same service. Do you have any other insights for me? It might keep the prince from staking me. He chuckled, but it didn't reach his eyes. Vic copied their software and its files. He's still trying to hack it. You'd find their entire inventory on it. Buyers too, maybe. Netta and her DVA agents can break into their store to steal the originals, Kristoff said, sending a quick text message. He kissed her cheek. It's good that you're here. I wouldn't stay away. You need me. She smiled. His touch distracted her from the disquieting dark magic and anchored her to the present. I'm going to check the kids for any witchery. Zack had the three teenage boys hanging on his every word. Neither had a spark of the supernatural in their auras. Their earlier fear was erased as the empath emitted soothing energy like a scented candle. Even the vampire cops caught the mellow. They plucked evidence from the murder scene like daisies in a meadow. She fortified a mental barrier around herself. She didn't need a magic Xanax. Maybe later. Do their stories track? Past my personal polygraph, Zack said. They saw Yolanda enter the alley with the guy, but nothing else. Red peered closer at a pimply boy with an eyebrow piercing. He dressed like a crust punk, but smelled like his mother did his laundry. Did Mom know where he was? Gray smudged his greasy forehead like it was Ash Wednesday. It was a fading sigil. She pulled a tube of cold iron powder from her belted hunter's kit. Don't move, kid. She dusted his forehead with the ground metal, repeating a chant. She roughly translated it from Latin, unsure of the words, so she threw her will behind it and hoped it worked. Clear the fog, reveal the truth. The teen blinked, staggering back. Horror whitened his face under the acne. Fat tears rolled down his face. Zack grabbed his hand. Relax, what happened? I went in here for a piss. I saw the girl, thought she was giving that old dude a hickey. Then the shadow, it was alive. I ran, tripping on my pants. It was dark. I don't know. A voice told me to go inside, and I did. He blubbered. I want my mom. Kristoff stared at them from across the alley, his gaze as strong as his touch. He'd heard. Did that conjure memories of a dead witch who'd commanded a shadow leviathan for him too? A cool, damp breeze whipped at Red like a gust off the river Styx. Dawn was 2 hours away. Trudy's fate had already been written, but there was one dead woman still in limbo. How long did Yolanda have before she reached the first dinner table? 13. August 27th, evening, Portland, Oregon, N2 Corp. Red woke alone in Kristoff's bed. Her aura nagged her, palpable to her witchy senses like body odor. She showered again to rinse off the last of the secondhand shadow magic. It lingered worse than wood smoke. A train ride dissolved from her mind. The recurring dream left a vague sense of foreboding behind. Last night, she'd separated from Zack and Stace, who had been put up in a fancy hotel for their troubles. She'd been asleep for 5 hours and wanted a full 8, but nightmares kept waking her up. Red indulged in a protracted skincare routine to relax. Kristoff had filled a bathroom drawer for her with all the toiletries a human could need, including a French cream that she'd read was more expensive per ounce than gold. Some girls had to bargain for space at their boyfriend's place. He'd give her the whole counter and an on-call stylist if she asked. His heart was in the right place, unusual for an unsold vampire. Last night, he was so concerned about Yolanda, it had been more than a duty for his prince. That's what she loved about him. Red dressed in a designer replica of her usual black blouse and jeans that he'd bought for her. She left his apartment, looking for the purse she'd left on a piano on the way out. He had an easy commute, his large office spread below the rail-free stairs. Kristoff glowered at his desk, listening to a call. He pulled his ear away from the phone as incoherent yelling blasted from the speaker. His midnight blue V-neck shirt clung to his broad shoulders. The artificial lights in the sunshine-sealed room lightened his dark blonde hair. Noticing her, he smiled softly. She trotted to him, hoping for a little more coupley alone time before she had to find her friends. Hanging up after a minute, he stood to give her a good morning kiss that curled her toes. How did you sleep? Better than you, I think. That last call sounded serious. It was a lecture from Prince Merrick to his top masters. Conference meeting. Kristoff crossed his arms, leaning on the desk. You'll be interested to know that Donald didn't find O'Sullivan at the warehouse, but he smelled his blood amid the mess the shifters left. Is Gary dead? It's assumed. He's old enough to not leave bones. The tank was empty, damaged. Donald couldn't tell if Hufnagel ordered his stock destroyed or the raiders rendered the execution. None of the workers survived the night shift to ask. The animals aren't talking either way. There were 15 people on duty, she said. What if those were hapless temps who thought they'd gotten a job for a bookstore? She'd led the shifters there. She thought they'd sniff the place out, maybe torch it to send a lesson, not murder everyone inside. She had a feeling this was one of those shifter things that Jackson wouldn't tell Stace. Did LaShawn know? Kristoff distracted Red from her moral dilemma. I reminded Craig that your calls are to be forwarded immediately. Still, your information pleased the prince as much as such news can. It's hope when he needs it the most. I want Yolanda found alive, too. You could have slept longer. He sat back in the desk chair. I'll be there in a moment. I hope for your sake that you are, Red said, smoothing his hair. You look tired. He pulled her into his lap. I know a way to wake me up. I don't think HR would approve, she said against his lips. His kiss cleared her mind, leaving only the stimuli of his touch. He was as good as a fight for stilling her racing thoughts. His hand wandered under her waistband. Then his cell phone interrupted her breathy sighs. Kristoff glared at the flashing screen, but answered smoothly, My prince. Red untangled herself from him and resignedly zipped her pants. The universe enjoyed interrupting her sex life, she was certain. Right away, sir, Kristoff said, and put his phone away. He cupped her face, a seductive promise in his blue eyes. I'll be back in 10 minutes. Stay like this. Hurry then. She swatted him on the ass as he passed. He paused, turning with a wide grin, until duty drove him from the room. Red settled in his chair, whirling it around to examine the thick metal blinds on the windows. The blinds were controlled by a phone app like everything else. Kristoff was more tech-savvy than the average demon, but it made her nervous to think he could swipe too quickly and hit the wrong button. It was silly. A master vampire, he'd kept himself alive for over 100 years. She didn't need to worry. It was hard not to. He'd been in her life for less than a year, but she couldn't imagine a world without him now. Kristoff, Netta Chernin said as she opened the office door, those PIs in Philly haven't heard from you in 2 weeks. Are they supposed to follow that old lady or what? Red spun in the chair, pulse drumming in her ears. Who did they find in Philadelphia? Netta put a hand on her hip. Her makeup made her seem older, but the DVA director still looked like a junior recruit. An asymmetrical bob brushed her gray pantsuit's padded shoulders. She showed as many teeth as a shark when she said, Who do you think? It's all for you, my lady. Chomping her inner cheek, Red pretended to know what the hell Netta was talking about. Kristoff had called off the investigation back east when she asked him in July. Hadn't he? She stood. It's been a rough week. I'm feeling spacey. Why don't you update me and I'll pass it along? Vertigo hit Red suddenly. It faded into a flickering memory, flimsy as if from dreams. Netta had worn an antique black dress and followed her onto the train to a place neither wanted to go. It wasn't unlike déjà vu. Her stomach dropped as if realizing she'd left the oven on after leaving home on vacation. The vampire smirked, sauntering to the desk. It was your birthday, wasn't it? I suppose this is my gift to you. Your grandmother is alive and well, extorting entitled demands from every store clerk and restaurant hostess she encounters. At least you didn't inherit that trait. Shame about your nose. No offense. None taken. I stopped listening after grandmother. Red smiled thinly at the veiled insult. You've been searching for her since July? For 6 weeks, and I haven't even gotten any appreciation. I should be looking for Yolanda. My wife has wanted her for a daughter-in-law since the Clinton administration. Red swallowed her disappointment. Kristoff had gone behind her back. She said, Thank you. Still so polite? Don't you want to know more? Not what you can tell me. Red turned to the door, sensing Kristoff before he entered. Netta glanced between them. In his presence, she looked less like a shark and more like a guppy. She must have known she'd stumbled into a mess. You didn't know, did you? That he was still investigating my family, Red said. No. Netta, Kristoff warned, voice deepening. I get it, I've done enough. The vampiress walked to the door, pausing to touch his arm. When he jerked away from her, she stalked out. Red waited until he closed the door to the hallway. I'm not in the mood anymore, honey. Wary, Kristoff held his hands behind his back as he stepped forward like a lawyer at trial. I hired those detectives when you asked me to. You're on the defensive already. Is it because we both know that I told you to fire them? We talked about your fears. You didn't want to reveal yourself 'cause undue attention, and I haven't. How would you know? You haven't talked to your PIs in 2 weeks, she said. The hidden truth stung like a wasp, and she felt more stingers on the way. They had one rule for each other: honesty. That was his rule, too. He'd lied to her. Again. This is why you asked before to reopen the case. You were already doing it and wanted my buy-in. I regret how I navigated this situation. A corporate PR answer, Red said. She swept her arms out with a tired shrug. Well, you cracked my origins right open. Did you find something juicy at least? Kristoff walked to his desk, opening his laptop. His fingers moved too quickly on the keyboard and touchpad to see clearly. He spun the screen to show a computer document. His PIs had been thorough, judging by the page count in the corner. He scrolled to a grainy photo of a woman in a high-class restaurant. It was the grandmother that Kronos had revealed in a vision. Decades older, she still carried herself regally in vintage Chanel. The caption read, "Taken at the Rittenhouse on July 27th. Abigail St. James dines with a..." The rest of the letters on the screen jumbled like a toppled Scrabble board. Red gasped, but it felt like a sob. The first name, Abigail, wasn't a surprise, but the surname was a kick to the chest. It can't be. Keep reading. This is sick. Red swallowed her distaste so she could breathe again. She stomped away from Kristoff, grabbing her purse from the piano. I don't think that's a funny prank. He appeared in front of her. I would never. Not about this. I didn't expect to discover that she was a St. James. That you are... Stop, you're wrong. She hiked her bag over her shoulder and marched to the elevator. His excitement made her want to cry. Counting to 10 mentally, she tried to block the surname from looping in her head. She'd battled against that legacy for too long to get pinned with it. This discovery was a Pandora's box with more horrors inside than hope. I'll email you everything I have on your family, but please listen now, Kristoff pleaded. His voice softened like he was sharing life-changing information. It felt more like a cancer diagnosis than a lottery win. Your mother was born Adela St. James, partnered to Russell Goldberg, as Kronos showed you. She named you... I'm a little bit closer to Juniper, huh? You must be overjoyed. No, I didn't want this. I didn't lie when I said I love you as you are. Can I trust that? You haven't been honest lately. Red tightened her grip on her purse strap, not trusting herself either. Half of her wanted to run to him and cry in his strong arms about how this wasn't fair. Not this family, not her. She hadn't wanted to be evil. Now his evidence said it was in her blood. I lied to you because I was curious. I assumed that you'd change your mind once you moved past what happened on July 4th. I fucked up, and I'm stupid. I'll admit to it. You're mad at me, and should be. But that isn't the entire story. It's what I found out that truly upsets you. He wasn't wrong. That pissed Red off, too. If you know me so well, then why do this? I didn't know what I would find. I stopped 2 weeks ago because I don't want this to change anything between us. He reached for her hand. We can talk this out. I don't want to be touched. She shied from him. You have no idea. This is like cursed knowledge, Kristoff. Look at me. Talk to me. She couldn't, so she ran into the elevator. I need to be alone. It's too much for me. He placed his hands on the piano, as if bracing himself to not follow. I'm sorry. We would have been happier not knowing, Red said as the metal doors closed. She tried not to freak out in front of the security cameras. The ride down felt like a blur. She accidentally went to the underground parking garage, not noticing that she'd hit the wrong button until the elevator opened. She sniffled, hating herself for it as she walked out. Red slumped against the cold concrete wall and wiped her eyes. Did she really think she'd wash the stink of Juniper St. James off her? It felt like a silly girl's hope in hindsight. Her life and charm was a colossal red herring. Her mother, Brooke Peters, Adela St. James, whoever she was, had conjured a comforting fantasy. Was it to shield her daughter from the family destiny? She wished for her ignorance back. Gord slunk to her with keys, silently pointing at a black luxury SUV. I know what this is, and I'll ditch this bribe at his house in Charm, Red said. She got behind the wheel, knowing that the minion would repeat her words for his master. The drive to her friend's hotel was too brief for the meltdown that she wanted to have. When Zach and Stace found her, Red was sprawled in the back seat of the parked car, shielding her eyes. She didn't feel any better after her dramatic exit from N2 Corp. Time only made her feel worse as she ruminated over her every word to Kristoff. Zach asked into her open window, "What's wrong?" "Nothing for you guys to worry about." Red handed him the keys. "We need to go home. Someone else should drive." Stace claimed the front passenger side and twisted to look back at her friend. "Do you want to talk about it?" "Not yet. I still don't know if I'm overreacting." Red stared hard at her phone. Should she text Kristoff? She felt silly for her wet eyes. "I'm fine." "It's okay if you aren't." Zach got in the driver's seat, watching her in the rearview mirror. As he drove, he kept checking on her. Were her emotions that distracting for the empath? Stace commanded the high-end stereo system, tethering her phone to curate a playlist. The breakup theme was too obvious to be a subliminal message. Her humming started with Beyoncé and turned into a one-woman show with the 90s R&B jam Return of the Mac. She drummed the chorus beat on her knee, singing, "You lied to me." Zach turned the volume down with a hard glance at the half-fae. "Mix it up. Put on the Opeth album that we both like." Red ignored them to text Basil Bansko for guidance. Now employed by the Alchemy Academy, he no longer charged by the minute for his soul-centric services. She'd pay his past fee for peace of mind. The journey out of Portland felt like an eternity as she waited for his reply. He surprised her with a call. "Red, you know I can't text like a millennial can. What I have to say about Mr. Kristoff Novak would be a novel." "That doesn't sound good." "Girl, if you wanted validation for your relationship, you wouldn't have texted me," Basil said, sass infusing his knowing tone. "What's on your mind, really? Your man crossed a boundary. You don't need me to tell you that. It threw me and keeps throwing me. What if I've been lying to myself, blinded to red flags again like in LA with you-know-who?" "What advice are you fishing for? If you don't give me a direction, I'll just give you a piece of my mind. I'm not sure if either of us can handle that without an Aperol spritz." "I don't know what fish I want." "I don't want a fish. Not really," Red said. "Then I worry what else I need to ask him to be honest about later. In the time loop, the first one, you were going to tell me something about him. It seemed like you'd been bottling it in for a while." "Was I drinking? I must have if I had been about to say what I think I might have about Mr. Kristoff Novak." Basil paused as if taking a swig from a kind of liquid courage. "Is it tough to have all those memories jostling for space?" "You get used to it. Stop stalling. I promise I won't tell anyone." "Not Novak, for my sake." He sighed dramatically, then launched into the tale with flair. "Picture it. Los Angeles on last Christmas Eve. I'm in the hospital, still helpless from our dreamland adventure against that warlock. My jaw is painfully wired shut. The door opens after visitor hours. It's Kristoff. He heals me. For a price. I'm not proud that I gave him information on you." And never told her. That was the theme of the day, wasn't it? Basil continued. He asked if you were a reincarnation of Juniper St. James. I didn't know. He wasted that question at the Oracle. Could have waited a few weeks for me to chat with Father Matthew, Red said. The undead soulmancer had met Juniper over a century ago and declared they shared the same soul. It was a revelation that she tried not to think about. It was as unsettling as their alleged shared DNA. He asked about Lucas's motives. I said that they were as pure as a vampire's could be. He wanted to know if you were in love with Lucas too. I'm sorry that I deemed it an infatuation, brought on by unexpected chemistry, made desperate by your summer dry spell. Maybe it might have put Novak off if I'd said you two were soulmates. All said and done, I'm glad that you didn't. I expected it to be worse. You need higher standards, girlfriend, and I need a drink, Basil said. He wasn't subtle with the menace when he warned me what would happen if I told anyone the truth of my recovery. I'm not saying he's the devil, Red, but I can't get a read on the soulless. That makes me nervous where matters of the heart are concerned, especially yours. You've been through more than you know. It feels like it some days. Was there anything else? Kristoff asked if Maxwell Baldacci could return, if he was truly dead. I couldn't say because that warlock never felt like a normal spirit. Red covered her eyes at the name. The warlock had been sent to hell, but he must have been whistling a jaunty tone from delayed validation. His cinematic display on the St. James witches and the hellish source of their magic didn't need another encore in her brain. That's one resurrection that I'm not worried about. Do you have any other words of wisdom for me? I want you to be happy and safe. Your profession doesn't make that easy. That's the path you chose. You do whatever I said. I assume your relationships are the same. I'll be here whatever happens. I appreciate it, Basil. Thanks for the candor. Don't make me regret it, he said. To show that I'm not completely a bitter spinster, here's a friendly warning for your boyfriend. Whatever his brother was up to in Las Vegas 2 weeks ago, it's reached the Academy gossips. Essentially, he met with the wrong people. I keep out of vampire affairs, so I don't know who. I don't want to. I'll pass it on, Red said, then told him to say hello to Hannah Proctor before disconnecting. She forced herself to sit up as Stace glanced at her curiously. I've kept you guys hanging long enough. I'm in a mood because Kristoff thinks he found my mom's family. Stace said, I'm not his biggest fan, but isn't that a good thing? Not if she didn't want him to, Zach said, on the nose as ever. Red leaned against the window. Sour dread curdled in her stomach. He can't be right. He can't be. Doubt followed her on the long road to charm. Red ignored the new email notification on her phone as Zach parked in their driveway. It was from Kristoff. The subject line, the St. James connection, was enough for her to swipe it off the screen. That wasn't her family. She had an ace in the hole that could crumble his theory. Stace asked, Are you sure you want to mess with that book now? We can have tea instead, Red. Chamomile won't help me. Vic waited on the porch of their white farmhouse, looking as glum as the surreal Daniel Johnston sketch on his shirt. He paced, uncrossing his arms. Before you yell at me, I'm sorry. As long as you brought that stuff. Red jumped from the back seat, ignoring the others greeting the hunter. She bolted to the porch steps and left the front door open after unlocking it. Come with me. Vic jogged with her through the living room. At their sudden entrance, Cocoa Puff the hamster squeaked from the cage by the TV. They trotted upstairs. You've got a real fire under your ass. What is this about? There were more exclamation points than explanations in that text message. She strode into her bedroom for the shelf, grabbed a thick leather book, and laid it on her small desk. It had arrived in Las Vegas last spring, along with a silver necklace, after months of tortuous delay. She'd cried to discover it was empty. A battery of magic tests had revealed nothing. It became a sad lesson in futility. Red had to know what the book was. Could it disprove Kristoff? She opened it to the ornate bookplate, waiting for a title or owner's name. Thick cardstock decorated the inner cover, with hunter green houndstooth. Bound by hand, the tome was made up of multiple folded sections. Signatures was the bookbinding term. She didn't know how she knew. The creamy paper was blank and well preserved for its age. She'd been so disappointed by the book that she'd never appreciated its craftsmanship. "The powder," she said, reaching out. Vic handed over the near-empty vial. "That's what I was apologizing about." She rattled around the tiny amount of white powder left and handed it back to him. It felt like another slap from the universe. Why did she expect more? Deflated, Red flopped face first on her green bedspread. She glanced at the bedside picture of her and Vic after a successful hunt on Cannon Beach last year. He'd given it to her as a Christmas present. She'd been a blank slate then. Time had imprinted too many monsters and mistakes since. She almost envied her old self after these bitter answers. She said, "I don't know what I'm doing. We've tried everything with this book. Why would your great-granddaddy's pen box have the answer? Because they're both antiques? I'm going to make myself snivel over this thing again. I know it." "Bitch after it fails. Give it a go." Vic opened the vial and carefully tapped it over the inner cover. Stace popped into the room. "What you guys doing?" "Shit!" He jerked and glared at the empty tube in his hand. All of the powder covered the front book plate. Red rushed to the desk to scoop it up, but only whitened her fingers. "Oh, crap, crap." "It's working." Vic read over her shoulder as handwriting appeared on the page. "This is the true and honest account of—" He glanced at her, Adam's apple bobbing as he gulped. "Fuck. God damn it." Red flipped to the next page, rubbing her finger on the top line. She held her breath as faded letters materialized. "Please no. Please no. Why?" "My name is Juniper St. James, and I am writing this diary." 14. August 27th afternoon, Charm, Oregon. Red couldn't breathe as Vic read over her shoulder. Her bedroom walls seemed to close in on her. The diary on her desk taunted her with its truth. "My name is Juniper St. James." The confirmation of her fears was as simple as 23 letters. When you didn't know who you were, you didn't want to believe the worst. She knew it was true. The powder residue didn't reveal any more text in the diary, no matter how much she rubbed it. He pulled her hand off the book. His exhale was as rough as hers. "You're going to make a hole in it." "It's hers." Red sank into the desk chair. "It's been hers all along. Why did my mom want me to have this freaking family heirloom? Why would anyone?" Stace knelt by her, covering her hand. "Are you going to faint? You're looking paler than usual." Vic said, "It's not as bad as you're thinking, dude. Kristoff found my grandmother. She's had enough plastic surgery to look nearly the same as in the time loop vision. Her name is Abigail St. James. I think I even read about her in that genealogy book on witches." Red paced to the window and back. The raised hair on the back of her neck had rallied the rest of her follicles. "Now, I have Juniper's diary. I'm not just a reincarnation. We share family. Is she why I look like this, and why the hell is that?" Stace said, "You're wigged out. Who wouldn't be with big news like this? I need some quick background because I don't understand why this is a bad thing. I told you about my past life. Juniper was like the old school Maleficent, and the Brotherhood hunted me, her down for it. A ghost warlock came back from the grave last Christmas to ensure it was done. Said there was—" Red bit her lip. She'd never confessed everything that Maxwell Baldacci revealed in the Dreamland about the St. James family, a bloodline of witches bred for apocalyptic purposes. "He said my family was no good. That must be why my mom ran away. This diary is a warning or something. What about the Goldbergs? They were murdered in their living room chairs. Who knows what happened to my dad? Was it my grandma and the rest of that?" "Stop assuming the worst," Vic said. "Your family might be garden variety Philly assholes fighting at hockey games and chowing down on cheesesteaks." "Thanks, that puts it in perspective." Stace inspected the empty vial. "What was in here?" Vic explained its origins and added, "Fun fact, Tom Constantine was mentored by the bard Kent McGregor, whose son settled here. McGregor's great-great-grandson was married to your Aunt Gina, Stace." We don't know what the powder is, Red cut in before he gave an entire biography on his ancestor. Family pride had a time and place, and now wasn't it? Not when she was a descendant of the witches of Eastwick. It created a chemical reaction, not really a mystical one. You had it scanned at magic school for that, he said. Must be paired to a special ink. It did nothing to the normal text when I was sprinkling it on the missing sections in Tom's field journal. Stace said, "How about we make some tea, sit down, and talk about it?" I'd take a nap, but coffee will do. Red took the book and slouched after her friends to the kitchen. She texted Kristoff quickly. You were right. If there were an emoji of someone screaming into a void, that would have been ideal to send too. Zach had Cocoa Puff and a full pot of Java ready at the table. Red petted the hamster, repeating the tale. The cute fuzzball calmed her as much as the soothing energy radiating from the empath. Zach examined the vial, sniffing the powdery residue. If only we had Jackson here. His nose is like a laboratory. It smells old and medicinal, like expired iodine. This reminds me of something. Stace said, "Don't lick it. Might be poisonous." That wasn't my next thought. Vic chimed in with a grin. It was mine. Stace, I think your Aunt Gina had some powder like this, Zach said. She taught us how to make it that one summer. I don't remember, Stace said. Her phone rang. She walked from the table to answer. Hey, babe, what's up? As she listened, her eyes darted to Vic. Are you sure? I don't think he'd like... Okay, I'll be there. Zach said, Did something happen? Stace shuffled to the door, grabbing her purse. Jackson needs me. I'll have to bail on my shift, boss. He nodded, sad understanding in his gaze. I'll head to the diner, cover until I can find another waitress. I'll search for the revealing powder recipe later. For some reason, I don't think it's with the regular collection. Thanks, Red said. After goodbyes with Zach and Stace, she opened the journal again. The single line on the first page taunted her with its incompleteness. It said enough and nothing at all. Fuck Netta for forcing this hideous truth on her. Kristoff was right to bury it. If only Red had been smart enough to not start them on this path. The St. James legacy already felt like too much to bear. Vic said, Hey, why don't we double-check my father's chest again? We might find more powder. Sure, Red said, tottering behind like a sad duckling. She climbed into the Millennium Falcon. Too lost in her thoughts to notice his driving, she only glanced up as they hit a speed bump. A street sign warned of crossing children. The middle school disappeared in her side mirror. This isn't the way to your house. Where are we going? We'll get there, eventually. Red tapped the armrest in an annoyed beat. There isn't any more powder, is there? I triple-checked that trunk, but who knows? Vic shrugged. Maybe there is. What are you doing then? Distracting you with a cruise? He sighed at her disbelieving glance and gestured to the road ahead. I'm following Stace. She was talking about me, I know it. Jackson is putting her up to something like he did LaShawn. I haven't heard back from him either. Red squinted at the distant car ahead, sighing when she finally recognized it. Will you tell your brother that I don't encourage this? He seems to think I'm an enabler when I'm clearly a bystander. Vic grinned, wagging a finger at her. You're not telling me to pull over. You should, this might not have anything to do with LaShawn. She frowned, not knowing if it was true. Stace was usually chatty with what little Jackson told her about his shifter life. It was odd that she hadn't given them a hint, not even an excuse to Zach, who was technically her boss as the owner of Lily's Diner. Oh yeah, Jackson would only use my little bro for bait that one time. Have you heard from Dash, of her? Nothing from the hunter's circuit. Expression souring, Vic turned off Old School Road onto a forested patch on the edge of the village. A sign pointed the way to a local park ahead. I think she's too smart to come back. Red's phone rang. She picked it up, answering loudly with a look at him. Hey, Stace! Stace's sedan passed the park entrance as she asked, Do you know why Vic is stalking me? I'm with him, and I just found out that's what we're doing. I spy an electric car. He crowed in victory. Red dropped her phone and held the oh shit handle above her door as Vic spun into a sharp, illegal U-turn to enter the park gates. He skidded to a stop by LaShawn's Prius. He pushed his sunglasses over his mullet, revealing his worried eyes. She thought she could fool me by driving past it. You need to calm down before you step out, Red said. The picnic tables and sunny playground were empty, but the parking lot was full of cars. Where was everyone? Your brother has a hierarchy to think about. He doesn't need you mothering him again. Red, bait gets eaten. You say Dash would leave him alone. Vic stepped out of the van. Shading his eyes, he scanned the park. They're close. How do you know? The real animals are hiding. Stace parked beside them. Conflict cascaded over her pixie features as she left her car. No one in that forest wants to see you, Vic. Stay back. Your boyfriend is going all alpha over my bro. What's he making LaShawn do now? I'm tired of guessing what the hell y'all are up to. It's complicated, and I don't even know the half of it. Stace stared into the distant trees like she didn't feel welcome either. Trust Jackson. Red didn't. Not with LaShawn. She wanted to spitefully reveal what had happened to the 15 employees on the night shift at the Huffnagel warehouse. What would Stace think then? But it was the wrong time and wrong emotion for that sensitive discussion, so Red said instead, This is bigger than the charm shifters now. I don't even know if Jackson is in control anymore. Stace looked away at the comment. Had she wondered the same thing? She didn't leap to her man's defense. Will you guys go away? You're not doing LaShawn any favors here. I know, Vic said. Tell me anyway. A stray cloud blotted out the sunshine, casting the park in shadow, as Stace seemed to internally wrestle with herself. She finally said, It's a trap for Dash. When are they setting it? He asked. Is that why LaShawn is jogging in the cemetery? To make sure people see him and spread the word? Jackson doesn't tell me much about this stuff, Stace said ruefully. All I know is it's happening today, probably around sunset or before, but no one told me specifically, okay? I told you, just go. Thanks, Red said, tugging Vic back toward the van. She hated this paranormal secrecy routine. Why did supernatural men do this? Stace crossed her arms. Think about your brother before you do anything, Vic. He has a place in Jackson's pack. I saw it. It's bullshit, he muttered, shaking his head, and started the Falcon. He barely waited for Red to close the door before reversing. He slammed on the gas to zoom out of the park grounds. We don't know that Dash is the only wolf hunter out there. No one has heard from her since she slipped the shifters. Her cover is blown. What if her client sent someone else? Now everyone knows where the green tea drinking, NPR listening, office dwelling werewolf likes to power walk. If we were to do anything to look out for him, Red said slowly. It wasn't as if she was too worried about LaShawn. She gave his skills more credit. He'd also have guards. How could Vic be the big brother without getting in trouble? Jackson can't see us in the cemetery. I know where you can spy on the action. Take me to this peeping perch. The gambit wouldn't last all day. Red talked up the view until they returned to her house. Once in the attic, she flopped on the old squishy sofa under a witch window. She felt wrung out like she'd run an emotional marathon. The day wasn't even half over. Ready to tap out, she was over it. Vic paced on the other side of the half-finished room, then hovered over a telescope, staring into the cemetery. There are too many trees. Mother Nature would beg to differ. He eyed the old furniture and closed cabinets. This place smells like mothballs. You wanted a lookout point, Red said, snuggling deeper into the cushions. It was a touch uncomfortably warm in the non-air-conditioned space. Fatigue washed over her. The dust motes moved slowly in the sunlight. Her breathing evened as her eyelids flickered closed. She jumped awake at the scream. Twilight had turned the room crimson. Her heart thumped in her chest. What was that? You, Vic said. I nearly pissed my pants. Was that a nightmare or a test of my reflexes? She scrubbed the tears off her cheeks. It was that damn train again. Endless and ethereal, she kept returning to it in her dreams. I don't want to remember. Then wake up. You've been out for hours. I can't keep sweating in here. She stretched her stiff neck. Jackson gathered the town's flocks, herds, and packs. LaShawn will be well guarded. He wants to prove himself, too. Doesn't mean I don't want to support him. I went to all his soccer games, too. Vic stomped out of the attic, yelling from the stairs. Are you in? 15. August 27, evening. Charm, Oregon, Charm Cemetery. Red walked her mountain bike as she left the Queen Anne-style farmhouse with Vic. A serene twilight had fallen, yet storm clouds rumbled a warning in the south. Her belted hunter's kit had a Thundershirt's comforting weight on her waist. They crossed the lonely field between her back gate and the cemetery. She said, Are you sure you don't want to borrow a bike? Still going everywhere with that? You're practically a European. He chuckled. Are you going to offer me a bidet next? It's on your Christmas list now. She waggled her eyebrows mischievously. They have detachable ones. Stace loves hers. I could have lived without knowing how fairies shit. Add it to the lore. She laughed, but it died quickly as the tombstones came into view between a sparse line of oaks. Thin fog hovered like a welcome banner to the spookiest part of town. They could find more than a werewolf hunter in there. No birds or bats, Vic said, observing the sky. He quickened his pace. Crickets jumped out of his way. It was the only sign of life. As they entered the graveyard, she pointed to a low hill. We can go to the McGregor crypt, see what there is to see. Vic galloped ahead. She raced him on the bike to the mausoleum. The lock on the front gate had been replaced after she reported it broken. She tested the chains to be sure, peeking inside. The dead rested peacefully in undisturbed shadows with the mournful stone angel. I see headlights, Vic said, gesturing her to him. They're zigging and zagging, chasing something. Red squinted over his shoulder. The rolling landscape hid the distant vehicle to the southeast. Bobbing headlamps tagged its movements between memorial trees and granite headstones. A half-mile stretched between them. Is it Dash's van? I don't know, but the action is that way. I won't interfere unless those idiots fail LaShawn. When I tell him how I got there, I'll say you fought me on it. Even if we're questioned separately? He grabbed her bike and awkwardly got on. I'm stealing this for a bit. She hid her amusement as he wobbled. Now she knew why he hadn't taken her first offer. It's been a while, eh? Supposed to be like riding a bike, isn't it? Vic grumbled, pedaling down the hill. Gravity gave him a push as he raced to his brother. I'll follow, she called out, but she lost sight of him before long. The fog thickened, curling around the gravestones. Twigs cracked to her right in the murky gloom. Red raised an air shield, channeling the element using her mother's ring. The molecules fortified instantly into her mental blueprint of a dome, eager as a pet to please. A living wrecking ball knocked her air bubble over. She scrambled to a tombstone. Heart rate spiking, she gripped her magic, riding out her shock to maintain the protection spell. Selenite crystals glowed on her hunter's kit. She dismissed the air molecules once behind cover to conserve energy. The usual cacophony in her head quieted. Anchored in the present, her past and future didn't matter. It was survival time. Her attacker, a horned demon in striped linen pajamas, had a sumo wrestler build and the turn radius of a vintage Buick. His face was humanoid except for the rhino-like skin. He wore a pink nose strip like she'd interrupted his self-care session. Or was this fight the self-care? It was hard to know with demons. She asked, Is there anything I can say that will make you go back to your dank hole? It's the best crypt in the cemetery! He pointed to a vine-covered tomb with sad angels carved into the pillars. Electric light spewed from the open door, breaking through the fog. Look at it! It's nice, Red humored him, more confused than scared for her life. He looked like one of those rare, low-level monsters that never had the power or charisma to get inducted into mortal legends, yet had enough sentience to avoid breaking the dark veil. Some ate people, some ordered out for pizza. Either could kill you. She kept out of his reach, springy-toed like a boxer. "What's your deal, buddy?" I was in the middle of something. "So was I. I'm trying to play Star Wars, the Old Republic, and my Wi-Fi keeps lagging. Sorry, but that doesn't sound like my problem." Snorting, he lowered his curled ram horns and charged again. "I'm making it yours!" Red reached for air, spinning her wrist to help her visualize winding up the energy, and tossed a gust at him like it was a bowling ball. She grinned as he toppled backward. "That's a strike." Magic lit up her nervous system. It tingled her skin as her chakras flared brightly. She plugged into the universe, drawing deep from her inner power. The jagged limits where her potential had been ripped from her were farther away with her mother's ring as an aid. It almost felt like she was whole. He lunged, swinging his gnarled claws. "I'm sick of neighborhood freeloaders like you, witch!" She somersaulted from him. He yanked her arm, nearly tugging it out of the socket. Pain spiked her shoulder. She kneed him in the groin, twisting out of his grip, and brandished a blessed silver cross from her hunter's kit. "This do anything for you." He swatted the cross down. "Don't insult me." Red visualized immobilizing him as she had the guard. She improved her focus, concentrating the spell around his neck. The molecules constricted like a noose. Vic had told her to work on her Darth Vader impression. This was practice. "You seem like you need oxygen. I just cut it off. Answer me and I'll turn it back on. You're not after a werewolf tonight, are you?" The demon wheezed, shaking his head. "No. You mooch. My Wi-Fi." "Have you seen a hunter tonight? A human female around my age?" Kristoff sprinted to her side. He slowed, arching an amused eyebrow at the demon. Aggravatingly handsome in a suit, it almost made her forget their last conversation. He always did have the devil's own timing. She wagged a mental finger at her magic to stay put, then divided her focus. "What are you doing here? I'm working." "So am I," Kristoff said. "The bookshop was cleared before Netta arrived. I need whatever was stolen from their computers. It's our best lead so far. At least it's the one the prince prefers. He wants Yolanda alive and Horatio Huffnagel very dead." "Vic is," Red said, concentration slipping from her spell. The demon in sleepwear bowled into her. She cursed, falling into the dewy grass. Kristoff kicked the beast in the side, knocking him off her. "This isn't the night to test my patience, Skilosh." "It's a Skilosh demon?" Wrinkling her nose, she inspected the creature again. She'd read about them. Strong with poor eyesight, they were sensitive to magic. "You're supposed to eat goats like an overgrown chupacabra." "How dare you!" He pounced for her. Kristoff grappled upright with the demon, dwarfed by his attacker. "They're also highly defensive and emotional." "Am not." Red conjured a weak flame in her palm. Fire never obeyed as willingly as air did. It seared her if she held it too long, like a cat scratching to signal the end to a petting session. A fireball was beyond her skills, yet, so she slapped it against the Skilosh's shoulder. His linen nightshirt ignited. "Leave my boyfriend alone." "My pajamas," the demon shrieked, rolling on the ground to put himself out. "I just got these." Kristoff smirked at her, rubbing the growing bruise on his jaw. "Still your boyfriend, huh?" "I told you that you were right," she said, crossing her arms and avoiding his too handsome face. "This isn't the time." The Skilosh staggered to his feet, straightening his charred shirt with a huff. "Now you really—" "We're talking." Kristoff held a finger up to the demon in dismissal. His curt expression softened as he studied Red's face. "You didn't break up with me. That leaves us with unfinished business." "Get in line," the Skilosh said, darting for her. "Do you mind?" Red shoved an impatient burst of air at him. She tossed her ponytail back, squinting at Kristoff. "The shadow of Juniper ruined my life for a while. What's there to say? You were there." "It's why I didn't know how to tell you," Kristoff said, wrestling the persistent demon into a headlock. "Or what you'd want to know." The Skilosh said, "Why don't I go? You people have a lot to work out, it seems." Kristoff bashed the solid horns on a gravestone, chipping the edge. "I told you it wasn't the night." The skalosh flung him into Red. Kristoff shielded her head from the impact, catching himself from crushing her as they landed. His body pressed against hers. He stroked her hair. "Are you okay?" She nodded, the breath stolen from her lungs by his vulnerable smile. "You can keep using my Wi-Fi, witch!" the skalosh yelled, fleeing into the fog. "Take the crypt! I don't care!" Kristoff tensed to go after him, but Red put a hand on his arm. "What was his problem?" he asked as he helped her up. "Called me a mooch. It was something about his video game. Didn't quite under—" She huffed, realizing she'd been distracted. "I'm still mad at you." He spread his arms out like fallen angel wings. Dark conflict lurked under his stoic mask. It almost hid the deep worry. Did he think he'd already lost her? "If you want to fight, take your hit." Shaking her head like she had swimmer's ear, she took a step back. He couldn't have meant that. "That's not how I want us to be. I don't mind a few love taps. You've got tension to burn, and I'm ready to spar." He smirked, showing his fangs. "We had fun with that skilosh. Finally started talking too. If he hadn't run, we might have had a breakthrough." "That wasn't fun," she stomped to him. "That was fighting for my life." He licked his teeth as he nodded sardonically. "Sure." "I'm not," Red cursed, spinning away from him. She was about to say that she wasn't Juniper. "This doesn't change me." He grabbed her hand. "I don't want it to. I swear on my brother's unlife. Speaking of him, you might want to ask what he did 2 weeks ago in Las Vegas. The rumor mill." She gasped as sudden cold rain poured from the skies. Kristoff hoisted his suit jacket over their heads. Hail pinged against them. Red dodged the growing puddles as he led her to an open crypt. The granite tomb was a goth's dream living room. A pleather couch was set against a sarcophagus and faced a giant TV and multiple gaming systems. Candles burned in recessed niches. In the corner, a door hung half open, disguised in the wall vaults. He closed the entrance behind them and hung his jacket on a rack. "It's clear. We're alone." She brushed hail off her shoulder. The skilosh was right about his crib. He pricked his thumb with his fang and dabbed her cheek. She leaned into his hand, closing her eyes briefly, relishing his touch before she stepped away. It was hard to focus with his damp shirt clinging to his abs. "Sorry. Habit. You were bleeding." "It's okay." "I promised to properly fire those private investigators in Philly," Kristoff said. "You've seemed so eager to discover your past in the time I've known you. I assumed your current apathy was temporary." He chuckled ruefully, as if at himself. "Honestly, I thought I'd impress you. It sounds shallow as I say it, but I imagined a destination vacation in the Riviera. I'd reveal your long-lost family as a Christmas present. Be the dream maker. I didn't realize until too late that I'd only give you nightmares." "Hindsight is 20/20, and I haven't wanted to put on my glasses." Red drifted to the couch. "It's not the first time I've settled for a blank slate. I quit for a couple of months before we met in LA. Amnesia has its perks, and I enjoyed being Vic's intern. You never saw the scars I had lasered off. It made asking the questions seem stupid, like I should have been grateful to have escaped whatever I escaped from." Kristoff sat beside her. "What changed?" "I talked to a ghost in Oklahoma. Hannah Proctor's too many greats to count Granddaddy. Pilgrim Bastard gave me hope that my mother was alive. I've thought over his words so many times, but I never understood them." "Do you now?" "It's funny that I thought he was being cryptic then. I spring from centuries of mages bred for a singular purpose. My mother rejected it, and Granny wasn't happy. The ghost even told me to cherish my ignorance. It was like he got the family gossip directly from Brooke. Maybe he did." Red dug her nails into her palms, pressing her lips together to hold back her disappointment. "I never wanted to be what they said I was. Michel de Gramont, Maxwell Baldacci, the Brotherhood. I needed them to be wrong." Kristoff took her hand, entwining their fingers. "Hunters take an oath to be a shield in the darkness. I've never seen you break that vow in this life. That should be the one that matters to you." It's like I'm back where I started in Los Angeles. Maybe if I had listened to Michel before he was decapitated, I could have saved myself some time. He was the original one-eyed man in the land of the blind. Your mother built you a comfortable life as Emma Peters, Kristoff said. I'm content to keep you in it. She paced, feet growing restless. The rain had stopped, but she couldn't make herself leave. She went to the ajar interior door, its facade and hinges hidden as a column of wall vaults. Movement didn't clarify her thoughts better than staring at the blank TV had. He was ready to bury this investigation, but she had one last doubt to stake. Red swallowed the lump in her throat. Why did you start ignoring your investigators 2 weeks ago? You loved Juniper. A doppelganger is curious, but one with a family connection. That opens questions about why I look like this, why I don't remember, and what wicked use I could serve. Was Maxwell trying to kill her before because Juniper might return to steal her body? She'd seen the dead vampire's courtesan in the dreamland. Was that a hallucination or more? She continued, realizing she'd paused for too long. This should have been mildly intriguing, to say the least. Everything about you is intriguing, wicked uses or not. Kristoff leaned forward on his elbows, clasping his hands under his chin. Introspection stole the light in his eyes. Juniper suffered a hard life. She deserves her rest, her memory too. You imagine that I want you to be her, but I love you too much for that. I lost myself in love before, she said. Were they deluding themselves that a hunter and an unsold vampire could make it work? Besides Zack and Hannah, her friends doubted her relationship. Some of his must too. That prank with his ex-girlfriend's picture was enough of a clue. Aren't you scared too? Of us? Where this will end? Of what we could lose? He strode to her, kissing her knuckles with a brave grin. Every day, that's living. The risk makes it fun. She couldn't help but match his smile. You keep saying that word, but I'm not sure if you know what it means. Admit it. You enjoyed slinging that impressive witchcraft around. It looked cathartic. Yeah, but I'll feel it in the morning. She brushed his hair back from his bruised forehead. The fire between them ignited at the brief touch, an instant chemical reaction that could make the world fade. His blue eyes drew her in like always. The skalosh got a lump in. The HE will pass. I don't have aspirin, but you could... She licked her lips, thinking of his bite, and lifted her forearm to him. He kissed her skin, loosely holding her thin wrist. Thought you were mad at me? She caressed his strong jaw. It doesn't matter when you're hurt from helping me. He barely sipped at her, but it was enough venom to incite a cascade of pleasure through her system. Her worries dissolved in his embrace. Past lives and future consequences didn't matter. He kissed up her arm, savoring each inch like it was new territory. She captured his lips, threading her fingers through his hair. He hoisted her up. Hugging his hips with her knees, she didn't know where they were going until her back hit the couch. What if that skilosh comes back? She said breathlessly. Kristoff nuzzled her neck, nipping lightly. He'll walk right out again. Later, her phone rang while he was trying to convince her of a round two. She answered as she reached for her jeans. Hi, Vic, what is it? Jackson is missing. 16, ICU. August 27th, evening. Charm, Oregon. Lily's dinner. The storm had lifted, but its damage was done. Kristoff sprinted Red to the diner so fast that her head still spun when they joined the gang. The back room was packed with the worried and the excess beer delivery along the walls and employee lockers. Bad news hung over the place like a smell. The onion rings frying in the kitchen couldn't cover it. Rubbing her cold arms, she sat at the break table in the center. The chill was more than the air conditioning on her still rain-damp clothes. She couldn't believe it. How could anyone take the big werewolf? Jackson Gonzalez always seemed as unmovable as a mountain. That illusion had crumbled to gravel. Stace held her chin up at the head of the table as she explained, but her voice quavered whenever she said his name. When would her pieces fall? Red tried not to remember Herman. The memory quadrupled her concern. If these were regular poachers, she'd consider them dead once Jackson freed a single paw. But their methods had impressed the best werewolf hunter she knew. Vic had turned his talents to saving a wolf. He used his laptop across the table from her, readying all that he'd gathered from the bookshop's computer on an external hard drive for the prince. Zach and LaShawn watched over his shoulder. In the diner's uniform of blue shirt and jeans, Ezra approached Red with a laden tray of Java. "Did you want some coffee?" Yes, thanks, she said, barely hearing him over her thoughts. The answer was instinctive. She'd had a sample of blood earlier and still felt wired. Kristoff stood by Red, stripped out of his wetsuit jacket with his blonde hair irresistibly tousled. She'd blamed their appearance on the rain and the Skylosh demon. He glanced from his phone to Ezra with cool interest. It was a reassessment. Did he rue his words in Las Vegas, encouraging her to use the bartender as a rebound? Red held his hand. He didn't need to worry. She was a one-dead-man kind of a woman. Ignoring the vampire, Ezra gave her a steaming mug before moving to Stace. Stace waved him away with thanks and leaned over a map. "Aisha and her deputies will set up roadblocks here and here." She pointed to the main roads from the villages, then the forested hills. "The shifters are searching here and patrolling the streets on paws and wings." Kristoff said, "Would it help if I offered the prince's assistance?" "If they don't want mine, they won't want yours," Stace said, her jaw flexing as if she had more words about the secretive shifters. She had been screaming at a pony in the parking lot when Red arrived, but it had been a waste of breath. "This is my fault," LaShawn said. "The car chased me to lead us away. Everyone went to guard me." Vic pushed his laptop back and slapped the table. "You didn't come up with this asinine plan. Jackson wanted to act like a lone wolf." "Don't remind me," Stace said. "It's been over an hour since that bird shifter saw him tranked and pulled into a van on the cemetery road. He could be—" She covered the sob escaping her mouth. Red knew exactly what she was imagining, Herman's skinless body hanging in a lonely patch of forest. Zach rubbed Stace's shoulder, murmuring into her ear. Red said, "Don't give up hope yet. Jackson is strong. He won't make it easy for them." "Not that cranky bastard," Vic said. "He could still be in transit. Whoever took him needs quiet for the rest of the job. Can't have lurking noses around. This neck of the woods is too hot." "Where would they take him then?" Stace said. "There's nowhere to run," LaShawn said. "I heard the seals are getting rowdy at the pier, searching the boats. There's a wolf pack in North Clatsop County and one in Tillamook in the south. They're on the roads. The main highways go through several state forests. That's shifter territory. Everyone in the state knows to look and smell for Jackson." Stace asked, "What if the van slips away again and they can't rescue him in time? They wouldn't tell us. His mother isn't taking my calls. I know she told the rest to ice me out." "Screw them then," Red said. "We don't need anyone else to look for your man." "I know how these people think," Vic said, his mouth twisted like the admission had a bad taste. "The kidnappers have to get out of the boonies. A city is easier to get lost in, fewer woodland critters around to blow the operation." Stace nodded, inspecting the map. "Longview and Astoria are surrounded by wolf packs, and it doesn't get any less hairy in Washington state. If you go south, Eugene is run by a First Nations vampire that is tighter with shifters than other vamps. What about Salem?" "Portland is bigger and closer," Kristoff said, pride in his voice. Vic added, "That's where Huffnagel is headquartered. An international airport, too, so they can skip town, leave the wolfy West Coast once the job is done. It's where I'd go if I were the kidnappers." Red followed his logic, but it had some holes. "The shop and warehouse are gone. Where would they go?" "Huffnagel still has connections," Kristoff said. "Donnell raided every occult store and tarot reader in town to find them. Most were eager to avoid the prince's ire, but none could produce Huffnagel. I tried another angle. My analyst did a search for any buildings using SR Tech Internet." Vic stroked his chin. "Same one that the bookshop you said. It's rare." "Almost non-existent in Portland, actually," Kristoff said. My people just emailed me the only 3 in the metro area with possible ties to Hufnagel or his known subsidiaries. I loaned most of my minions to Donnell, but I can send a few to check these addresses. Stace rolled the map. Her expression hardened. I can't stay here biting my nails. I'm going to Portland. If the kidnappers break through the shifter line to Hufnagel, I'll be waiting. LaShawn, you're sniffing out your alpha. I'm coming, Vic said. Red raised her hand. Me too. You'll need me. Kristoff waved his phone screen. I'm the one with the addresses and the minions. I appreciate this, Novak, Stace said. She didn't quite smile, but it seemed as close to one as she was capable of. Zach, I need your ear to the ground. If a shifter comes in here, do your thing. Empath the hot gossip out of it. He tossed her his car keys. You'll need a bigger ride for a party of 5. Stace stalked to the door. Arm up and roll out. Zach turned to Red. If I find that revealing powder recipe, can I test the first batch on your heirloom journal? I'll choose a back page. Juniper's diary? Kristoff asked. Sure, go ahead, Red said quickly to Zach. The diary had been looming in the back of her brain like a painful chore, but her own drama was their least concern tonight. I'm off to the ladies' room. On her return, she lingered at the bar. Ezra wiped the counter, busy work as he waited for more orders. She didn't have all the facts yet, but she couldn't leave without a warning to him. He walked to her, abandoning his rag. Did you want something for the road, Red? Someone is doing shadow magic in Portland. Maybe it has something to do with this collector, maybe not, she added, not sure why it felt so important. I didn't tell anyone what it reminded me of. He braced his hands on the counter, shoulders slumping. My mom is dead. I know. I'm sorry. I'm telling you in case it reminds someone else of her and they start digging. Red walked away, feeling terrible and wishing she knew what to say to him. They'd had a better rapport before he died, and his mother tried to kill her. Go figure. In the back parking lot, Kristoff helped Red into the black SUV like it was a carriage. He smirked, nodding to the Skilosh horn dents on the car door. She blushed, getting into the far back seat. He joined her, wrapping an arm over her shoulder. Vic got into the middle row, clutching an external hard drive, while LaShawn took the front seat. Neither brother would look at the other. We should have brought refreshments for this road trip, Kristoff said brightly, either ignorant of the tension or enjoying it as only a vampire might. Stace said from the driver's seat, No one wants to be your snack, Novak. Kristoff pursed his lips, head cocked as if he was ready to beg to differ. He wouldn't be wrong, but the rest of the car didn't need to hear. Red blushed and nudged him. He wisely kept silent, grinning out the window. Grumbling about her seat, Stace adjusted it to her petite height and turned on the engine. Heavy metal pumped from the speakers. She flipped the stereo immediately to a pop station. Britney Spears commanded them to work, bitch. Vic lasted to the chorus. This isn't what we're listening to the whole way, right? LaShawn pushed up his glasses, smiling. Driver calls the radio. That's your rule. Touché, Vic said bitterly. Stace peeled out of the parking lot. The SUV swept out of the village onto the highway. She dominated the passing lane, weaving around anyone abiding by the speed limit. Only a speed trap warning from her GPS made her slow outside small Mishawaka. She said, This is taking forever. We're halfway there, Red said, blinded for a moment by Kristoff's phone screen in the dark car. A small, satisfied smile brought out the cleft in his chin as he read a text. He'd been coordinating with his minion gourd for much of the ride. They were still waiting on Arno, returned from Chicago, to get back to him. LaShawn kept his window down and his nose up. There's a herd of deer shifters nearby. They must be patrolling this route. Vic said, Does that mean they think the kidnapper went east? Kristoff gave the group his latest update. The first warehouse is cleared. I have cameras set up. I should have more feeds rolling at the next one in 30 minutes. We might beat my boys to the warehouse in Hillsboro. The rearview mirror revealed Stace's worry before she spoke. What if we drove all this way for nothing? Later, the SUV roared into the sleepy Portland suburbs like Stace was looking for a drag race. At 11:11 p.m., they arrived at an industrial area on the south side. Kristoff directed them from the well-kept factories and buildings to a dingy back row. It was sparsely lit, leaving deep shadows between cheap storage units and rundown warehouses. The place looked like the apocalypse had already rolled through. Red opened her third eye, scanning the empty street. I don't see any sigils or defensive magic. Which building, Novak? Stace said, staring over the steering wheel. The whole block is owned by Hoofnagel through a shell company. LaShawn sniffed, pointing east. I smell Jackson, his blood. Stace slammed on the brakes, parking with a jerk. She grabbed her katana and bailed out of the car, leaving it on. LaShawn leaned over to kill the Ingani, leaving the keys in the ignition. Wait for me! Where did she go? Vic grabbed a first aid kit and opened the side door. He did a double take when Kristoff burst from the SUV with LaShawn and took off in a blur. Where'd they go? That way, Red said, jogging down the street. She pushed her mystical senses out, probing for a paranormal sign. Fey magic shimmered in the gloom between two hulking aluminum-sided warehouses. She sprinted toward it. Magenta sparks illuminated a dingy cargo bay ahead. Stace kicked in a side door, sending it off its hinges, and ran through with LaShawn. Red was halfway there when a howl shattered the quiet of the alley. The mournful sound vibrated her eardrums, launching chills down her neck. Were they too late? It's LaShawn, Vic said, pumping his legs faster. Red rushed inside the warehouse's side door to a curiously empty loading area. Where was the inventory or equipment? She recoiled, nearly stepping on a dead white man. His face was bashed into gore soup. A hunting knife jutted from his throat above a generic workman's jumpsuit. Two sets of bloody foot and paw prints spiraled around him on the concrete floor, proof that he'd fought hard for his life. He'd lost, but it didn't look like anyone had truly won. Stace and LaShawn huddled over another man by the loading dock ramp. Was it Jackson? Red could only see naked, blood-streaked legs. She didn't want it to be him. The figure was too still. LaShawn pulled off his glasses, rubbing his wet eyes. Jackson's still alive. I texted the others to find a shifter dock. I don't know what else to do. I'm afraid to move him in this condition. Sobbing, Stace said, Babe, can you hear me? I'm here. Red hung her head, tears welling in her eyes. She steeled her stomach as she approached the wounded wolf. Jackson rested on his front. Blood and bile made a halo around his head. His mutilated back made her want to cry. The skin had been peeled from his raw muscles. Pink foam trailed down his chin. A giant red welt swelled on his leg with an ugly black puncture mark. His long eyelashes fluttered. He convulsed before falling limp. Wolfsbane poisoning, Vic said, looking through the first aid kit. There isn't an antidote. You gotta treat the symptoms as they come. Judging by his leg, these assholes laced a tranquilizer dart or a needle. If he's ingested it too, we can force some charcoal tablets down his throat. Red bowed her head, wishing that she prayed. Wolfsbane was deadly, damaging in small quantities unless flushed from the system. Charcoal was a band-aid for a bullet wound. It would have been easier if he'd been shot. They wouldn't want him dead, only weakened, Vic said. At least at first. Stace cried. We have to get him out of here. Kristoff can send for a private doctor if the... Red blinked, glancing around. Where is he? He went that way. LaShawn flapped his hand to an interior door. I don't care if we call in Dr. Phil, whoever gets here first. Red sprinted to look for Kristoff in the darkness of the empty warehouse. He could heal Jackson, or at least stabilize him until they could get him to a hospital. A crimson light twinkled from an open walk-in freezer ahead. Kristoff's voice drifted to her. Yolanda, if you can hear me? Red prepared herself for what she'd find as she crept to him. It was somehow worse. Gary's tank had given his torment an ethereal quality, a silvery dream from a surreal nightmare. There was no artifice here. It was a slaughterhouse. Blood clotted on the surgical steel table and on the floor. It saturated the blanket on the vampire child. Yolanda was covered to her neck, so Red couldn't tell exactly what was missing, only that too much was. Her eyes were shut. Bandages swathed her head, framing a grimace. Red averted her gaze, unable to handle the helpless anger and fear boiling under her horror. The Arctic temperature transformed her alarmed words into vapor. Why isn't she moving? Trepanation to the extreme, Kristoff said, fangs jutting out. Cold rage radiated from him like he was a manifesting ghost. His hard gaze calculated revenge. The bill would be steep. They wanted her a vegetable. I ordered assistance for both victims. She's a born firecracker. She'll survive. Can she recover in time for her wedding? Brain injuries are complicated. She's in a delicate state, and my usual cure isn't effective on her. Red took his hand, pleading. It might work on Jackson. He could die at any moment. I can't reveal myself. You know I'd never ask for that. I just couldn't look Stace in the face again if I don't try everything that I can. Her heart is breaking out there. I'll do it for you. Reluctantly, Kristoff rolled up his sleeve. Distract your friends, it'll get bloody. Red hugged him, burying her face in his chest. She inhaled his wintry scent, trying to clear the gut-churning charnel air from her nose. A split second of comfort, it was over too soon. Thank you. Anything for you, darling? His small smile faded when he looked back at Yolanda. We need to do this quickly. Red brought him back to the loading bay, where the others had tried to make the fallen werewolf more comfortable. She beckoned the Constantine men away. Guys, if there are security cameras, we need the footage. Why? LaShawn said. We have the kidnapper. Red swallowed her disgust, touching between her shoulder blades to reassure herself the flesh was still attached. Jackson's missing skin. Where did it go? Vic said, shipped off to whoever needs a pelt. Guess they didn't need the full thing. He gestured to his brother. Let's go. You're not going to heal him by hovering. Red ignored Vic's wary look as he passed. He seemed to know what she planned, but thankfully was too smart to say anything that would reveal Kristoff. A vampire with healing blood was a target for any mages or mortal desperate enough for a cure. Kristoff wouldn't have lasted a decade, let alone a century, if he hadn't kept his dark gift a secret. As much as she'd doubted him earlier, that was a rock-solid sign that he trusted her. She put a hand on Stace's shoulder. Do you need to step away to catch your breath? Make a phone call? I can watch him. I can't. Stace leaned on her heels, face tipping up, red-rimmed eyes narrowed on the ceiling like she was bargaining with the gods. They'd already abandoned this dimension. Red tried not to think about that. The half-fae said, What is taking so long for that ambulance? Kristoff knelt beside Jackson. We'll take him to a hospital. While you tell the shifters where, I'll move him to the car. They can piss off, Stace muttered. I'm sick of waiting on them. Red helped the half-fae to her feet, guiding her to the open door, trying to block her view of the two men. Jackson's going to be fine. Headlights filtered into the gaping side door from the parking lot. Cars, Kristoff said, ear-cocked to listen. 4 of them. Stace darted to the doorway with her katana raised. A steel-toed boot kicked her back. She slid on the floor. Vampires in tactical gear poured inside, ringing the room. Even in black, face-covering helmets, there was no mistaking their speed for humans. Kristoff stood with a relieved smile. Be gentle with the civilians, boys. We need a stretcher for Yolanda. The SWAT team raised their guns. Red cursed, summoning her magic. She threaded the power through the amplifier of her mother's ring, ready to deploy it. I don't think these are your boys, honey. They're blocking the lot for the ambulance, Stace said, fey magic flickering off her curls like static electricity. Kristoff flashed fang at the other vampires. Who sent you? I did, Donald Robertson said. He stomped through the door in black motorcycle leathers, with a broadsword strapped to his shoulder. His red hair was slicked back from a grim expression. He looked at Kristoff as if doubting that he'd ever known the other man. You're coming with me, Novak. Yolanda is comatose in the next room, and you're doing this now? What would her fiancé say? Donal snapped. I don't know, because Prince Merrick is missing. Kristoff inhaled unnecessarily, jaw-dropping. Stace caught Red's eye, mouthing the words, "What the hell?" No one needed to say it. Jackson and Yolanda wouldn't be the last maimed supernaturals if a power vacuum erupted in Portland. Red touched the selenite riveted to her hunter's kit. It'd give her a power boost once she triggered it. She could raise a shockwave in 3 seconds. Kristoff shook his head when he noticed her movements. Donald pointed at him with a scowl. I know what the world says about the Novak brothers, that they rent the town to the rest of us. Which one of you wanted more? What are you accusing me of? Kristoff held his head high. I've been on the prince's orders all night with dozens of witnesses. I recovered a hard drive of Hoofnagel's records, and I found Yolanda. Your brother doesn't have such an alibi. He returned from his business trip early. I gave him a welcome party, Donal said flatly, and gestured to his goons. Shoot that ginger minge if Novak doesn't budge. Stace flashed a sparkly warning from her palms. Not going to happen. Donal sneered, twirling his finger. Shoot all of them, then. I'll come, Kristoff said quickly, lifting his hands. Allow the women to take this wolf to safety. He's from the powerful Gonzales pack. Red glared at him, flashing her ring discreetly. What was he doing? She could whip the shit out of Donal. Stace was ready to throttle the next vamp that strayed too close to her. Their odds were better than they looked. Do nothing. You'll make it worse, Kristoff whispered, kissing Red on the temple. He stepped forward. Where is my brother? You'll see him in a cell, Donal said, and you'll stay there until I find my liege. Kristoff glanced back at Red with a sad, wistful smile. It was full of regrets and a love that made her heart ache. Surrounded by gunmen, he disappeared outside with Donal. Red lunged to follow, but Stace held her back. Squealing tires echoed in the parking lot. She sagged in her friend's arms. He's gone. 17. August 27th, late evening. Hillsboro, Oregon, Hoofnagel's warehouse. The security system was offline, LaShawn said, jogging from the warehouse into the loading dock with Vic, breaking the chilling quiet. The werewolf stumbled at the sight of the two vampires in tactical gear. Oh, good God. Or maybe it was Yolanda, wrapped like a blood-soaked mummy in a wheelchair. Red felt sick seeing her. Only Stace's tight grip kept her still. You heard Kristoff, Stace said. Staking them will make it worse for him. Sirens screamed in the distance, growing closer swiftly. One of the vampires hit the button to open the rolling cargo bay door. The other spun around, rushing their patient backward down the ramp. An ambulance lurched to a stop at the side entrance. The driver, a tall woman, stepped out. Her furious eyes flashed silver. A smaller male shifter popped out of the back doors in a matching medic uniform and a Sikh turban. He paled under his beard, noticing the vamps. The female stared down the SWAT guys, ready to rumble if they were. They weren't, not with their fragile burden, and they sped off in a massive black Hummer. Stace yelled, "In here!" The male EMT ran up the loading ramp to Jackson with an orange medical bag. Did those deadheads do this? No, they were rescuing one of their own, Stace said. We think Jackson was poisoned by wolfsbane, too. Red wrapped an arm around her. Let's give the professionals space to work. The EMT called to his partner, Kelly, I need help. The shifters moved quickly, whipping out bandages and equipment in practiced sync. Neither spoke beyond curt medical jargon to each other that Red didn't understand. Jackson barely responded to the poking and prodding. With steady hands and haunted eyes, they rested him face down on a stretcher. You're the girlfriend, and he's the beta, right? Kelly, the female shifter, said, pointing at Stace and LaShawn. You can come with us. One of you will sit in the front. We'll follow, Red said, hugging her friends. Vic patted his brother on the back and trotted to their borrowed SUV on the street. Red belted in beside him. As they drove after the ambulance, she called Kristoff's office, hoping a raiding party hadn't hit it yet. She crossed her fingers. The night was young for vampires with an agenda. N2 Corp, Kristoff Novak's office. Craig speaking. How may I help you? It's Red. You need to give me Netta's number or get a message to her to call me. Oh, it's you! He tittered nervously. That's against Peep protocol. You're about to have Donald Robertson in your face. I'm surprised he's not there, shaking you down for Novak corporate secrets now. Get Netta. You can cancel the ambulances that Kristoff ordered too. Craig whispered, Should I start shredding documents? It's a good day for confetti. She hung up on the secretary. It hurt to think, and not just because of her stress headache. Every thought looped back to Kristoff's face as he was arrested. Was that last look a see you soon or a final goodbye? It chilled her more in memory as the adrenaline faded and reality crushed her. Would he make it to a cell, or would Donald deliver gangland justice at the city limits? Vic drove and channels surfed on the radio, twisting the dials roughly. The passing streetlights illuminated the stress lines around his mouth. His mullet stuck to his sweaty brow. Blood stained his denim jacket sleeve. We're down a lone wolf and a vampire supreme. Kristoff, too. I can't tell if this is Horatio Huffnagel's convoluted master plan or shitty luck. Where is that guy anyway? Why can't anyone find him? I won't stay long at the hospital. I need to help Kristoff. I know, Vic sighed. If I told you that you shouldn't get in the middle of his problems and that it'll only drag you down too, would you listen? Would you, if you were me? Red asked. Her phone rang. She answered the unfamiliar number. Where's Kristoff? Netta demanded, blasting the device speakers. He'd better not be knee-deep in your human horseshit again. Thank you, Craig, Red thought. It was a small victory, but it made even the saltiest vampire sound sweet. She said, Sorry to disappoint you, Director Chernin, but this seems to be 100% Novak shit. Donald arrested Kristoff because the prince is missing. You're fucking with me. I would have heard. Do perdele, Netta said, cursing in what Red assumed was Czech. A crash like a toppled cabinet rocked the other end of the line, and Donald thinks that Kristoff could have... No, impossible. I'll raise hellfire for this. My friend has given blood for this clan, gallons of it, at least half his own. I don't understand it either. Donald has Arno too. I got nothing else for you. I'm not involved, yet. What, you didn't fight for your man? Netta said. That is so... He ordered me to stand down. Red gnashed her teeth. I'm still pissed, so don't start. I don't know what he was thinking. We could have escaped that SWAT team. He thought of his brother. Donald deliberately chose which one to capture first. He's playing with dynamite, and he knows it. Don't expect him to be sloppy. You're not surprised enough. I wish I was, Netta sighed, world-weary as only a century-old vampire could be. Donald has been sniffing around them for months. I'm not sure when his boner for Kristoff turned into an angry one. They should be looking for my wife's son together, damn it. Where were you ambushed? Red summarized the gory details as quickly as she could, then added, You should worry. The shifters were furious on principle because of a possum shifter. Jackson is the prodigal son of the Gonzalez pack. How long until his cousins are on your doorstep? It's only a 2-hour flight from Nevada. The Dark Veil Assurance will work overtime to clean Portland after the pack rips it up. Wow me with something I don't know. Red dug her nails into her knee, trying to sound unbothered. It was a rushed job, like they were running out of time. The location had a connection to the bookshop. We'd know more, but Donald confiscated the hard drive that Vic copied their data onto. A company called Patmos Inc. was listed on the inventory record for the possum pelt. Look it up as another Horatio Huffnagel associate. We can't find Huffnagel, Netta said. He checked into a New Orleans hotel in July. Not a trace in weeks. I don't understand his angle. This is not only business suicide, it's regular suicide. Merrick allowed him to flourish for years. Why would they want his very unsold parts anyway? It doesn't make sense. He's the fucking supreme. I had one dinner with the prince, Red said. I didn't catch his enemies list over the entree. There's no motive, only circumstance and coincidence. Hufnagel's agent could have mistaken Yolanda for a solid nobody. The royal kidnapping might have been a copycat crime as a deflection. Kristoff brings her back to remove suspicion from himself and his brother. Don't play devil's advocate with me. If it's not Hufnagel, it must be someone with the keys to his stuff, Red said. She was done with this verbal jujitsu. Was the other woman high? She should have leaped on this lead for Kristoff's sake. We need to convince Donald to free my boyfriend. He won't if you tell him the perp is pretending to be the bookseller to throw us off. I'm way ahead of you in building the Novak defense, Netta said. Give me some evidence Donald can't explain away as easily as I did. When Yolanda was taken, dark magic was left behind, hardcore, old world, and rare. The witness description matches a shadow creature conjured from a part of hell that not even you'd like. If you find its energy where Merrick was taken, then it must be the same baddie. You don't like me, you don't trust me, but find a mage that you do to check it out. Red inhaled sharply after the monologue to check herself from rambling. Now, why don't you believe in our best lead? We found the bodies in a warehouse connected to Hufnagel. I believe nothing yet. You think it's someone in the prince's inner circle. Someone with authority, someone you like, Red guessed. Why else would Netta be so cagey? It didn't seem like she'd censored herself before. Fuck, it's Donald, isn't it? Either that or your royal wife. Kristoff doesn't know this, Netta whispered, phone line crackling, as if she were trying to massage away a headache. Merrick voted against Donald's elevation to supreme. He is Donald's sire and would have influence over Vegas, too, and a cut of the tithes. That's a lot of money and power to leave on the table. Red thought about Kristoff's musings on his prince's unorthodox motivations. But then again, a prince who'd run a restaurant at a loss for decades wouldn't care about money per se. No boy wants to lose a father figure, not thrice. I married into a very complicated family. Clearly, Red said. Find out what Donald knows. I'm going to the St. Francis Hospital in Hillsborough. Get back to me, or else I'll try to bust Kristoff out on my own. That'd be a sight. Red rolled her eyes at her phone when Netta hung up without a goodbye. She sent off the warehouse address. This long night was going to feel longer if she had to keep working with the DVA director. Vic fiddled with the radio again, grim focus on the road ahead. He quit on a Spanish station. The melancholy Mexican guitar suited his expression. Stace doesn't want me at the hospital. I know what she's thinking when she looks at me. No one thinks you're working with Dash. Not after this. Fine, a sympathizer. Semantics, he said. Kidnapping Jackson was a team effort, and we only found one. Stace can count. She'll wonder where Dash is and why she scampered off. I don't think she has anything on her mind besides getting through the next 5 minutes, Red said, unbuckling her seatbelt as they turned into the hospital grounds. Vic parked the SUV by the ambulance at the emergency room entrance. The EMTs hoisted the stretcher out of the back. The male held the IV bag connected to the face-down patient. Transparent bandages covered Jackson's flayed back. His aura paled on the edges to a lifeless gray. A white blanket spotted with blood covered him to the waist. Stace jogged alongside LaShawn. Red followed. Each step felt heavier than the last. Jackson convulsed, hitting his face against the stretcher. Its wheels strained from his violent movements. The female shifter held him down. He moaned, blood dripping from his nose. Jaw tight, he hissed, "Stace." She took his hand, leaning closer. "I'm here." He gasped out a warning. His words were garbled until the end. Warlock ritual. A warlock did this. Who else? Was Dash there? I don't want to go. Jackson locked eyes with Stace. Seizing, his body locked up. Foam dripped from his lips. He released a low howl. The shifter EMTs echoed his somber cry. "No," LaShawn said, tears trailing under his glasses. "I won't do the death song. You promised to train me. Don't quit. You didn't let me." Stace cradled her lover's face. You're not going anywhere, babe. I bagged and tagged you. Isn't that what you said? Jackson Gonzalez nuzzled her fingers and his dark eyelashes drooped. A last breath rattled in his large frame. It left in a relieved sigh. Free of his mortal pains, he joined his ancestors to chase stars in the celestial hunting grounds. Stace sobbed, draped over him. No, please, please. Lashawan slumped to his knees and tipped his head to the half-moon. He howled. Deep and raw, it held the grief of a pack. The wind carried the mournful sound. Neighborhood dogs barked back. Red wept, her ears ringing from the wild sentiment. Stace straightened, wiping her face on her sleeve. Her grief transformed into an ugly fury. Warning sparks rocketed from her clenched fists. She was a warrior. Reaching for a weapon was her instinct. I would have found him earlier if you people hadn't frozen me out. The female EMT narrowed wet silver eyes, but her partner preemptively silenced her with a headshake. He said, I'm very sorry for your loss, Ms. Bonner. LaShawn reached for the half-fay, but pulled back at her glare. I'll inform the family. Tell them who found him and who stood in my way, Stace said. Her ferocity crumbled as she watched the shifters push the stretcher inside. Red hugged her friend. Go with him. Say your goodbyes. Stace shuddered, holding tight as if she'd fall in the breeze. He's not in there anymore. 18. August 28th after midnight. Hillsboro, Oregon, St. Francis Hospital. Red dipped out of the emergency room as soon as she could. It gave her flashbacks of too many other soldiers down. Her leaden limbs felt like she was walking in the deep end of a pool. She had company there. Stace sat on the sidewalk curb, arms around her knees. The exterior lights of the brick hospital illuminated her tears. Red forced vending machine coffee on her. It's going to be a long drive back home. You need this. Did you text your academy friend about warlock ritual uses for wolf pelts? Yeah, Red said. I'm sorry I don't know much offhand. That's darker stuff than Vic would let me research. He exited the hospital, speed walking toward them. You're damn right I didn't. Shape-shifting to sacrifices. It's no good. Red said, How's LaShawn? He's handling it, Vic said. You know paperwork is where he really shines. Jackson died trying to tell me about a warlock. I need to know. Stace said, sighing through clenched teeth, and gestured to him. You were the dentist. You must know all the terrible uses for a werewolf. I wasn't like them, he said, jerking back like she'd spit on him. I wouldn't have done anything like this, especially not to a guy like Jackson. We're all on the same team, Red said, about to say more when her phone rang. She answered when she recognized Netta's number, walking away from her friends. Hello? I heard back from my hired mage. There's shadow magic all over Merrick's restaurant, his last known whereabouts. The mage said it's from a conjured creature. Told us to stock up on iron weapons. Netta grumbled under her breath. You were right. Daylight weakens the beast too, Red said with a bitter, vindicated smile. Okay, devil's advocate time. Do you think Donnell's crew, or any other undead faction in town for that matter, has someone who can do that? Witches are untrustworthy. Almost every vampire knows that, Netta said. Besides, high magic gives Donnell the willies. If he wanted the prince someplace, he'd ask him to take a car ride. They're family. So, you learned something. Care to share? Red said. Like when the prince went missing, at least. 4 hours ago. That's enough time to get anywhere in the state by car and half the country by plane, Red said. This was assuming the prince was still intact and in transit. He could be in an unknown chop shop now. She wasn't about to say that to his stepmom. Stace interrupted. Is that the DVA director? Does she know where Dash is? I heard that, Netta said. Last activity was a speeding ticket 2 days ago in East Portland. Her real name is Dasha Anderson. We've been tracking the wolf hunter to find out if she has intel on Huffnagel. I've already put her on the no-fly list and sent her picture to every police station in the Rockies. Next time she speeds, she's going to a county lockup. The prince doesn't have time for that, Red said. I saw what happened to Yolanda. Stop yapping at me and I can do my job. Yeah, bye to you too. Red disconnected and relayed the info. Stace said, You saw the warehouse. Jackson broke free while her voice quivered, torturing him. He killed the man. Dash must have fled, taking what she could to salvage her payday. Where the hell is she? Vic said, I have an idea. We can't be violent, so no dust-ups. There's a sanctuary spell? No, it's a church, so be respectful. Deacon Patrick, Red guessed. He's the hunter's priest. No shifter or vampire would raid him without triggering the faithful and armed. Take me there, Stace said, voice hollow. Pink sparks flickered on her fists. I'm in need of spiritual guidance. The ride felt like a funeral procession through the Friday night traffic. Vic drove but kept the radio on a pop station. It was a peace offering that Red doubted Stace noticed. The half-fae sat in the back, hugging her knees to her chest. Staring out the window, she was inches from the rest of them, but alone in a personal hell. Red wished she had a spell to take her friend's pain away. It'd be a lie to reassure her that time would heal the wound. Grief came in waves on mysterious tides. They'd already lost enough to know that. Once Vic parked on a side street outside the church, Stace darted from the SUV in a flutter of angry glitter. She sped around the building in a determined pink blur. Balls, he said, bailing out onto the sidewalk with Red. They jogged up the stone steps to the sacred grounds. He hammered on the oak door. Deacon Patrick opened it, bulky headphones dangling around his clerical collar. Victor Constantine, my man, did you reconsider the jam session? I'd love to jam with you, Padre. Is Dash here? Red said. She's connected to a murder, and a Brotherhood hero wants her. Deacon Patrick waved them inside the atrium. We'll powwow in the community room over Shasta Cola. A gunshot cracked the serenity of the church. Red and Vic ran toward the sound, bypassing the church nave for a side hallway. Another bullet ripped through the air as they raced into a fenced courtyard. Vegetable beds made an earthy boxing ring around the fighters. Dash raised a shotgun at Stace. Holes marred a hanging banner for the community garden project. She was too close to miss again. Red stopped, heart leaping into her throat, and tugged Vic back. She instinctively covered him with an air dome. She's armed! Stace Round kicked the gun, sending it into a fat rosemary bush. She stood taller, righteous as an archangel. Her fists radiated sparks like flaming swords. Wrong weapon for a fae. Red dropped her shield in relief and edged toward the fight with Vic. The two women fought with agile kicks and quick-fire punches. Each demonstrated their years of training and blocked more blows than they landed. They were as silent as the stone walls. The human started to lag, while the supernatural didn't have a hair out of place. Dash dodged a fist, expression puckered into bleak determination. Her black leather underworld outfit couldn't camouflage her fear. She reached for a vial on her utility belt and splashed Stace's face. Iron water? You did your homework. Stace slammed Dash's shin with a fashionable heeled boot. The crack echoed in on the stone walls. She wiped her face. But I'm only half fairy. Dash screamed, drawing a knife from her belt. She slashed defensively, hobbling backward. Vic sidestepped closer to her, palms out. Stand down, Dash. This isn't your fight, Stace said. Hey, Red said to Dash when the hunter tensed to take advantage of the distraction. I'll magically hog-tie you. Deacon Patrick rushed into the courtyard to add to the chaos. This is a church! She killed my boyfriend, Stace said. I don't know what thread of morality keeps me from frying her, so don't test it. You've taken the Brotherhood oath to defend human life, Deacon Patrick said. Those are binding vows, same as mine. I'm the only one who will take her in alive to the police. The vamps and the shifters won't. Dash scowled, leaning against a pillar on her uninjured leg. Are you seriously going to send me to jail? Where's like being cops and guards, power tripping over humans? I'll last a week before a fucking dog finds me. Stace said, We can start the betting pool later. Guys, she's hurt, can't run. Vic crept closer, staying out of arm's reach of the warring women. It's the end of the line. Dash, tell us who bought the pelts, and the wolves will go after the fresh meat. You don't know who you're dealing with. I didn't at first. Dash looked like she was already waiting in the electric chair. He'll find me first and kill me the worst if I snitch. Red asked, is he a warlock? Shadow energy surged as if in response. Deep in the swells, an obscured primordial beast blocked the moon, tentacles trailing. It hovered over the church. An arm lashed out at Stace, knocking her to the other side of the courtyard. Deacon Patrick raised a cross, chanting in Latin. Red dragged him away from the murk. I thought this place was sacred. It's a rough neighborhood. Deacon Patrick crouched behind a raised tomato bed. We had a murder last week in the parking lot. Must have forgotten to consecrate the garden. Grab anything iron to defend yourself, Red said. She tossed an old hoe to Stace with a yell. Fight with this. Find the mage, Stace said. Red looked to Vic for help. He shielded Dash. She grabbed his face, her black nails digging into his cheek, and kissed him hard and fierce. Vic stared like a dope as she shoved him aside. She hobbled into dark fog as the shadow landed. Pitch black and cold, an otherworldly beast hid deep in the heavy shades. What did it look like underneath the darkness? Not even the bards knew. Artificial light couldn't penetrate it, while sunshine made it flee closer inspection. Morphing into impossible shapes, it spread feelers like an unholy cephalopod to tow prey into a secret hungry maw. Red ran to Vic and tugged him by the denim collar. They sprinted with the deacon into the consecrated sanctuary of an interior hallway. She pushed them to the ground. The shadow flicked a tentacle over their heads. It hit a colorful bulletin board, breaking it in half. She yelled outside, Dash went to the back parking lot. Stace used the garden hoe like a sword, swiping at the dark miasma. She lifted her glowing left hand like a lantern. You take the long way. I'll take the hard way. The deacon guided them into the church nave, pointing to a side door. Go straight. Red and Vic ran into an alley. She pointed to the dark cloud over the stone church. It shrank like a rewinding arson video. They reached the blacktop lot as a late model hatchback swerved left onto the street. Shadows trailed it like exhaust. The street lamps illuminated the ratty curls of the woman behind the wheel and Dash in the back. Red reached out with her magic, sweating as she poured her will into stopping the car. She visualized a wall blocking its passage. The tires shrieked, grinding on the pavement. She needed to stall for Stace. A shadowy fin sailed for her. She played chicken with the shark. Vic knocked Red out of the way, breaking her concentration. She tugged magically at the car as it fled into the neighborhood. The license plate clattered off the bumper. Stace exploded out of the back gate into the street. The burns on her face and arms were shaped like perfect suction cups. Red rushed to the license plate, picking it up to photograph the number, and sent it to Netta with a warning. Then she handed it to Vic. He said, I could have sworn that thing was like Trudy's pet Cthulhu, but she's dead. She wouldn't be the first to rise lately. Red put the license plate under her arm, ignoring her rumbling stomach. She had the munchies from all the magic and stress. Eating her feelings would have to wait. We need to go back to the hospital for LaShawn. Maybe swing through a drive-through. Stace returned, opening the SUV door hard enough to make the entire metal body rock. There were no words for the grief and rage on her face. Dash has no idea what she took from me. 19. August 28th, late night, Portland, Oregon, a Waffle Hut. Red waited for Netta in a 24-hour greasy spoon by the airport. It looked as if it hadn't been redecorated since the 80s. A departing flight roared overhead. Fighting her bone-deep fatigue, she guzzled coffee in the corner booth. The 3 a.m. stack of waffles had hit the spot, but not even a sugar binge cut through her misery. She checked the clock again. What was taking Netta so long? Was she detained too? Not that Red could do anything about it. She'd been placed so firmly on the sidelines that she might as well be a spectator. If she hadn't been so worried about Kristoff, she'd have already cussed Netta out. The vampire had demanded she come alone. Vic made LaShawn get a drink in the strip club next door. Stace stayed in the car, saying something about a nap. Red expected more tears than sleep for the half-fae. It steeled her determination to find Jackson's murderers. Red refocused on the colorful Portland map before her. It was printed on a kid's paper table mat. To the waitress's amusement, she'd requested one with crayons. She had filled in the sparse city grid with relevant streets. Green X's and purple O's marked victims and locations, respectively. The ones for the bookshop and N2 Corp were downtown, while the other Huffnagel properties were spread throughout the city. She didn't know what she was looking for, a pentagram or an arrow pointing to a secret villain lair. Red tried to ignore her twitchiness. The waffles had centered her energy somewhat, but she'd used tons of magic tonight. She'd refueled herself enough for a scrying spell at least. It hadn't worked on Dash or Jackson earlier, both cloaked from divination. She had to try for Kristoff. "You obeyed my instructions." Netta slid into the booth. She looked a little too pleased by ordering Red around. She'd been Juniper St. James's maid in ye olden times and had never forgotten it. "This is the second longest day of my life, so we'll skip the catty banter," Red said. "A shadow creature came for your prince and his fiancée, and it rescued Dash tonight. This isn't the kind of woo you find in a standard grimoire. These cases are entwined. Jackson Gonzalez warned us about a warlock's ritual with his dying breath. That clears Kristoff. I need the hero to stand witness on that." "Isn't my word enough?" Netta snorted, Red Huffed. "Stace has been through so much tonight." "Like I give a shit. I need her on record. I'll try, but I need to know he is alive. I don't trust Donald." "Likewise," Netta said. "Not right now, at least. He won't tell me where Kristoff is. I've pleaded to Alzbeta, but Donald is her oldest ally. It's like I've been co-parenting with him for decades." "Do you think he'd kill Kristoff? If he thinks Merrick is in danger?" "Yes, before either of us could blink. Donald was a merc in the 30 Years' War with one hell of a kill count. Then add the centuries of politics under his belt. He's a friend because I don't want him as an enemy." "That's reassuring. Did you bring the crystals I asked for? I can't do a location spell without some extra oomph." She'd conserve the stash in her kit until it was necessary. It would take too much time to charge more with power. "Even with the help, I might have to try again tomorrow." Netta tossed a suede pouch on the table. "Kristoff thinks you're useful. Time to convince me." Red ignored the vampire, arranging the crystals over the map. She took off her necklace to use it as a pendulum. Picturing Kristoff, she imagined the feel of his tailored Italian suits and the smell of his charcoal soap. He was so clear in her mind's eye, down to his dimpled cheek and cleft chin. The pendulum whirled around the map, dropping on the roughly drawn downtown. "That's the N2 Corp." Netta drummed the table, grinding her teeth. "What is Donald playing at? I was just there. It looked like business as usual." "We're going back," Red said, scooping the crystals into the bag. "And your plan is what? We storm the castle and make Kristoff look more guilty?" Netta said. "No, I'm handling this. You'll force Donald's sword hand with a public act. He's trying to be discreet with the boys. Not even their minions know. I haven't heard a peep on the streets. Out of respect or treachery, I haven't decided." "I'm not abandoning Kristoff. You'll need a witch to help find the prince anyway." Netta leaned back in her chair. "I have those on retainer. Mages with training. Go home. You'll help Kristoff more there. He wanted you to stay out of it anyway." "You're shutting me out. Red realized the vampire was right, but not in the way that she thought. It was madness, maybe delusional, but there was a lead that could clear Kristoff in charm. She laid cash for her bill and a tip on the map. "Fine." "Really?" "If you're yapping at me, you're not doing your job, right? That's what matters. You need witness statements. Let's go get them," Red said. She swallowed her awkwardness and walked with Netta outside to the SUV. It felt more like a painful imposition with every inch. Stace emerged from the side door at their approach. Her eyes were puffy from crying, but her face was dry. "Are we shipping out?" "In a minute." Netta needs to know what happened tonight to help clear Kristoff. We think there's a connection between Merrick's disappearance and Jackson. I understand, Stace said. Are you busting your honey out, Red? I'm hoping to do it legally, vampirically speaking. You're taking too long. Netta lifted a voice recorder to Stace. Speak into this. Recount your boyfriend's last words and describe the monster that stopped you from capturing his killer. Red glared at Netta. Is tact a foreign concept to you? If it helps her find Dash, fine. Stace recalled the night's horror in a tense, curt tone, then said, Now, get out of my face, Director. I don't like Kristoff enough to be nice to you. Netta switched the recorder off before putting it into her pocket. That last line really sells it. I'm sorry, Stace. Netta, you can... Red stopped when she noticed the vampire had disappeared. A distant car revved to life in the parking lot. Okay, she's gone. I have a very tenuous clue of who might have helped Dash. I hope you aren't tired. I'll sleep in the car. Don't worry. The lead is close to home. Red went to the driver's seat. Trudy Fox. It sounds like I should be committed, but I could have sworn I saw her in your family tomb 2 nights ago. Before I got the call about Jackson, I was attacked by a Skylosh. I didn't know what the hell he was talking about. Some neighborhood squabble. He could have mistaken me for her. Skylosh demons have bad eyesight, Stace said quickly, but you don't look like you have an adult son. I know, Red said, chuckling at the support to her vanity. They sense magic. Must have smelled the witchcraft and charged. It's not much to go on, but we'll do it. Stace gazed at the half moon, bottom lip trembling. It's not like I could sleep anyway. As Red drove the borrowed SUV home, the dark highway took them into the quiet of the wilderness. LaShawn and then Vic nodded off in the back. Stace slumped in the front seat, barely blinking. Her burns healed before they arrived in Charm. They reached the McGregor Mausoleum as false dawn lightened the sky. Birdsong softened the eerie stillness of the Charm Cemetery in the strange fuzzy time between night and morning. Red jogged to keep up with Stace. The Fae wore a katana strapped to her back while Vic had a gun holstered on his hip. He stayed a step behind them, with a watchful eye. LaShawn had been left to rest at the house, waiting by the phone if they needed backup. He'd looked ready to drop, visibly emotionally exhausted. The caffeine and lingering effect of Kristoff's blood kept Red on her feet. She didn't know what was fueling Vic. Maybe a desire to prove himself to Stace. Anti-magic handcuffs bulged from Red's back pocket. They'd hashed out the plan in the car. If they encountered Trudy Fox, Stace would distract her while Red slapped on the cuffs. The closer they came to the mausoleum, the more she doubted herself. An earlier energy drink danced in her stomach. Was Trudy even there? Charm was the best hiding spot for a witch's energy traces in the Pacific Northwest. It was more than enough time for her to return by car from Portland. That was assuming that she was alive. These were 2 massive assumptions that made Red sweat to see tested. The part of her that wished to see her old teacher again also wished that Trudy was dead for the sake of her legacy. All the Bard had wanted was redemption. It would be a cruel fate to succumb to darkness again. Stace unlocked the tomb's gated door, waving Red and Vic in. Decades of McGregors rested in ashes behind the labeled vaults in the spacious chamber. The stone walls muffled the natural sounds of the frogs and crickets outside. The floor. Look. A fresh set of shuffling sneaker prints crossed the dust to the stone angel. Red followed the shoe marks to where they'd disappeared amid the older prints of the dead ghoul. Someone was in here recently. There aren't footsteps out, Vic said. Red studied the angel again. The romantic-style carving pricked at her memory. It looked like the one engraved on the Skylosh demon's crypt. The McGregor tomb seemed of similar age. They could have been designed and constructed by the same craftsman. The Skylosh's lair had a hidden door camouflaged by the vaults. This one might too. The 3 spread out, studying the walls. I think I found something, Stace said, patting a row of wall plaques. She tapped the bottom one with her foot. The door swung open. A ghoul jumped out from hidden stone steps. She kicked it into the angel. "This must be the place." "The ghoul's a distraction," Red said. "I'll take it," Vic said. "Leave me the sword." Stace handed him the katana, then darted through the door. Red followed, struggling to keep up. Glowing wall sigils lit the staircase. Soft light flickered in the subterranean crypt below. On the bottom step, she was convinced it was a mistake. Trudy couldn't live here. Her apartment in Las Vegas had been immaculate. Candles clustered the wall niches, wax dripping to the floor. A sour stench lingered over the place. Dirty dishes in a bucket towered near a hot plate in a makeshift corner kitchen. Dented cardboard boxes and dirty laundry were scattered thoughtlessly. Dark energy stained the center work table. Tidy plastic desk organizers, bones, and stacked books were neatly arranged on the polished, if scratched, surface. It was the only order in the chaos. "By the authority of the Brotherhood," Stace said behind a half-drawn curtain that separated the long, cold space. She stood like Superman without the cape. "You're coming with me, Trudy Fox." Red hated what she saw, but ran to her friend anyway. A very much alive Trudy perched on a stack of mattresses, her back straight like a Marine. She crossed her ankles, revealing ripped leggings under a baggy black dress. Her shoes were mismatched sneakers. Hanging hurricane lanterns reflected on her cracked glasses. "I expected to see you days ago, Red. I'm a little disappointed." "Stay disappointed because I still don't get it. How are you here?" Trudy stepped forward like a professor approaching a podium. "What does your instinct tell you?" Red said, "That you're—" "Cut the Socratic act, Fox. You're not our bard," Stace said, shoving the other woman back onto the mattresses. "Don't think of invoking anything, lady. I can jolt enough light and pixie dust to fry you before you can chant." "I know of your reputation, Stacy Bonner. You've lasted a record number of years in a dimensional rift zone. Bravo." "We're not sisters in arms. Not after what you've done. Where's Dash?" Trudy folded her pale, chapped hands over her knees primly. Her tone didn't lose its unbothered scholarly tone. "I dropped Ms. Anderson at a gas station in Tigard. Her handlers were in a white van. We both headed for Interstate 5, but they took the southern route. I presume Eugene or Salem was the destination. But Mr. Gabriel has California connections. Unless they already murdered her for disobedience, of course." Red said, "What did she do?" "Ran from her orders to hunt the wolf mage. I suspect she knew more than Mr. Gabriel was comfortable with, especially what she could tell the vampires about their missing prince." Stace squinted at the bard. "You're being very compliant." "I know. It will make this quite—" Trudy's eyes turned pure black. "Shocking." Stace rushed forward, glowing hand raised. Her boot stomped a fallen newspaper. A triggered sigil glowed under the wrinkled pages. Shadow tentacles shoved her into the wall, pounding her head repeatedly against it. Trudy stood, hands behind her back, to survey the prone Fae. "Were you surprised?" Red cinched the anti-magic cuffs on her. "Yes, to you being alive. Sadly, no to the betrayal." Trudy glanced back. Her eyes returned to Hazel. She seemed smaller, some of her presence drained without her power. Her bony wrists felt so fragile. The reality of her cancer diagnosis felt more real than when it was revealed last spring. Red covered for her disquiet by quipping, "I thought banter was for the desperate." "It's still true," Trudy said, sagging to sit on the bed. After Red scanned the floor for more hidden booby traps, she knelt by Stace and propped her friend into a more comfortable sitting position. Ahaman would have had a smashed skull. Only a deep gash bloodied the half-face forehead. She was unconscious with a steady palsy, her flesh knit together. Red said, "Why are you desperate, Trudy?" "I had a choice to work for Mr. Gabriel before. I don't have that luxury at the present. If I am discovered with a Brotherhood champion, he'll undo my second greatest labor. He knows about Ezra." "So do I. At least I thought I did." Red faced her. "I saw him die. I saw you die." "Did you?" "You witnessed as I was hoisted by my own petard, yes," Trudy said. "I was weakened, unconscious. when the ghouls dragged me into the pond with Frank Lopes. They feasted on his dead flesh. Sated, they were easy to control when I woke. I had them bring me here and kill the previous vampiric tenant. The ghoul problem all summer was because of you? Trudy scowled. It's not like I'm the neighborhood woman feeding stray cats. They find me, always have. Is that when you did the necro mojo on Ezra? Red said. No, that doesn't make sense. He looks too fresh. You must have started within the hour he passed. I came to Oregon prepared for a resurrection, Trudy said. I didn't expect it to have been Ezra. I thought I'd be resurrecting. Me. Red took a sharp breath. She'd never considered the possibility. I wanted to right my wrong. I still do. How can I believe that? Mr. Gabriel hasn't sent another assassin, has he? He thinks Kristoff Novak threw me to the ghouls in revenge for your death. It was to protect you. You bagged fox, Vic crowed, hopping down the crypt steps. He jogged toward them. Putrid goo slathered his borrowed katana. His excitement grated on Red. This wasn't good, it was tragic. He said, Are we giving her to the shifters? Red shook her head. They would tear the woman apart. I need her testimony to free Kristoff. Trudy paled. My son can't see me. We're not involving Ezra, Red said. You're going to our house to figure this out. Stace rubbed her forehead as she rose to her feet. Hard disillusionment settled on her petite features. When I was a kid, I read about your adventures, Gertrude Fox. You vanquished the devourer, survived your destiny. She punched the bard, face screwed up like it hurt her too. I wanted to be a hero like you. Stoically, Trudy adjusted her jaw, blood dribbling from her split lip. Children are often foolish.
20.
August 28th, dawn. Charm, Oregon. Red paced around the gazebo in her backyard. False dawn hinted at a new day above the old farmhouse on the edge of the cemetery. It took 10 rings before Netta answered the phone call. I captured one of Mr. Gabriel's accomplices. Where? I need you to promise that she can go into hiding when this is over, alive. I don't take commands from humans, Netta said. If she rats out the warlock, we'll consider it. Please, I can practically hear your murderous thoughts. She won't talk if she can't get her family to safety. This one doesn't fear death. Not her own. Red sighed. She's been walking toward the Reaper for a while. The phone line went eerily silent. Netta finally said, We have a witness protection program in the DVA. If she can help restore my family, I'll help hers. Who is it? Red explained quickly, watching the lit kitchen windows of the house. Stace bustled around the sink. Even after a lifetime abroad, the London hero still reached for a kettle in her darkest times. She'd made tea when they'd arrived, denying Trudy some with a purely English disdain. I remember this witch, Netta said. My people had to mesmerize everyone at that shitty no-tell motel after her conjuring rampage through. Why protect her? She did good once. She could do it again if given the chance. Sure, the doubting vampire trailed off. Be waiting for my people. The call ended, and Red braced herself for a debate. Inside, Zack was her best ally against Vic and Stace, who wanted to send the witch to the Brotherhood. Finally, yawns broke the defense. Vic took his brother home with a hopeful assurance to the half-fae that the vampires would torture Trudy. Red took the first guard shift, letting the others rest. Daylight shone through the kitchen curtains, creating an idyllic glow on the pictures on the fridge. International knickknacks that Stace had collected in her travels with her aunt crowded the windowsill. The heart-shaped wall clock was wrong as always. She rubbed her eyes against the light, yawning. Sunrise made it impossible to ignore how long she'd been awake. You've built a life here, Trudy said from the table. The anti-magic cuffs bound her wrists behind her back, forcing her to sit sideways on a chair. I'm glad. Now you're chatty again, Red said, slinking to the coffee pot. She poured herself another cup. Could have said something before Zack made Stace lie down. might have eased her mind. Nothing could do that. Least of all me, Trudy said. I'm a reminder of the paths a heroine shouldn't follow. You're not the only one, Red said. She was descended from a dark witch and had gotten her only formal training from one. She didn't lack for good bad examples. Trudy's stone facade dropped for a moment. How is Ms. Proctor? You'd be proud. Hannah infiltrated Fremont Street to steal a relic that saved the Academy, by herself. Red bowed her head over her coffee. She couldn't catch up with Trudy as if this were a friendly visit. It wasn't like before. This wasn't her mentor still. If you think I'll let you go, I won't. Not that it would matter. The DVA already sent agents. Humans who work for vampires. It's an older profession than one would imagine. You've flourished in their servitude. You're throwing stones from a glass house. I'm fully aware of the repugnant nature of my associations. It wasn't a backhanded compliment. I worried about your survival outside the academy. Did that werewolf scratch heal correctly? Supernatural contamination can cause strange effects on a witch. Red rubbed her shoulder blade where one of the Lopes brothers had clawed her. She didn't even have a scar, thanks to Kristoff. It healed months ago. I'm fine. I'd be better without Mr. Gabriel lurking in the background. Who is he? An enigma. The deeper I search, the more questions I find. He is embedded in the highest circles of the Brotherhood, yet isn't on our member rolls. At least not under that alias. I'm under a curse that will cause an aneurysm if I utter a single syllable of his real name or location. That answer won't go far with the vamps. Is he a wheelchair-bound elderly Englishman? Yes to the nationality and maturity, but I'm uncertain of his current disabilities. You appear to have a better visual on him than I do. Trudy glanced over her glasses. Mr. Gabriel wanted to kill you, deemed you a threat to the Brotherhood. My opinion has evolved. I theorize that you're somehow a threat to him personally. You simply don't remember it. The rationale that your past life made you a danger in this one was merely an excuse. If you work with the DVA, they can protect you and Ezra. I'll guarantee it. None of us will be safe until Mr. Gabriel is dead. Then help me find him, Red pleaded. I'm trying, Trudy said. You're the key to his destruction. The how eludes me. It's locked inside your mind. Then it's there for good. I've tried cracking that safe with potions, pills, and psychedelics. Vision quests and psychics, too. You were there for the academy checkup. It's not medical. I have a clean bill of health, Red said. If I were you, I'd start looking for a loophole in Mr. Gabriel's secrecy curse. Don't expect a Hail Mary from me. The sound of a parking car made Red rise. Her phone vibrated with a message from Netta. Go outside with the prisoner. She peeked out the kitchen door. 2 dark SUVs blocked the end of the driveway. A lean black man in a dark business suit stepped out of one with a muscled white woman who could have been a former Olympian. The agents moved like ex-military. It was either the FBI or the Dark Veil Assurance. Your taxi is here, Red said, taking her jacket from the rack. We didn't finish our discussion, Trudy said, standing from the table, graceful despite the handcuffs. She walked out of the kitchen and paused on the back steps. Get any good letters lately? One with a black envelope? Red took too long to process the strange question. By the time her sleep-deprived mind understood, DVA agents had tugged a dark hood over Trudy's head and hauled her into the first SUV. A male mage with a pentagram earring and bleached hair beckoned Red to the other. She hurried to him. Why are we taking 2 cars? If that shadow witch starts trouble in the first one, our orders are to open fire on it and everyone inside. He chewed gum, snapping it with a satisfied smirk. You're lucky to be with us. Goody, Red said and settled into the back seat. A nagging guilt made her text Ezra Fox. Hi, lie low today. DVA agents are in Charm, investigating anyone with a tie to Mr. Gabriel. Ezra replied, Thanks for the word. Did you receive any black envelopes? Red sent, thinking of Trudy's strange parting words. She still didn't know if she should tell him about his mother. If Trudy hadn't told him, Was it for his own protection? It wasn't news to give over the phone, for sure. I found one on the first day that I remember when I came back from, you know, it was in the trailer. I was so foggy when I opened it that I don't know if anything was inside. Weirdly, afterward, I was perfectly clear. Myself again. She read his text message again, then wrote, "You remembered?" "Yeah, something like that." Red waited, but Ezra didn't reply to her request for more. She dimly remembered finding a black envelope at home when she'd been sleepwalking, but not where it went. Was it from Trudy? The small caravan arrived in Portland without gunfire. Quiet and watchful, the DVA agents had ignored Red. She'd spent most of the ride stretched out in the back seat, lulled by the highway into a nap. Life as a hunter had taught her to sleep when she could. 2 hours wasn't enough. The dark SUV rolled to a stop in an underground parking garage. A vamp squad was assembled to welcome them with big guns and steely glares. Red peered out the window. "This is the Novak building." The mage in the front seat said, "Our DVA field office is on the 9th floor. The brothers make a tidy profit on the rent." Red said, exiting the car. "Kristoff and Arno probably wish they weren't so successful right now." Netta waited by a cargo elevator in a pantsuit, with an expression severe enough to cut glass. Trudy maintained her ramrod straight posture, even with a black sack over her head, as she was led by her guards. Red followed behind, scoping out the anti-magic cuffs. Trudy had rubbed her wrists raw trying to slip out, but the cold iron looked as strong as ever. "Thank you, Red," Netta said. A new sliver of respect tinged her voice. "Can I see Kristoff?" Netta stalked into the elevator. "I found a way." Red felt uncomfortable watching the guards circle Trudy. The rogue bard looked as pale as the vampires. Had the cancer grown? Her mental state seemed more fragile for sure. A sour mix of sympathy and guilt made Red queasy. She'd condemned her former teacher to a rough interrogation. Her reasons didn't make it easier to be around Trudy. On the 9th floor, the elevator opened to a bustling bullpen of gray cubicles and black-suited agents. A line waited for a coffee pot filled with blood in the corner. Netta guided Red to the right as the guards and Trudy went left. The male mage lit a sage bundle to waft over the office in her wake. Netta opened a door to a room full of security footage screens. One showed the lobby, another the garage. More than a dozen others monitored key locations like elevators and entryways. A feed in the corner showed Arno watching TV in a spacious dungeon cell, sipping on a blood bag like it was a juice box. "So, this is what you meant by see Kristoff," Red said. Netta claimed a computer, typing its password swiftly. "Be happy that I planted a camera in his office tonight so masterfully that it hasn't been detected yet." Red swallowed her disappointment and animosity toward the vampire. "I'm glad you're watching him. He's lucky to have you as a friend." "Damn it!" Netta twisted in her chair, throwing her hands in the air. "You always make these things harder." "That was what people call a compliment," Red said, bidding back a sharper reply. She'd found a new lead and had been the good little claimed human. Why did she always get attitude from Netta? "I want to hate you." Red wasn't sure how to take that comment. "It's a free country. I assume this is about Kristoff." "No, it's your stupidly punchable face," Netta said. "I just see her." Red tensed for a blow that never came. Juniper. "I was 19 when I was hired by a kind, rich lady, saved from the workhouse." "She was recruiting victims," Red said, sickened by the idea. "Delilah Burns turned me into a vampire before I saw 20. The other maid was less fortunate. Quinn raped that one to death. Her name was Helga. Kristoff was whipped when he tried to save her. He did better protecting me." Netta squeezed the computer mouse enough to crack the plastic. She eased her grip, setting her hands in her lap. "Helga giggled too much. I can still hear that irritating, high-pitched laugh. It's funny what one remembers even after a century." Red bobbed her head, uncomfortable, like she should apologize. "I'd want to punch me too, then." I told Juniper once, before I knew who she was, that she had power over Kristoff. I assumed then that she didn't realize it. Bullshit. The harlot knew. You don't, I think. It's taken me a while to understand that you might be as crazy for him as he is for you. Red plopped down in a chair next to Netta. Crazy is the same word that Stace used for it, too. I didn't tell you about his investigation to sabotage your relationship. That was an accident. I'm big enough to admit where I did. The picture of Kristoff's ex-girlfriend was your work, though, right? Didn't want you getting uppity, wanted to remind you that he'd been with better. When I swiped the notification of your text message off his phone, that was because I didn't want him distracted. Bit me in the ass, didn't it? It was about the shifter raid on Huffnagel. I should have read it beforehand. Red didn't think that was the moral of the story, but it felt like as much of an apology as she'd get from the vampiress. Do you believe that I love him enough now? You're loyal to him. That's what matters to me. Netta turned back to the computer. Check the center screen. The security footage of the lobby switched to Kristoff's office. He and Donald played cards at a white modernist table and chairs. The light-sealed windows and massive desk were in the background, so the camera must have been planted near the piano or bookshelves. Red said, "It's late for them to be awake." "Donald has had insomnia this week," Netta said. "If he had a soul, I'd wager it was a guilty conscience. Is it about Merrick or what he's doing to his friend?" "Did you leave a microphone too?" "No, I'm an idiot." Netta clicked the battered computer mouse. The audio sounded small and fuzzy as it crackled over the computer speakers. Donald said, "Your poker cards have an agenda, same as the first time we met. The only difference is that your English has improved." "A social lubricant. We can always go back to yelling later," Kristoff said. In a black turtleneck with a winning smile, he didn't look like a prisoner. Only the guards in the corners hinted at his situation. "This can be resolved amicably. House arrest is unnecessary." "It ripped my heart out to do it, boyo. After everything I found out about Arno's schemes in Las Vegas, what else could I do? He met with half our enemies." Donald dropped his cards on the table. "You were always my favorite. Your brother I could take or leave. You won't abandon him, and that is the crux of our dilemma. Whatever you've heard, he has been a faithful servant to our prince. You've been fed lies." "I know you believe that. It's your heart that's always surprised me, given where you come from. A loyalty unexpected in your roots. Queen Elsbeta was never quite convinced of your motives." "An oversight from a usually astute woman," Kristoff said. He glanced from Donald toward the camera. He looked hurt by the revelation. Red knew how much he respected the Queen. "You both knew the Alaric Order when it had teeth. I was tortured to death as an initiation, then used as cannon fodder in their war. My devotion to Prince Merrick shouldn't be a surprise to anyone." "Aye," Donald said. "But your brother was never ground under Lucas Crawford's boot or degraded by Bloody Quinn Burns. He never needed to be grateful to us." "You might not trust his loyalty, but trust Arno's intelligence," Kristoff said, eager like a salesman extolling a product feature. "Merrick is our benefactor. Any influence we possess is due to him." "We both know that isn't true." "Your sire connection with the prince assures you that he still survives. Would either of you be alive if my brother truly desired Portland for himself?" "Stranger schemes?" Donald's next words were interrupted by a knock on the office door. The newcomer was too quiet for Red to hear. "Shit," Netta said, listening closer to the speaker. "They know we have Trudy. I was hoping my people would have more time alone with her." "What are we going to do?" "We're going to find out if Donald wants to find Merrick or screw over the Novaks." 21. August 28th morning, Portland, Oregon, N2 Corp. Red and Netta exited the elevator, flanked by 3 DVA agents, onto Kristoff's floor. A dozen vampires in office wear milled in the hallway. They weren't dressed like guards, but they studied the 2 women too closely to be anything else. The director ordered the office unlocked and strolled into it like it was her own. Red tried to match her confidence. Kristoff and Donald broke from their whispered discussion by the desk. Neither seemed happy to see them. Kristoff met Red halfway and took her hand, rubbing her knuckles. "Dearest, you shouldn't be—" Donald asked. "Why did you idiotically bring the human?" Netta snapped her fangs at him. "She caught a shadow mage connected to the disappearances. This pissing contest with the brothers ends now. Once my agents get the prince's location, I'll need Portland's best assets for the raid. That means Kristoff." "You'll have me in mind until your prisoner conjures up concrete answers," Donald said. Merrick's kidnappers had insider intel. "They didn't come from Arno or me," Kristoff said. "This is an overreaction." Donald bellowed, "I'll decide how I react. Merrick is your prince, but I was there when he was born. I made a vow to Lord Alexander to protect him. Every minute I feel his pain from afar." Kristoff bowed his head. "He will be found." "I promised, didn't I?" Donald stomped to Netta. "Take me to this captured mage. We'll collect the ginger later." "In brief, Trudy Fox is a grizzled bitch." Netta swept out of the room, closing the door. Red hugged Kristoff, nearly diving into his arms as she clung to him. "You told me to stay out of it, but I was so worried that he'd—" Kristoff kissed her to still her fears. "You were perfect. How did you know it was Trudy? My men matched her prints to the foot found with the ghouls." "I still haven't figured that mystery out. Trudy is resilient, but she's not a starfish. Mr. Gabriel is holding Ezra's life as leverage over her. Don't let them kill her. She's—" "I know." Kristoff pressed a finger to her lips and glanced at the guards in the corners. "She is a means to an end for Donald. How did you discover her?" Red puffed out an exhausted breath. "It's been a long night. I don't know where to start." He guided her to the mezzanine loft, away from the spying guards. One moved to stop them, but his partner whispered in his ear. It was probably to warn him that the prisoner would be free to return any slight soon. Kristoff closed the apartment door behind him. "How many hours have you been awake? You've done your part. You can sleep." "I want to, but this isn't over." Red leaned on his shoulder. "It's Mr. Gabriel gathering ingredients for a warlock rejuvenation ritual. I don't know if he thinks Merrick has a soul or he's freaking out in some dungeon because his minions nabbed a prince by mistake. Maybe both." "The DVA will find out. Why don't we lie down and sleep?" Kristoff said, a shade too loudly, and walked behind the couch in his living room. The comment didn't sound like it was for Red. Who else was listening? He tugged up the false floor to reveal his secret cubby and gestured for her to join him. Once she was kneeling inside, he closed the door. LED lights glowed along the short walls. "This should muffle our voices. If I had the liberty, I'd call an exterminator. My home is full of bugs." Red flopped back on the bed. "This is pretty cozy, but I'd rather they overhear me if it convinces Donald to free you. Nothing I was going to tell you is a secret." "I'm more concerned with my own realization. Yolanda was the mistaken identity. I assume she was harvested to avoid waste, as with the possum shifter." Red said, "I don't get it." "You've provided insight into motive anyway. No one besides myself and perhaps Donald would recognize it," Kristoff said. "It's not my secret to tell, or I otherwise would. Believe me when I tell you it explains why an ailing warlock would risk so much for Merrick." "I trust you," she said. Curious, she was too tired to pry. "Donald thinks an insider gave information. Would Merrick have told his secret to Yolanda? No one knows him like she does. With what they did to her, it's not a stretch to think that she broke down and told them anything to make them stop." "She's in a mystically induced coma to heal, so we can't ask her. Tell me what happened since my arrest. Donald has controlled communications to me." Red explained last night's long, sad tale. Trudy's capture felt hard to explain, mostly how she felt about it. Redemption for the Shadow Witch felt farther away than ever. "So, Trudy had all the resurrection supplies ready for me. It's how she managed the ritual on Ezra. I hope the DVA can get more out of her than I could." "You've done more than you think." Kristoff cuddled her to his chest. I appreciate your faith in me. She caressed the dimple in his left cheek. What do you mean? You never once asked if I was involved in a conspiracy against the prince. I know how you feel about Marek. You've always been a loyal friend. Then there is my brother. Kristoff rubbed his eyes, weary displeasure shading his voice. Arno went to our Vegas club 2 weeks ago, as alleged, but he only stayed one night. He couldn't have attended half the clandestine meetings he's accused of. That's good, right? Donald wasn't entirely wrong about our indiscretions. Among other things, we've been cooking the books for Merrick, making the tithes seem low so he could pocket the rest with a cut for ourselves. The Blood Alliance never noticed, but Donald did this year after Arno helped himself to an unagreed-upon portion. He turned 3 minions in Chicago without permission as well. That, fortunately, no one has noticed. My brother isn't moving against the throne, but I don't know what he's doing. I won't tell anyone. Red hid her fatigue by nuzzling him. You can barely keep your eyes open. He kissed her head. Sleep. I'll keep the nightmares away. Kristoff somehow kept his promise. Red awoke alone in the bedroom, curled between his remarkably soft sheets. He'd thoughtfully left her phone charging on a stand. It was after 4 p.m. She texted an update to Vic and the gang between showering and blow-drying her hair. A distant argument drifted through the apartment when she emerged from the bathroom. She dressed in her usual dark shirt and jeans and belted on her hunter's kit before opening the loft. On the office floor, Nada and Kristoff paused their debate at his desk. The blend of Japanese and Swedish-inspired minimalist decor only emphasized their immortal scowls. She smiled too brightly when she noticed Red. She's up. Look, she even did her hair. Let's go, girlfriend. The stilted endearment rolled off Netta's tongue like a brick. It put Red more on guard than the good morning. Fuck you that she expected. Don't listen to her, Kristoff grumbled. Fox says she won't speak to anyone else, Netta said. Shrugging, she put her hands in her trouser pockets and turned to leave. I can try waterboarding her again. No. Red trotted down the loft stairs. That's torture. We had a deal. I didn't think I'd have to spell out the Geneva Convention to you. I tried asking nicely. Kristoff chuckled dryly at Netta's curt tone before Red shot him a stiff look. His friend wasn't that funny. He quieted. You don't need to get more involved in this, sweetheart. There's too much risk that Mr. Gabriel will discover you. I'll talk to her, Red said. You can have someone mesmerize her to forget me after. Netta sneered. If we could mesmerize her, we would have already done it. She's hard-headed, blocking our people. Bragged she'd written the book on resisting mental attacks from the undead. It's not hyperbole. That was her thesis at the Brotherhood University. They made it a textbook. Kristoff stroked Red's arm. Fox can't leave this building alive. I'm sorry. She shied from him. We don't need to kill her. Netta said, if she leads us to her boss, witness protection is still on the table. She will, Red said. The warlock is threatening her son. She hates him as much as we do. Kristoff scoffed. She's still covering for her patron. Trudy's under a curse against revealing him, like Nadine Warner was. If she says his name or probable location, she'll die. Netta took Red by the elbow, tugging her to the door. I was giving you both the illusion of choice. Kristoff followed them until the guards blocked his path. I'll be fine. Red's stomach tightened at the lie. This would be gut-wrenching, no matter how it shook out. An elevator ride later, she plodded behind the vampire into the DVA offices. Palo Santo wood perfumed the air. The male mage from earlier stalked around the cubicles with a candle. He waved a smoking stick, too, making his pentagram earring shake with his esoteric movements. The agents ignored the mystical security protocol as they waited for the printer. The interrogation room is split by a one-way window. We'll be watching from the observation side. It's idiot-proof. We've asked 100 different ways where the warlock is, Netta said. She repeated the phrase, Idiot proof, too many times as she continued to describe the last questions given to Trudy. She shoved a sheet of questions at the human. It's idiot. I get it, Red said, snatching the paper. She pushed open the door and closed it behind her. A heavy mental weight sank on her shoulders. The room was empty except for a metal table and two chairs. Its bare white walls felt too close. She glanced at the opaque glass window of the adjoining observation area, where Netta watched with Donnell and her DVA agents. They weren't the only witnesses. The recording of this interview would be scrutinized by analysts soon. Her anxiety rose. A prisoner and an empty seat waited. Trudy seemed to be meditating at the table, still handcuffed. Damp, matted curls framed new bruises on her face. Her glasses were propped awkwardly on her nose. She opened her eyes serenely as the other witch approached. Red righted Trudy's crooked frames before sitting across from her. You wanted me? It's time for a lesson. We were interrupted during our last one. My education isn't as important as your life, Red said. You'll leave alive if you tell me where Merrick is. They don't want you. They want him. Confess, and they'll free you. I'll make sure of it. I can't scribble an address for you. That's beyond my abilities, even without these intolerable cuffs, Trudy said bitterly. Neither can you scry for it. Mr. Gabriel is cloaking his activities. I have only my speculations as you do. I'm forbidden from saying his name. Then we'll start small. Red looked under the table at Trudy's mismatched sneakers. What's up with your feet? You should be missing one. A sacrifice. I needed to seem dead. Trudy stretched out her left foot. Black stitches circled her ankle. It was an ideal bone to throw to my vampire trackers. They took it straight to their master. Red gulped, straightening. She dyed her hair and spread some rumors to play dead. Trudy took the act to another level. That's not a prosthetic. Mr. Gabriel provided the donation, delivered by a mage doctor. It's a size bigger than the original. I didn't ask him where he found it. How much contact have you had with him? Only when he requests, Trudy said. Do you know the difference between witches and warlocks? I never had a chance to teach you. I learned that on my own, Red said. Warlocks don't have an internal energy source. They use charms and relics, bought power, or stolen, Trudy leaned forward, gaze piercing behind her cracked glasses. Have you maintained your elemental magic practice? Every morning. Red used her mother's ring to harness the air molecules to levitate the table. When the top reached their chests, she set it gently down. That was always your favorite element. What of water? I managed that once, nearly drowned. Earth is only dirt to me, too. Red held out her hand, conjuring a small flame in her palm. She stole the energy from candles in another room. I've gotten better with this. You would have been so much farther along under my tutelage. Scowling, Red released the flame, curling her fingers into a fist. It wasn't like I drop it out by choice. I sensed your fear as you held the flame. Trudy sniffed. You barely touched it. I'd rather not give myself third-degree burns. That is your mundane mind clouding you. Pain is an illusion. Fire mages must join with the element like a rider with her trusted steed. You can be one with it, immune to its abuse, but only if you remove the barrier in your head. Summon a flame again. I have time for tutoring, but you don't, Trudy. Red was done with the student-teacher dynamic. There were too many eyes on them as the clock ran down. The vampires are getting impatient. I've argued for you, but if they get too desperate, they'll hang you out to bait the warlock. He wouldn't rescue me now. Considering what happened to Dash Anderson, I assume he'll send an assassin. That lackey might be more agreeable to finding ambiguities in their contract curse to stay alive. Trudy didn't blink at the threat. Even dressed in rags, her posture was straight enough to pass muster in the Marine Corps. Her voice betrayed nothing beyond academic curiosity. Why do you think the warlock chose to send his poachers to Oregon when he has a global reach? You tell me, Red said shortly. Is it the lovely summer weather? It's been fruitful for warlocks. It peaked in early July with the Bigfoot migration through Charm and seeped into the land and inhabitants. Dimensional disturbances, quantum eruptions, and mystical aftershocks rattled the entire state. The potent energy provides a dark vitality to those who dare to harness it. So, he's using the area to give his health ritual a boost. He's too vain for that. He wants to be young again, too, Trudy said. I believe he sees this as a new chapter in a very long book. He'll take a fresh identity and further obfuscate his trail. Where is Mr. Gabriel doing the ritual? He tells his people what is necessary for them to perform their function and no more, especially the ones he wants to survive. I'm not an ordinary pawn for him, Trudy said disdainfully. He appreciates my talents too much. What about Horatio Huffnagel? Red said, looking down at Netta's instruction sheet. In the previous interrogation, I surmised that the vampires were unable to locate Mr. Huffnagel. I doubt they will unless they trawl the Louisiana swamps. He had a flip-flopping conscience like Ms. Anderson did. That isn't wise when in business with Mr. Gabriel. How many others are helping him? I don't know. More than realize it, certainly. My research indicates that the warlock hides his footprint in history well. Social chaos is an ideal smokescreen, even if he must cause it himself. Mr. Gabriel's work on another so-called prince in Los Angeles comes to mind. You can't be telling me that he orchestrated Michel de Gramont's execution, Red said. This would explain why Michel had the warlock's name on his list. She felt dirty, thinking of herself as an unknowing pawn. I theorize he influenced it once he saw the opportunity. He's more impulsive than he seems. I imagine that discovering you was quite a surprise for him. Mr. Gabriel hasn't kept his hands nearly so clean in Portland. He's captured another fortuitous opportunity, I suspect. Trudy glanced at the one-way mirror with a knowing look for her observers. Heard any good rumors lately? Red hid her fidgeting hands in her lap. Plenty. Be specific. I believe the whispers spoke of a plot between the Alchemist Academy and the Novak brothers. Give Las Vegas to a weak Supreme in exchange for magic tricks in Portland. I may be missing some details, but I'm certain Donald Robertson found the sewn clues. Mr. Gabriel is turning Marek's inner circle against each other, knocking his trusted lieutenants off the battlefield, Red said, choosing her words carefully, more for Donald in the other room than the other woman at the table. He planned to take the prince from the start, then. A dangerous prize, but he must be desperate. You know his purpose as much as I. He ordered me to incapacitate the child vampires so another could deliver them, Trudy said. My accomplice, sent from Mr. Gabriel, didn't introduce himself at either of our meetings. His van was a rental, and he flagrantly ignored the no-smoking sign. I doubt it was rented under his own name. Did you get anything else on him? Not much. Trudy seemed almost disappointed in herself. He was brown-haired with a medium build and an English Midlands accent. Lester, I'd say, but he was too tight-lipped to be sure. His ornate silver cross necklace appeared to be an authentic 17th century piece, typical of the vampire hunters of that era. Possibly an heirloom, considering his combat skills. When we kidnapped Yolanda, he had cigarettes with a check warning label. Considering his chain smoking, I'd estimate he had a pack-a-day habit. He couldn't have been in America long. Red snorted. Not much information at all. Did he get those smokes in Prague? It would make sense considering his prey, but we were ordered to speak only when necessary. I separated after the targets were acquired. He went south on Interstate 5 with the boy Prince, like the ones who collected Ms. Anderson. You mentioned Eugene, Oregon to me before. Do you think your partner went there? Trudy deflected. I inferred from the vampires' questioning that they must have found him attempting to fly to England, and he's refused to talk. You don't miss anything, do you? When it counted, I did. The bard bowed her head, shame softening her voice. I'm sorry I failed you as a mentor. I regret precisely what you think I should and more. Thank you, Red said, throat tight. She hadn't realized how much she needed to hear that. Metal clattered to the floor. Trudy raised her thin arms, revealing bloody scraped wrists, freed from her magic cuffs. Unfortunately, I must hurt you again. Darkness flooded the room. 22. August 28th, morning. Portland, Oregon, DVA Regional Headquarters in N2 Corp. An unnatural force tossed Red through the one-way mirror into the hidden observation area. She shielded her face with a shriek. Glass shards pierced her forearms. Sharp pain stabbed her neck. She landed with a groan on her side. Darkness billowed over her. Donald leaped through the broken window, disappearing into the growing gloom. "Get the mages!" Netta yelled, unseen only yards away. Footsteps marched into the obscured fray. Red whimpered as agony rippled through her nervous system. Her head spun. Slicing her fingers, she ripped the biggest glass pieces out of her arms. She burst into a hot sweat from the effort. Her right thumb wouldn't respond. She patted her throat, feeling the jagged glass embedded above her collarbone. Oh, shit-kicking fuck. "Help!" Her cry disappeared into the fugue. Thunderous cracks shook the floor like a falling wall. Shouts and barked orders blurred into each other. She could bleed out if everyone forgot her. Bracing herself, she yanked the glass free. She summoned a flickering flame, thin like a straight razor. This worked in the movies. She jabbed it into her wound, cauterizing the gash, and screamed into the dark. The noisy fight trailed down the hall, leaving the room empty and still. Shadows lifted, the shades scampered to bedevil the DVA agents. Red blinked at the revealed ceiling lights. Purple supernovas burst in the corners of her vision. Her heartbeat thudded in her ears as her legs twitched. Kristoff dashed through the door. Kneeling beside her, he pillowed her head under his arm. Contained rage twitched in his cheek. His eyes glowed amber. He cut himself on a piece of glass, dripping the blood over her neck and cracked lips. "Darling, I'm here. Hold on to the sound of my voice." "I'm not gone yet." She sighed in relief, feeling the pain ebb away. "If I'd known you'd get here so quickly, I wouldn't have burned myself." "I'm kicking Netta's ass for this." Kristoff removed his shirt, slicing the sleeves into bandages to wrap around her wounded arms. "You could have died." "Not with you around," she said, taking his bleeding hand. Her cut fingers healed instantly. His blood had power that mages would kill for. The understanding became a realization. "Merrick's secret, the one that you couldn't tell me, This isn't the place." Kristoff helped her to her feet. "Or the time," Red said. Legs shaky, she jogged into the beige hallway. Fallen ceiling tiles and doors littered the ground. This was worse than they'd feared. Trudy had once needed to prepare a sacred circle of bones to conjure a shadow leviathan. She'd conjured it at will here. Had she found witch steroids? The warlock could have given it to her. If Red was right about Merrick's secret, he was being drained for his healing blood right now. He shared Kristoff's dark gift. "Stop," Kristoff said. "Someone else can stop Trudy. I don't want you near her, not again." "The DVA will kill her for this. Someone needs to advocate for her." "It doesn't need to be you." Kristoff scowled. "You could have died back there if I hadn't found you." "She's desperate." Red ran to the elevator, finding it busted, the door half open on the empty shaft. "Trudy isn't your friend anymore," he said waspishly. Red matched her boyfriend's hard stare. "Maybe, but I need to try. You haven't given up on Donald." "You understand that we're suckers, right?" Kristoff shook his head. He scooped her into his arms, sprinting so quickly she barely recognized they were in a stairwell until they were halfway down. "I hear the cacophony in the lobby. Stay behind me. The guards could open fire on us." "Did you escape too?" He shrugged, unrepentant as he set her on her feet at the foot of the stairs. "I heard your scream." She kissed him quickly on the cheek. "You're my white knight. Remember who I serve when you meet Trudy." Kristoff cracked open the door to the dark lobby, propping it open after a worried glance at her. The stairwell light couldn't pierce the blackness, illuminating only a few yards ahead, like a submarine's headlamp in a dank sea. Sinister fins churned in the penumbra that the fluorescents couldn't penetrate. Shrieks bounced off the obscured ceiling. Muffled gunfire replied, flashing on the living shadows. A man emerged, half crawling out of the gloom. It was the mage who'd helped collect Trudy. He screamed as the Leviathan yanked him back with frantic tentacles. She's lost control, Red said, pulling an iron cross from her hunter's kit to repel the shadows. Do you smell her? Amid the blood, Kristoff pointed left, sidestepping them along the lobby walls. He darted into the miasma, returning with a poshly dressed office worker. He flopped the other vampire on the ground. It's Craig. Craig moaned, cradling his head. Donald was swallowed whole, Jonah and the whale style. I'll cut him out of the belly, Kristoff said. His eyes morphed from blue to amber. He charged into the shadows. Red swore. He was too good a friend sometimes. Evacuate the vampires from the lobby, Craig. I can weaken the shadow beast with sunlight. It'll scuttle back to hell. Mr. Novak has the master control to the shutters on his phone. He staggered away, hollering, Sunblock protocol, people! Hop to it! Honing her spirit gaze for auras, Red strode after Kristoff. The darkness had its own resistance, like swimming in a swamp. Her mundane vision surrendered to the pitch black. A pointed tail like a stingray thrust toward her. Summoning an air shield, she blocked it. More appeared, batting at her barrier. She poured energy into the shield, becoming one with the air molecules. Her will became theirs. She tapped into a selenite crystal on her hunter's kit, drawing on its power to conserve her own. Every step took greater effort as the beast pushed back on her. It seemed attracted to magic. She released a small shockwave, draining the crystal. It merely jostled the beast. Bolting to the side, she waved her iron cross to clear her path. She panted, feeling the pinch in her chakras from magic overuse. Her hunter's kit had few charged crystals left. That was an expensive lesson. Iron did better than elemental tricks. She knocked her shin into an unseen table, then stumbled over sprawled legs. The prone male figure made her fan the miasma from his face, petrified of finding Kristoff. It was the mage. She bent over to feel his pulse. He was dead. Shades rolled over him like fog. Red forged ahead, feeling the shadow's cold breath on her neck. A pained grunt made her run to the left. She found a clearing in the mystical smoke. Donald battled wraith-like appendages with an iron morning star. The spiked ball spun constantly on its chain, scattering the murk. Kristoff raised a pistol, salvaged from the fallen, and fired the entire barrel at Trudy. Shades coiled the dark witch, absorbing the bullets with a slight ripple. Trudy blazed with a strong blue aura. She traced sigils in the air, sweat beading her pale brow. A tentacle dove for Donald. Kristoff pushed him out of the way, cursing as the searing blow whipped his back. He tumbled face first. Red rushed for the vampires, using her cross like a knife against their spectral attacker. The iron dispersed the wiggling arms. She whispered to Kristoff, "We need sunlight. Unseal the windows." "I'll have to leave you to find cover." He glanced upward into the darkness where the windows should be. His lips puckered in revulsion. She'd seen him get a sunburn in a rainstorm on his last day walk. Donald charged the rogue bard, spinning his morning star. His furious aura glowed like a flame. Trudy raised her palm. The gesture locked his limbs. He stopped only inches away and dropped his weapon, gnashing his fangs. She said calmly, "You should walk into the sun, Mr. Robertson." Donald jerked forward. "How are you doing this, witch?" "I can make the dead do so many things." Trudy bared her teeth. The shadows arched into a tunnel, revealing the black-tinted entrance to the street. Donald trotted to it, his frantic hands punching his knees to stop himself. "You don't have to do this," Red pleaded. Trudy crossed her arms, turning slightly to watch the vampire struggling against the fatal urge. "He delighted in my torture." Red summoned air magic, visualizing a vice grip on Trudy's neck. "I don't want to do this." The bard gagged, drawing agitated sigils in the air. Kristoff leaped on Donald, tossing him over his shoulder in a fireman's carry. He sprinted into the shades. His order echoed sluggishly behind him. Necromancer alert! Sunblock protocol! Red somersaulted under a barrage of shadow slaps, concentrating on her own spell. She popped up to grab Trudy's wrist before she could trace another sigil. This is insanity. These vampires could protect you from the warlock. You would have gone into DVA witness protection. I don't care about myself. Mr. Gabriel will kill Ezra if he thinks I betrayed him, Trudy choked out, tossing her head against her invisible bonds. I won't go back to the warlock. Do you still want redemption? Trudy nodded. Red hated the choking spell she performed. It was cruel when the other woman needed mercy. There was still good in the bard. Stay. Be my teacher again. I want to, Trudy said, eyes haunted with regret. We'll get through this together, I promise. Red released her spell. This is a new start. A shadow tail slammed into Red, launching her midair. She flailed until she realized she wasn't falling. The miasma supported her like she was floating in water. It wasn't burning her. She drifted slowly down on the dark current. Daylight flooded the lobby. Red dropped on a waiting couch. Her head slammed against the armrest. She hissed in pain, queasy from the stabbing throb. The shadow dissolved above her. Sunlight made it easier to count the dozen corpses on the ground. Human DVA agents poured from the elevator, chasing after Trudy. Vision swimming, Red closed her eyes, mumbling the only kind of prayer that meant anything to women like them. Hecate, protect your wayward daughter. 23. August 28th, evening, Portland, Oregon. N2 Corp. Reality pierced Red's dream of a snow-covered train. Neve Morgan had been bestowing fashion tips for widows, referencing her Golden Globe win. She warned about dangerous co-stars. The details melted like snowflakes. Blurred memories of washing blood out of her own hair appeared in its place. Red stirred against soft blankets, squinting at Kristoff's bedside clock. It was 6:30 p.m., hours since she'd descended to the lobby. Vampiric voices carried over the partial wall of the bedroom. I trust what was revealed tonight will remain confidential, Kristoff said, for Prince Marek's safety. Netta and Donald murmured hushed agreement. Red stilled. The bandages on her healed arms felt coarse compared to the expensive sheets, but she kept them on for appearances. She'd passed out from a certain concussion and woke brimming with vigor. Kristoff's doing. What else had happened while she slept? Eavesdropping, she kept her breathing slow to mimic sleep. It's uncertain what the warlock's henchmen know, Kristoff continued. Trudy killed her accomplice on the way out. I could have gotten the truth out of him. That bitch, Donald said while Netta called her a worse word. We'll find that Peacha, Netta said. My people have corroborated the bulk of her testimony. Her partner bought petrol at a highway gas station on the interstate south of Salem after Marek was kidnapped. He's a known vampire hunter from England. The Queen's spies documented him in Prague last week. The warlock has done his research, Kristoff conceded grimly. That much is intolerably certain, Donald said. I still don't understand how you dodged my guards to find the fight, Kristoff. I could have left at any time. I was showing loyalty, my trust in your sense of justice by staying. It nearly killed Red. Enough squabbling over toys, children, Netta said. I've got my agents cleaning up the Dark Veil breach. Analysts are going over the interrogation footage. Donald said, We need to track Fox. Red padded from the bedroom into the living room, unable to hide anymore. What happened to Trudy? Kristoff flashed her a tired smile, sitting on the armrest of a leather chair. Netta flopped onto the couch. A cluster of round burns marred her porcelain cheek. Fox took her shadow show onto the street, caused a 4-car pileup, and disappeared. In black motorcycle leathers, Donald paced in front of the TV. This was an elaborate trick. She wanted to be captured so she could assassinate her partner before he talked. Trudy gave us enough to find Mr. Gabriel. It's a part of the lesson, Red said. The homework was destroying the warlock. She has her own agenda. She wants me to. She wants him dead too. I feel my sire fading, Donald bellowed. I have no time for a witch's riddle. Your men took the hard drive from Vic. Did you get the records decrypted? Red asked. There was buyer information. Donald toed the ground, staring at his feet. The software erased itself when my nerds tried to crack it. Kristoff said, then we're back to riddles. Red walked to him, keeping her head high despite the probing stares of the other vampires. Mr. Gabriel is siphoning the dimensional energy in the state, but he can't be in charm. Portland is on high alert. The shifter towns and territories in northern Oregon and Washington are out too, or wherever there are DVA agents. He'll operate where local conditions naturally shield him. Which city would be best? Eugene, Kristoff said. Interstate 5 goes through it. Trudy mentioned it before. Fuck, Donald said. It's the best blind spot in the state. That's 3 hours south of Charm, Red said. It would have been soaked with our quantum runoff, but I don't know. It's run by vampires who like shifters. They won't cozy to Jackson's killer. They don't play by the rules in Eugene, Kristoff said. The old chief would never allow a DVA field office. His tribe ignores the Blood Alliance. Given that Keomishun is 2,000 years old and guarded by shadow warriors, it was decided to leave him alone. He wouldn't interfere on Marek's behalf even if he knew. Child vampires are an abomination in his culture. Red bit her tongue from saying they were an abomination in most cultures. It's a dangerous hideaway, Netta said. The chief doesn't trust magic other than his own tribal shamans. A warlock wouldn't last long. He won't want us in his territory either. Kristoff very memorably pissed him off by bootlegging. We don't need a jaunt through my criminal past. Red said, Mr. Gabriel is counting on internal strife. Look what he's done so far. Donald marched into the corner kitchenette, pulling out his phone to order a minion on the other end of the line. Call every snitch I have in Eugene. Ask about a warlock or any suspicious magic. Vampire hunters, too. Yes. Again. Have 'em hit the streets. Harder this time. Kristoff touched Red's chin softly, tipping her face up. Don't fret. We'll find Trudy. Netta added, I'm almost impressed you got as close as you did. Thanks. Red smiled, pasting on a fake one for their benefit. She had let Trudy go. It was a gamble. Still, she couldn't be angry, disappointed. But if the roles were reversed, she wouldn't stay either. Hopefully the bard would find her son, take him somewhere outside of the warlock's influence to spend the rest of her days. I don't think she'll go to the warlock. He might want her dead now, too. Where could he be? Netta asked. He's been using Hufnagel's assets as a smokescreen, but the bookseller doesn't have any buildings in Eugene. Kristoff told me to search for any properties rented to a Bethesda group or Uriel and Sons Corp., and we found nothing in Oregon. Red said, check for any buildings or office space rented to a Patmos Inc. It's a shell company that Vic found in the bookseller's computer. I remember, it was connected to the possum pelt. I had Gord investigate it, Netta said, already texting on her phone. I'll see what he found. Kristoff scratched his chin thoughtfully. Patmos? That is an island where angels visited St. John in biblical lore. Interesting choice for our villain. Red found herself mimicking his pose, not liking this religiosity. Ironic or earnest, it came attached to a homicidal mastermind. She'd seen too many murder scenes that were a psycho's twisted dialogue with his maker. Is it a joke, or does he have faith? I'll send this warlock to the angels, Donald growled, returned from his call. What's the word, Netta? Is this bastard in Eugene, then? Netta read off her phone. Patmos Inc. bought property from Hufnagel last year. It's located in a mall in a northern suburb of Eugene. We'll know more soon. I'll lead the extraction party. It must be a small elite group. We're in and we're out, Donald said. You're free, Kristoff. I'm sorry to have doubted you and your brother. Never again, mate. Kristoff held out his hand. We'll fight beside you if you'll have us. You'll have my best minions for the effort. Donald pulled him into a hug. I'll report to the Queen and insist on it. Red smiled. Something had gone right. That was a first since her birthday. Netta put her arm around Donald, guiding him from the room. I'll coordinate the DVA on the preemptive cleanup. This is a covert operation, no leaks. The last sentence was for Red. She didn't care. She'd been updating the gang in Charm with text messages all day. Stace deserved to know where her lover's murderer was. She was tracking the vampire hunter's last movements on the interstate. It could be possible to make it to Eugene. They didn't have time to wait for Stace, but Red wouldn't stop her friend from trying. I say we bust your brother out anyway, Red said. Kristoff gathered her into his arms. His urgent kiss made her cling to him. She left her worries behind, drowning in his touch. He felt as enduring as the building that held his name. She draped her arms over his broad shoulders, shutting out the world. It was only when she pulled back for air the third time that she asked, "What was that for?" "Fighting for me and mine." He threaded their fingers together. "I know what you suspect about Marek. He taught me what I know about my dark gift, helped me turn Arno. I must protect his secret like it was my own." "I won't tell anyone about his power," Red promised. The desk phone rang downstairs. They walked from the apartment into his office. Kristoff said, "After I bring you the severed head of the warlock, we're spending a week alone at my clandestine cabin on Mint Hood." "I love the cabin part, but you can give that head to someone else." "You say that now." Kristoff smiled, picking up the desk phone. "Hello?" His expression darkened as he listened to the other end. "Can I object?" He slammed the phone down after the reply. "What is it?" Red asked. "Queen Elsbetta has overruled Donald. Arno will remain jailed to ensure my good behavior while I rescue Marek. You are to come with us to replace the mages that Trudy killed." Red took a deep breath. The quiet of a fight settled on her. This was the one she'd been waiting for. "I couldn't run from Mr. Gabriel forever." "Can you cloak yourself in a glamour?" "Hannah has a neat trick for invisibility, but I don't have that potion. I'll wear a face mask, stay in the back, and hope he doesn't recognize me." "I'll make you a drink," Kristoff said. "I think we both need one. Make it a red wine, that special kind. I need every advantage I can get." Red sweated in the muggy, stagnant air of the cargo van. She missed the private plane they'd flown to Eugene in. The van looked normal on the outside, but the back had been sunlight sealed. Surveillance equipment dominated one corner. It contained a bald black vampire in a turtleneck and headset who never stopped typing on a laptop between periodic updates on the movements of the support squad. The rest of the raiding party was packed on hard benches. She envied the vampires, who looked completely comfortable. Their eyes probably weren't numb. In jeans and a borrowed pink top, she sat across from Donald between Kristoff and Gord. Her usual leather jacket gave off hunter vibes. A backpack with her hunting supplies and a gas mask rested at her feet. Her phone vibrated with the notification that it was sunset. Kristoff set his hand on her knee. "After we set off the canisters, keep the mask on. I don't want Mr. Gabriel to see you." "You're releasing a knockout gas. I wasn't planning on breathing deep," Red said. She'd sensed his growing apprehension since they left his plane. "I'll be fine. I'm more worried about you guys. You won't see all of Mr. Gabriel's defenses. Warlocks like toys, the cursed kind like Chucky." "Everyone will keep their cold iron powder in reach," Kristoff said. "Won't you, Gord?" The minion nodded, patting his khaki cargo pocket. "Dump it on any curses. I remember." "Don't pick up anything," Red said, repeating warnings she'd already said when they'd planned their assault on the mall back at N2 Corp. "Watch your step," Donald hissed, clutching his heart. His eyes glowed with amber rage. "I feel Marek. He's close. He's in so much pain." The van stopped in a nearly empty mall parking lot. Red stood as the back opened. It was finally time to meet Mr. Gabriel. 24. August 28th evening. Eugene, Oregon. Mills Point Mall. Red entered the mall, holding Kristoff's hand. Adult contemporary spewed from speakers hidden in fake indoor palm trees. Gord followed, ready to mesmerize any humans that got between them and Mr. Gabriel. The vampires had discreet earpieces connecting them to a group communication line. She wore a black gaiter pulled over her nose. Thanks to the last pandemic, you didn't look like a robber anymore with a mask on. She didn't want the warlock to recognize her prematurely. A whiff of dark energy tickled her witchy senses. She sneezed. "Bless you," Gord said quietly. "Thanks." Red hiked her heavy backpack tighter on her shoulder. It was the most that he'd ever said to her. "Are the security cameras down now?" Kristoff said, "Yes, just got the report in. Wasn't much of a system." "This place is dead. Is this a money laundering front?" she said. The mall looked frozen in 2010. There was even a closed Radio Shack on the second floor. A thriving movie theater seemed to be the only draw for the public. It was flanked by a teenager-filled Hot Topic and a pretzel stand. "That's not a bad idea," Kristoff said as they passed more closed storefronts. The lurking dark magic strengthened with each step. At the end of the mall was a closed two-story department store. Patmos had bought the property, a failed Hufnagel investment, but signs from last year still promised a finished renovation. 3 guards, the first that they'd seen in the mall, huddled around its steel shutters. On the upper-level walkway, temporary walls barricaded the other entrance. "I'm getting major vibes coming off that department store," Red said. "I think he's already started his ritual." Kristoff tapped his earpiece, reporting to Donnell, who should have been breaking into the store's back door. "I have a visual on the old Mervyns. It's sealed to the public. We have confirmation on the energy traces. Deploy the canisters." The trio walked toward the guards. Red and Kristoff stopped a few yards away. Gord waved as he approached the 3 human men. "Pardon, do you know where the pretzel stand is?" A wiry guard in a navy blue uniform pointed to the direction they came. "It's by the theater." "Thanks. Now could you open this store for me while your buddies scram? They should catch a movie, whatever is starting next." One guard immediately stalked away. The wiry one crouched, unlocking the metal rolling door and lifting it to his knees. "What are you doing?" the last guard said. He lifted an ornate cross from under his uniform as he reached for his walkie-talkie to warn the rest. Red forced her will over the air. She was riding high on Kristoff's blood, so she didn't need to visualize it. The remaining guard went stiff as a board, arms pinned to his sides, mouth sealed shut. Gord stared him in the eye and issued quiet commands. She whispered to Kristoff, "This one might be from a vampire hunting family. They train against being mesmerized." "My minion is the best in the city. The guard should be under his power now." "This one is," Gord said, pointing to the one that opened the door. "Go to the food court. Forget you saw us." The order was instantly obeyed. Red released her hold on the last guard's legs. He kicked his captor immediately. Gord punched the man in the temple, knocking him out. He shrugged. 2 out of 3. "You're still the best." Kristoff joined his minion and stripped off his backpack, taking out a metal canister. He pulled the safety pin out and tossed it under the door before much of the white gas could escape. "Keep the humans away from this side of the mall until summoned." The minion nodded, stalking away to patrol. Kristoff tapped his earpiece. "The lower entrance is clear." Red put on the gas mask. It sealed to her cheeks as she tightened the straps. Her vision narrowed to the round eye holes. The glass appeared tinted to an observer, yet allowed her to see clearly. She'd look very dystopian if it wasn't for her pink blouse. Her gear wasn't comfortable, but the anonymity was. Kristoff lifted the rolling door for her before shutting it behind them. The main extraction team had split into 3 pairs, with a support team waiting in the parking lot. Hopefully, the others had already captured the dastardly mastermind. Bald mannequins posed in the yellow haze. A third of the lights were on, revealing the silhouettes of the shelves and abandoned store displays. Dark magic hung over it all, pulsing from the ceiling. Red pointed to a broken-down escalator. Kristoff provided cover as they crept up to the second floor. He stepped over an unconscious guard in the former home goods section. Gas clouded around their feet. She stopped him at the sight of a glowing sigil ahead. It was next to a stripe of painter's tape. Harnessing the air, she fanned the haze in front of them. Sigils charged with curses decorated the floor. A dried piece of gum was in the center of one. An old price sticker marked another. Were these discreet clues for the benefit of the human guards? This is weird, Red said, then described what she saw. Warlocks can't charge sigils themselves, and these are primed for intruders. It might have been Trudy's doing, Kristoff said. He murmured into the group comm line, sharing her news. There are curses hidden on the floor. She guided him through the traps, past the empty stationery section, and a discount rack filled with copies of 50 Shades of Grey. The ambient energy vibrated to a pitch that made her aura ache. Sickly green light surged from the center of the department store onto the ceiling. The spectral glow from the growing dark magic felt dirty on her spirit. The ritual is almost over, she said. They ran toward the disturbance, dodging around abandoned merchandise and stray litter. Kristoff grabbed his head, pulling the earpiece out for a moment with a wince. Everyone was shouting on the comm. Now it's dead. Donald is in trouble. Red acted like a bomb-detecting hound as he pointed the way deeper into the eerie store. They found Donald in the middle of a wide aisle of the electronics section. His red hair and eyes peeped from shadow tentacles anchoring him to the floor. A fallen vial of powdered iron had rolled from his reach. I'm here, Kristoff said as he knelt beside his friend. He poured the iron powder on the sigils, then used his own supply on the stubborn curse. Where are the rest? Latin chanting echoed in the gassy haze. It sounded like a finale. Red couldn't wait to free the others. She zigzagged between the traps to the end of the corridor. A rounded barrier of shelves and an old mattress display barred her way into the furniture department. She peered through a gap. Two skeletons, stakes in their rib cages, sprawled on the linoleum inside the makeshift fort. Their guns were lodged under a shattered table. That was a third of their raiding party. Merrick hung in the center of the cleared linoleum. A blessed silver chain dangled him over a painted black sigil ringed in salt. Smoke curled over his ankles. Tubes connected the boy vampire like an IV bag to a sleeping old man. Mr. Gabriel. After all this time, she expected more. Horns, maybe. In a black bathrobe, he snoozed like it was after lunch at the nursing home. He rested on a copper table embedded with crystal pyramids and gold spheres. The siphoned blood flowed into a big duct on his neck. Liver spots faded on his thin face. Stubble sprouted on his bald head. A wolf pelt covered him to his chin. Jackson's. The silver-gray fur was as shiny as in life. It made Red want to retch. If Mr. Gabriel was asleep, who had been chanting? She didn't wait for a henchman to appear. Red tapped into her magic, balling the energy between her palms. She released a shockwave, ordering the air forward like a general with his cavalry. Shelves and chairs rocketed to disrupt the ritual. She reached for the holster on her hunter's kit. The first bullet was for the singing alchemist Diego Blanco, murdered by Mr. Gabriel's assassins. The old man wouldn't escape justice anymore. Red gasped, muffled by her gas mask, when the dust settled. Gary O'Sullivan, of all people, shielded the warlock. Her shock at his survival faded into the stinging betrayal of an ideal. He had a soul. That should have meant something. How could he pal around with the evil guy who'd made him into dinner? He straightened, brushing off his orange-striped suit. You wouldn't hurt a geezer and his caretaker, would you? She fired her snub-nosed revolver. It was execution without hesitation. She'd done it before to a less deserving person in another timeline. She spent 3 bullets until she hit the old warlock in the side. The first 2 landed in Gary's stomach. I guess so, he said, charging. Kristoff came out of nowhere to tackle him. Donald rushed for the dangling prince. Spiked shadows spiraled up his body, trapping him on a sigil 10 feet from the sacred circle. Blast it, Mr. Gabriel said, sitting up. He reached into his robe and whipped a flat rock at Kristoff's feet. A shadow cage formed around Kristoff. He slammed his hands against it, hissing as the prison seared his palms. I was dreaming the most wonderful dream. The warlock touched a leather pooch around his neck. A gust of air knocked Red back as she readied her own. Elemental magic, it solidified, invisibly boxing her in like a mime. He asked, "Where did we leave off, O'Sullivan?" "The 10th repetition of the last verse. The end." Mr. Gabriel threw his head back and chanted in a deep, booming voice. A mushroom cloud of green light blinded her. When Red could see again, she didn't believe it. The warlock was young, and she knew exactly who he really was. She'd only seen him in dreams. He was supposed to have died over 100 years ago. She'd sent him to hell. It had been her Christmas present to herself. Donald roared, "Maxwell Baldacci, you old rat!" Maxwell, the entirely too alive warlock, sprang from the table and dropped his bathrobe to reveal a resplendent purple suit. A mustache and goatee had regrown as if tended by a barber. He ran his hands through his lush, shoulder-length hair with an appreciative sigh. "Correction, I'm now a very supple rat." Red broke through the mystical barrier during his preening distraction, using her second-to-last charged crystal to power the blow. She fired her revolver. Maxwell dodged. The bullet pierced his shoulder, not his head. He shuddered with a groan. "Idiot! This is my favorite suit. Americans, always with your guns. What was the point? I'm attached to a dark healer. I'm healing as we speak." Red magically yanked at the tubes connecting Maxwell to the prince. O'Sullivan slammed her to the ground, stealing her breath with the hard impact. She winced, protecting the back of her head at the last moment. Pinned, she struggled in his unyielding grip. She'd never used so much magic before. Her power sluggishly tried to make a comeback. Adrenaline and willpower kept her squirming. Maxwell said, "Why are you shooting at me if you have telekinesis? How uncivilized." "This is one of Novak's pets," Gary O'Sullivan said. "Let me twist her neck before we go. A present for his last moments. Give the mook a taste of how it feels to lose." Red kneed Gary in the groin and crab walked backward. Sharp pain stabbed her fingers. Biting back a screech, she looked down at the black sigil she'd accidentally touched. A shadow tentacle captured her hand, trapping her to the floor. Another curled up her arm. She groped inside her hunter's kit for iron powder. The tentacles wrestled her for the vial. Gary laughed in her face. "All 3 mice are on the glue paper." "Come now, O'Sullivan. Off you trot. It'll get unpleasant for vampires soon." Maxwell pulled a metallic disc out of his pocket, flipping it like an oversized coin. A portal appeared, a small glowing orb that swelled to a swirling mass. Gary marched inside with a hiss at Kristoff. The warlock raised his hand, sporting a glowing ruby ring. Fire surged from his pointer finger like a diesel flamethrower. Red poured the iron powder on the sigil and twisted free. Tapping into her final charged crystal, she blocked Kristoff from the fiery onslaught with an air shield. She tossed him what was left of the vial to free himself. Donald howled, unable to cover his vulnerable face. Sweating, Red dug in her heels against the magic fire and widened the protection to him. The solidified air heated, searing her hands. Maxwell was pumped on vamp blood and stocked with enchantments. She couldn't hold the shield for much longer. Stace leaped through the flames, katana flashing. Ceiling sprinklers sprayed a torrent of rain at her entrance. She cut off Maxwell's hand in a smooth downward stroke as she landed. "You took something from me." The shrieking warlock clutched his spurting wrist to his chest. We're even... "Like hell we are." Stace lunged. Maxwell touched the pouch on his neck with his remaining left hand. Unseen elemental magic rocketed Red and Stace backward, trapping them in a twister. "I don't have time for you, whoever you are." "You killed my Jackson." "There are dating services." Maxwell glanced at the rumpled wolf pelt on the copper table before trotting toward the shining portal. The ceiling sprinklers created twisted rainbows over his blood trail. "No!" Red fired into the closing vortex. She cursed at her empty gun chamber, dropping it as the mystical light disappeared, taking the warlock with it. Her tortured eardrums buzzed. She ripped off the gas mask. Stace said, "I was supposed to do this for Jackson." Red pulled her into a hug. She stared over her shoulder at the empty spot where Maxwell Baldacci had been. He'd left his hand behind and still won. 25. August 28th evening, en route to Portland, Oregon. Red leaned her head against the window, watching the city lights below the private plane. Her mind spun in 10 different directions. Each route came back to what Maxwell Baldacci had said to her in the dreamland when he mistook her for Juniper St. James. It's not what she did that concerned me. It was the line of witches she came from and what she was destined to do. Every man has a mission. Mine was to save the world. Maxwell thought he had a destiny to kill her, and he'd regained the vitality to make it happen. She'd left Fat Crispin a voicemail warning for the Brotherhood in London. The portal had looked like a portable one from the Alchemy Academy. It could have taken the warlock back to his native England, or anywhere else in the world. He had the means and the skill to hide, until he realized that his mission wasn't complete. When would that be? Across the aisle, Stace was tiny under a blanket. Her red-rimmed eyes looked lifeless. She'd driven to Eugene with Vic, but he'd offered to take the car so she could fly to Portland. Jackson's pelt lay in an oak chest in the cargo hold. She was handing it over to the Gonzalez clan, which had already gathered in the city. His body had been made whole for his burial, but it wasn't enough for Stace. It wasn't for Red either. The mystery was solved. They'd uncovered Herman and Jackson's killers, both dead or assumed so, yet justice was frustratingly delayed for the ringleader. The intricacies of Maxwell's plot were still unknown, but she knew the actions of one pawn for sure, herself. The latest blunder was draining the fluid from Gary O'Sullivan's tank. She'd thought it was mercy. It had only given him the chance to screw her over. A conscience was supposed to make vampires different. Even soulful humans could be grasping and cruel. It felt naive to be disappointed in the life choices of a bloodthirsty madman. Yet here she was. Darling, Kristoff sat beside her and took her hand. We're going to land soon. Donnell is taking the helicopter with the prince, so we'll have to drive from the airport. Like peasants, she joked. Her voice sounded wan to her own ears. How is Merrick? He drank all the blood bags and passed out. His appetite is encouraging. What about you? You haven't spoken since we left Eugene. Mr. Gabriel is Maxwell Baldacci. I'm still stuck on that point. I never thought I'd hear that name again. There's almost too much to say, considering our history. How much of my life has he destroyed? I'm still not certain. He's ruined the 4th of July for sure. Now, he has a new body with which to burrow deeper into the Brotherhood as a parasite. Your friend Basil said that the warlock wasn't an ordinary spirit in the dreamland. I am not entirely surprised the cockroach returned from hell. He's always been hard to stamp out. Or perhaps he's been here the whole time. Trudy said he didn't leave a footprint in history. I sort of know what she meant by that now. He didn't see my face, at least. I bit my tongue when he called me an idiot. That was tough. It's a matter of time before he realizes you're alive. Maybe minutes. Gary O'Sullivan will say something. It will jog a memory. Or he'll get a report from his spies. The Queen has already dispatched assassins after him. But Portland isn't safe for you. I don't know if Charm is. Stace will be on his radar after she took his hand. I know. My friends aren't safe with me around. At least he can't scry for me. My tattoo makes me immune. Red squeezed his hand. You promised me a stay in your cabin. After I gather some supplies at home, I want to take you up on it. You don't want to chase the warlock? The Queen and the wolves already have the scent. I'm happy to let them have it. She shrugged, trying to hide the bitterness under light self-deprecation. My track record against this guy speaks for itself. Kristoff said, We'll do a few nights on Mint Hood to decompress and then a month in Greece. How does that sound? Amazing, actually. I've always wanted to go to Delphi. I'll show you the ancient wonders, Kristoff said dreamily. We might want to duck down into Egypt, too. Have you ever seen a pyramid? She leaned against his shoulder. Only on postcards. He kissed the top of her head. I want to show you the world. We can start this week. After they landed in Portland, Kristoff drove while Stace didn't speak a word in the back. Both seemed lost in their own sense of failure. Red felt stuck in the middle despite being in the front seat. She wanted to say something inspiring about this only being one battle. They were still winners, yada yada. It was what friends did. Her own low simmering depression made optimism a mental stretch. Maxwell Baldacci was back at full strength. He had outwitted older and cannier beings than her to make it happen. That hardly felt like a consolation to her ego. She'd been so proud to vanquish him in the dreamland that it had been a power moment that she'd visualized in meditations to trigger her magic. That source of self-esteem withered. The only silver lining was that the half-fae would do better against the warlock next time. A dark look in Stace's eyes told Red that the usually bubbly heroine was replaying the fight in her mind. Kristoff thankfully made the trip short and ignored every speed sign. Red couldn't tell if it was luck or that the cops knew to avoid his Lamborghini when they made it to N2 Corp's downtown headquarters without a traffic ticket. She held Stace's hand as they walked into the repairs overtaking the lobby. The gift shop and restaurant were closed. Orange cones blocked a dark commercial corridor. Kristoff carried the oak chest with Jackson's pelt behind them. Its presence caused silence among the supernatural workmen in the chamber, leaving the few human contractors to look over, confused. An older Hispanic woman in a black tracksuit stood in a doorway near the front desk. She had Jackson's dark eyes and alpha bearing. Surrounded by younger men who looked like her sons and nephews, their auras marked them as werewolves, the Gonzaleses. Each wore varying expressions of anger and grief. Sniffing the air as one, the pack stared at the oak chest. Red offered, "I can come with you, Stace." "No, this is for me to do." Stace took the chest from Kristoff. Her skinny arms held the heavy box as easily as his did. She walked to the werewolves with a princess's poise. Red waited in case her friend changed her mind, watching the door close. A mournful howl broke the quiet of the lobby. Kristoff guided her to the elevator. She cuddled him for comfort on the ride. He said, "We're making a stop before we see Arno. I'll save my other announcement for then. I hope it's a fun detour." More my interpretation of fun, I think. She watched the elevator buttons light as they rose to the penthouse level. In the hallway, Donald stood in the wide threshold of a grand door. The aged wood was carved with rampart lions, authentically medieval as if it were transplanted from a castle. He shook Kristoff's hand with a pat on the arm. "Merrick wants a word, but make it quick. The lad should be resting." They walked through a granite atrium into a plush living room large enough for a proper royal entourage. It was outfitted in a mix of antiques through the ages, from a mid-century record player to a Baroque throne. A conversation pit, a design holdover from the 1970s, was near a drink cart that could have been from the 1770s. The glittering view from a balcony stretched to the river. Prince Merrick, gaunt and gray, lurked in a bathrobe, looking like one of those sick Make-A-Wish kids. It was doubtful that his wish would be as wholesome as a trip to Disneyland. He waved them closer as he sipped blood from a wine glass. "Pardon my state of dress. I couldn't be fucked to put on pants." Red nodded emphatically to the boy vampire. She'd be in her pajamas, too. "Considering the circumstances," Kristoff murmured. Donald said, "If this is important, the human could wait outside." "Who cares? She knows this grim affair," Merrick said, walking through French doors into a small side room. Vinyl records crammed the built-in shelves. Yolanda lay on a medical bed in the corner. In a yellow nightgown under a white blanket, she slept as still as a corpse. He studied her, reddish tears in his eyes, and gulped down the rest of his blood like it was whiskey. They should have put her in a Rolling Stone shirt. Donald said, "We'll have the warlock's head for this." "I'll have all his parts." Merrick retreated from his sleeping beauty and closed the doors. "I hear you shot him, Red." "Good." Stace Bonner cut off his hand. "I'll send dear Stacy a bouquet then," Prince Merrick said with a sad, wry smile. "You'll both receive a bonus on top of your previous payments." Donald said, "You should be in bed." "Play nursemaid later," the prince snapped. He composed himself as he set his glass down on a side table. "My dear old friend has been sorely treated." Arno has already been given my apologies. You deserve them as well, Kristoff. Your loyalty should never have been in doubt. Red met Donal's annoyed gaze, darting her eyes to her feet immediately. She took a step back, debating the best route for a stealthy retreat. Kristoff said, "The warlock's subterfuge fooled us all. It was targeted for the most discord. I made a miscalculation that gave his trickery fertile ground," Merrick said, dry and bitter, like he had no more fucks to give. "Donal, the Novaks told you the truth. They didn't sabotage your ambitions. Arno was bribing the electors heavily in Las Vegas on Kristoff's orders. That was his secret conspiracy in Sin City with the missing tithes. They secured every vote needed for you, except mine." Donal ran his hand through his red hair, tugging at the ends. "Why didn't you want it for me?" "The alchemist wouldn't have allowed you to thrive. When you become a supreme, I want you to have a future," Marek said. "This doesn't settle matters between you and me, but it does between you and Kristoff." Donal waved his hand in a curt dismissal. "Novak, you don't need to hear the rest of this." Kristoff bowed. It made Red wonder if she should too, but he turned heel too quickly for her to mimic him. He didn't speak as they took the elevator a floor down to his office. She pulled out her phone to check in with Stace to find a text message from her. "I'm leaving with the pack for the funeral. They have plans for the warlock and want my help. Thank you for helping me get all of my baby back." Red smiled. She'd been worried about another dust-up with the Gonzaleses. This was the olive branch that her friend needed. "We don't need to worry about Stace. She'll find her own way home." "If she's going after Maxwell, I'll pay for the flight," Kristoff said, "and I'll pass it on." He left the elevator on the penultimate floor and turned down the hallway to open a door with a large plaque, "Arno Novak." Arno drank alone by a rolling bar inside. He surveyed the city lights through the wide windows. The office was as spacious as Kristoff's. Unlike his brother's airy Scandinavian minimalism, Arno's tastes skewed to the black and industrial. Edison bulbs illuminated artistic anatomical sketches on the exposed brick walls. He turned with a quick smile. "That was close, Kristoff. Thank God the right papers were shredded. Make yourself a cocktail. We're in the clear." "The prince was certainly grateful," Kristoff said softly, walking forward with his hands in his pockets. Red said, "It's good to see you so frisky and free, Arno." He winked. "The drink offer was for you, too." "We'll leave for Charm soon," Kristoff said. "I'm overseeing evidence collection in the Shadow Witch's crypt." That was news to Red. Was that his announcement? It was anticlimactic. Arno scoffed. "We've been exonerated. Take the night off." "I'm buffing our once pristine reputations with overtime," Kristoff said. "We can't afford more investigations after the new fledglings in Chicago." "That was a staffing issue," Arno said, gulping back more whiskey. "I would have brought it up at the next human resources meeting." "Be good while I'm gone," Kristoff said, embracing his brother. He patted Arno's cheek firmly with a whisper in their mother tongue. The younger vampire nodded quickly, eyes on the floor. Red waved to Arno, confused, as Kristoff led her into the hallway. "What did you say to him?" "I urged him to consult me where the family business is concerned." Kristoff wrapped his arm around her. His cold demeanor shifted completely as he smiled. "I have a fresh pilot ready at the airport. The helicopter is your chariot to charm. I'll work while you pack, then tomorrow it's off to the mountains. The others can hunt Baldacci. He's made plenty of mortal enemies tonight." "Sure," Red said. Wired and uneasy, she faced too many uncertain futures. She'd learned how one bad move could spiral to a grisly end, if, or more likely when, Maxwell Baldacci came for her. She needed to be ready. She mentally cataloged the grimoires she should pack. It'll be like a vacation. 26. August 29th after midnight. Charm, Oregon. The old farmhouse was dark and still when Red returned home. A stale burned smell like singed hag root permeated the living room. The place hadn't smelled so bad since they had a Sasquatch inside. She drew back a white curtain to open the screened window. Cocoa Puff. The hamster squeaked a tiny welcome from his cage. Hey, buddy. She sluggishly unbelted her hunter's kit and set it on a side table. A wrinkled black envelope was on top of the mail pile. The sight tugged at her memory. Too wiped to remember, she picked the envelope up anyway. She walked into the kitchen and flicked on the lights. Hey, you're back, Zach said from the kitchen table. He wiped his eyes quickly. A cooking sheet covered in charred twigs and leafy clumps rested in front of him. I just got off the phone with Stace. Hanging in the dark? She dropped the envelope on the tabletop as she flopped into a chair. It's that kind of night. The ceiling bulb went out. After I changed it, I realized I didn't care if it was on or not. Rough at the diner, huh? He combed his fingers through the shaggy part of his hair. His side fade was due for a barber along with his 5 o'clock shadow. Maudette cried when I told the staff about Jackson. Bernardo was inconsolable. We'll stay closed for the next few days. I was going to call out too, Red said, grimacing as she began to recount their failure to catch Maxwell Baldacci. You unveiled him. That's a win, Zach said after she finished. You helped return Jackson to his family too. This was only a battle. It was my Waterloo, the latest at least. We surprised the warlock while napping and still couldn't take him down, Red said, trailing off into sullen silence. Usually after so much magic, she'd be starving. Her nerves were too on edge to eat. She poked at the metal sheet. What is this? Seared disaster. I found that Brotherhood-revealing powder recipe in the attic with the old craft supplies. Lazy-ass kids. We didn't put it back in the right place. I couldn't focus on TV, so I thought I'd try it. He opened the journal. There was a jar with the recipe. I guess it was the batch we made with Aunt Gina in high school. Stace was on a Brotherhood training thing, so it was just you and me, Red. The bottle cracked in the box, so there wasn't much left. Did you try it? On a back page. It was a grisly excerpt about an asylum. The powder I found was contaminated, but it worked. Must be a McGregor recipe that Tom Constantine learned through his mentor, and that's how Vic got it. Red took the journal, reading the paragraph of faded text. The word warlock was barely visible, but it might as well have been bolded to her. Until Lucas busted her out, Maxwell had experimented on Juniper in an asylum. She'd been determined to destroy him before she was killed by bards. This book could contain research and insight, or merely her daily agenda with the bloody burns as a vampire's courtesan. Zach prodded the blackened herbs on the cooking sheet. I messed up the new batch. The ashes should be white at this stage. She skimmed the handwritten recipe. Hemlock, baby's breath, thistles, hag root, and silver weed coated in sacred oils and salt. Shake and bake. What do you think went wrong? Didn't heat it fast or high enough. I might be able to. Get the fire extinguisher ready. Red retrieved a cooking lighter from a counter drawer and lit it with her left hand. She pointed her ring at the cooking tray. It was easier to make more fire with a starter. The element answered her call better when she was angry. She thought of Maxwell, ignoring her instinctive fear of fire. Flames spewed onto the tray, rendering the ashes bone white. Zach opened the back door and a window before the alarm could detect the smoke. You're getting good with that ring, but I'm glad Stace wasn't here to see that. We'll scrub the ceiling before she returns. Woozy, Red dropped into a kitchen chair. You need to add the ground Dead Sea salt next and charge the powder in the moonlight. And you need to eat something. That last spell deflated you. I feel it. Red grabbed a banana from the counter fruit bowl. Tomorrow, Kristoff is taking me to his cabin for a bit of R&R. You've kept the home lights on. You deserve a break, too. She left with a hug, shuffling up the stairs. A dreamless sleep blessed her with peace. It wouldn't last. The next day, Red staggered to the kitchen counter like a zombie in the search for coffee and not brains. She did a double take at Vic and Zach at the table. Slumped in a chair, Vic drank a beer while wearing a frown and a Metallica shirt. He straightened at her approach. His voice was unusually soft. Hey, Red. Zach was hunched over Juniper's diary in the same spot she'd left him last night. His dark outfit was the same as last night, only wrinkled and stained. An empty tequila bottle and shot glass rested by his elbow. He closed the book when he spotted her, saving his place with a black envelope. Sunlight illuminated the tears on his haunted expression. I'm sorry. So sorry. Startled awake, Red forgot the coffee pot. Her mind flipped through the list of their mutual friends. Did something happen to Stace? Aisha? Who is it? No, nothing like that, Vic said. We're day drinking for a different shitty reason. I want the record to show that he was wasted when I came to check up on you. You should Irish up your coffee, too. Uh-huh, Red said, anxiety jacking up. Would waking be the highlight of her day? I didn't know, Zach slurred, hovering his hand over the journal. I don't feel emotions on objects often, thank God. I'd never get anything done. It's hard enough feeling them on people. I didn't sense it when I first touched it. She sat down next to him. I've gone from alarmed to freaked. What is it? There's so much pain in these pages. I just wanted to test the powder. It revealed more than words. There was such pure anguish. Zach dropped his head in his hands. It's bad, Red. Really bad. I thought I'd learn about the warlock. I didn't. He trailed off with a long sigh and a sniffle. Vic said, he took some decent notes considering how much tequila is in him. Red patted Zach's back. Why don't we get you in bed and away from the book? You don't need to absorb its bad vibes. I didn't mean to read it. Not all of it. But it was like the book was speaking to me. It's a chronicle of suffering. The things that they did. What Lucas did. Zach shook his head, tears in his dark eyes. You always had hope. I don't know how. Red drew away, cocking her head. You mean her. Z-Dog, Vic said. She doesn't understand. I barely do, and I read some of it. The kitchen phone rang. The old landline, a holdover from Aunt Gina. Vic answered it, batting away Zach, who tried to intercede. Hello? His voice grew somber, almost disappointed. Oh, hey, it's you. Red pulled Juniper's diary to her, opening it on the section bookmarked with a black envelope. The page started dramatically in mid-story. Lucas ripped out the bellhop's throat as I begged him to stop. It wasn't a surprise considering what she knew of his unsold past. It was more surprising that the clean penmanship wasn't in old-timey cursive. An inky thumbprint marked one corner. She touched it tentatively, half expecting a mystical shock. A vision about Maxwell Baldacci's return? Vic said to the caller. Old news by now. No, Lucas, we can protect... Crawford. Zach ripped the phone from Vic's hands. His yell made Red jump. You sick fuck. I swear on my abuela's life that I'll stake you if I ever see you again. You piece of... Gotta go, Vic hollered at the phone as he forced it away from Zach. Bro, don't hulk out. Zach wiped his eyes with a grimace. Guilt and rage battled in his thunderous expression. I'll do it. I promise you, Red. If you say the word, Crawford is dead. Deader. I couldn't find you when you were lost, but I can do that. Why would I want that? She said, unsettled to her core. She'd never seen the empath like this. And since when do you hate Lucas? You guys are acting super weird, and it's not the booze. Vic sat across from her at the table and reached for his beer. Read the book. It starts with a real hook. She flipped to the first page of the diary and read the first sentence aloud. It clanged like funeral bells in her ears. My name is Juniper St. James, and I am writing this diary nearly 100 years before I was born. She stumbled over the words, trailing into silence. The plain text burned her eyes like a radioactive sun, but she couldn't stop reading. I don't like to call myself a time traveler because that sounds like I bought a ticket. Hostage is more like it. I don't know why I landed in the Victorian age. Only hard-earned speculations and regret. Red said, what the hell? This is crazy. Keep going, Vic said. Or stop. Stopping is better, Zack said, biting his nails. I already found the facts about the warlock. She frowned, curiosity overcoming her trepidation as she hunched over the book. Everything you read next will sound crazy, even if you know that vampires and witches are as real as electricity and ice cream. I want to believe that I am reading this safely back home in 2010. A licensed therapist is currently saying, go on, while making a note to increase my dosage. Alternatively, you're a curious archivist in a supernatural library. Hello there. Most likely I failed, the wrong person found this book, and I am dead. It's been my luck. If I did everything right, then whoever you are, you're in a better world. A world where a third of vampires have their souls, and an untold number of people still have their lives. If not, then I broke the timeline. Lucas was never cursed by a soulmancer, the Alaric Order won the Bloodline War, and I suffered for nothing. Dear gods, I hope I did something right. There was a prophecy about a girl who could take down the Alaric Order in the new millennium. It turned out to be about my best friend, Stace Bonner, but I tried to set this one up for her. Every day, the weight of history has been on my head. I don't know what I accidentally changed already, but I vow to make sure that the August harvest will go on as it should. Maybe we won't have Diet Pepsi or the show Friends, but we'll have fewer bloodthirsty vampires at least. That balances out a possible Jennifer Aniston free future, right? I'd love to start this account when I was a cute baby or a teenage demon hunter who fought with all the courage of naive youth. Maybe then you might have more sympathy for the woman I became, one who closed her eyes to cruel bloodshed because it was fate. I was scared too, a lost girl. I still feel like one at 24. Red stole Vic's beer can and took a long gulp. What the double mind fuck had she read? How is Stace mentioned in here? This can't be real. I'm mentioned later, too, Zack said hollowly. I gave up, but you never forgot us. It kept you going so you could make the world right for us. Vic rested elbows on the table, hands clasped together like in prayer. I still don't get it. This should be impossible. I say nay. Red waved her hand over the cursed tome. A big no on this theory. It's more than that. Vic flipped to the page with the thumbprint. I compared this with yours from an old high school arrest file. It was in the dossier you brought back from Portland. I did this before I started drinking, mind you. It's a match. The alchemist tested the diary's paper to verify its age. It's uber old, remember, like 120 years old. Red said, This is insanity. Vic crossed his arms. And being the reincarnated identical version of Juniper made sense? Zack nodded, trying to pour another shot from an empty bottle. That always was weird. If you were reincarnated, why wouldn't you be a cat in China or a dude in Cape Town? You'd land somewhere else on the karmic cycle, most definitely. Someone planted my prints in this diary And what? Vic asked. Shoved it in a vault with millions of dollars to screw with you? I could use a wacky time travel prank like that. Red stomped to the coffee pot, pouring herself a cup at the counter. She seethed at the sink window because he was right. Zack said, I remember the night you disappeared. That diary had every detail right. It even mentions your costume from a play dress rehearsal. You'd forgotten to change out of it. I read this book, felt the emotions behind it. You wrote it, Red. I'd read your writing as Emma, and it was her, after too much terrible shit. She groaned, clenching her fists. I couldn't have. I'm not her. Emma, yes, but not Juniper. No, it's a big historical phony. I got the drunken abridged version, Vic said. Juniper, whatever. Y'all wrote that you didn't know what squirted you backward. We proved time travel exists in July. It was sort of a big deal. She glared at him. Existential dread of a multiverse with dimensional realms had been like the theme of her summer. Vic stood his ground. If that Kronos statue was floating around for decades, then what else could be out there? Zack said, Isaac Gruber messed around with dark dimensional shit that night after a summer of riftquakes. He might have triggered some time anomaly, Maybe a dormant relic at your house. Or he took credit for someone else's work. He was delusional enough. Red cradled her head in her hands. It felt too real. Eliana, the demigoddess, said that I'd been touched by time magic before, but I thought she meant in LA with the Kronos statue. Was this why it glommed onto me? That fucker was right. He was right all along. Zach asked. Who? Maxwell Baldacci, Vic answered before sipping his beer thoughtfully. Or that one-eyed French guy. He left quite a final zinger now that I think about it. She swallowed thickly, wiping her eyes with a sigh. I guess no one wins the betting pool on where the hell I've been, or where I come from. This explains my trust fund. All that collected interest created a fortune. Smith and Reaper had my blood sample and prints because I gave them to open the account. It was me all along. Everything she did. Zach slapped his hand on the table. What those damn vampires forced you to do is not your fault. You're the victim here. The guys looked at her as if she knew what to say. Her brain felt like it was melting. Usually her thoughts raced when it came to the mystery of her origins. This revelation had created a traffic jam. Did I know how to play the piano? As Emma? Confusion snapped the righteousness out of the empath. No. Juniper must have. She wrote about it. Vic asked, Have you spontaneously learned an instrument? I need a minute. Red scuttled from the kitchen to the backyard. Kristoff's musical experiment from days ago replayed in her head. She'd nearly forgotten. The Sleeping Beauty waltz was an earworm with teeth. She slipped through the broken part of the fence to the bare lot that had once held her family house. Numb, she plopped down on the grass. She pulled out her phone and finally looked at the email from Kristoff about her family. Darling, I never wanted the truth to hurt you. I only send this as a gesture of transparency. If you wish to continue as before, I accept your decision. This sentiment isn't begrudgingly given. You imagine that I wish you to be different, but I have found exactly what I desire in you. Be secure in my love for the woman that you are. The attached file contains the full investigation. In brief, this is what my detectives uncovered. You were born at home to Adela St. James and Russell Goldberg, and they named you Juniper. A pained finality overcame Red as she clicked her phone off. She didn't know how long she sat dazed in the beaming sun until Vic found her. I put Zach to bed, he said, and before you ask, yes, I left him with water. Red leaned on her hands, staring at a fluffy cloud. It should have been raining. Everything she thought she knew was flipped upside down, and it looked like a regular summer day. I'm her, aren't I? Whatever we learn in that book, I know what I know about you. Your character, your soul. After all that time together in the Millennium Falcon, I trust you, dude. He lightly punched her arm. So don't be an idiot and doubt it yourself. Red stared at the grass, flicking at a dandelion morosely. I know exactly who I am now. From where I'm standing, you did what had to be done. The August harvest happened. The Burns fulfilled their destiny. If you stayed longer, you could have killed baby Hitler, but I suppose that's extra credit. Yeah, maybe. She fell silent. There's a black envelope in the kitchen. Vic cocked his head. And I probably got a box at the post office. What of it? The envelope was delivered days ago. With everything that's happened, I haven't really thought about it. I found it when I was sleepwalking. Trudy probably sent it to me. She sent one to Ezra. It made him remember himself after his resurrection. What if I opened it? He grumbled. That could be cursed like everything else she touches. She thinks I'm the key to Maxwell's destruction. It's just locked in my head. You'll find more than his skeletons. Reading the book was enough for me. I don't want to remember. We clocked so many miles in the van on this case, and I want to bail now. She curled her knees to her chest. Is that awful of me? There ain't any more that you'll learn from the past. Nothing good, at least. Just shitty details that you'll sleep better without. He patted her shoulder and stood. You're getting a sunburn. I can make you a sandwich or a cocktail, whatever you want. She finally said it aloud. I'm Juniper St. James. You're my intern. That's what matters to me. Vic held out his hand. Now, do you want a grilled cheese or not? Always, Red said, accepting his help. She brushed the grass off her, but not the ugly truth. 27. August 29th after sunset, Charm, Oregon. Stars sparkled over her house as Red rolled a suitcase to Kristoff and his all-terrain SUV waiting at the curb. We're going on a world trip, he said, curiously amused. You could bring more baggage, sweetheart. She kissed his cheek. I have everything I need here. That includes you. Kristoff smiled and stowed her bag in the back. She checked out his nice butt in his designer jeans. In a blue plaid jacket and tight white undershirt, he looked like he'd raided the most rustic section of Neiman Marcus. It's heavy. How many books did you bring? Some clothes, too. Red shrugged. She'd loaded the diary, the still mysterious silver necklace, Trudy's grimoire, and other tomes amid her packing cubes. The black envelope was tucked in there, too. It felt like a grenade, but she couldn't leave it lying around. I brought the final Game of Thrones book. It's a doorstopper. Can you believe there's a timeline where the series is unfinished? Sounds terrible, he said, wrapping his arms around her waist. You'll get plenty of reading time when we hit the Greek islands next week. Anxiety tightened her ribcage. Red hadn't told him what was in the diary. She thought they'd once had a weird love triangle with Juniper's memory. It was always the two of them, really. She said, I read your email. Did you mean it? About continuing as before and leaving the past alone? Every word, Kristoff said. I promised you a vacation that you'll never forget. It starts with a cabin in the woods. She kissed him deeply, curling her fingers in his hair. The confession slipped from her like a sigh. I love you. He leaned his forehead against hers. How many times had she said that to him in another life? His eyes twinkled like it was the first. He stroked her cheek. I love you too, Red. She nibbled at his lip mischievously. We have the trip of a lifetime ahead. How fast can you get us there? Speed limits don't apply to me, he said, opening the car door for her. Haven't you noticed? Here's my secret. She dipped into the front seat as he explained what amounted to bribery with extra steps. Speeding out of Charm, he took the scenic route to Mount Hood. The tightness in her chest faded with each mile. Hours later, the SUV emerged from the forested private driveway into a mountain clearing. Wildflowers preened in cultivated columns on the moonlit yard. A 2-story mansion was styled as a log cabin with a pedigree. The attached garage could fit 3 cars. It looked like a spread in Architectural Digest with its peaked roof and wide windows. Gord waited beside a trio of armed guards on the wraparound deck. Looks like this place is double booked, Red said dryly, undoing her seatbelt. The muscle was appreciated, but she hadn't planned on wearing a bra in 10 minutes. Kristoff parked at the front steps. You'll hardly notice them staying in the cellar. She opened the car door, inhaling the pine-fresh air. The distant lights of civilization glittered below the mountain. Fireflies played over the lawn. This place is beautiful. The estate is bee-friendly, the gardener assures me, he said. The backyard was overrun with rabbit holes when I was last here. The spring litters kept tripping the alarm system's motion sensors. I want to see baby bunnies. Kristoff and Red strolled around the house, appreciating nature's serenity before retreating to the master bedroom. They barely left it for 3 days. On September 2nd, Red woke and stretched with a yawn in a California king-sized bed. The clock warned her it was after 3 p.m. She wasn't surprised to see that Kristoff was already puttering around. He was an early riser. If he were alive, he'd be one of those truly depraved people who jogged at dawn. She freshened up in the bathroom, then wrapped a thin blanket around herself and went downstairs to the living room. Despite the shuttered windows, White walls with rustic exposed beams on the high ceiling made the space seem airy and bright. Closed cabinets blended in with the walls to hold an entertainment center and a weapons cache. Her hunter's kit and a pair of jeans lay discarded on a coffee table by the leather couch. Both had been there since she arrived. In the stainless steel kitchen, Kristoff made coffee. Good boy. She gave his business suit a second glance. He hadn't worn more than a bathrobe since they'd arrived. Get dressed and I'll have breakfast for you, he said. The service in this establishment is excellent, I must say. Red kissed him on the cheek. What did he have planned? She fetched her abandoned pants from the coffee table, then trotted to the bedroom. Real clothes were a chore after 72 hours as virtual nudists. She snatched the first t-shirt she found in her suitcase. The black envelope tumbled from the green fabric. It represented everything she was happy to forget. She folded the envelope and stuffed it into her back pocket. Later, she'd find somewhere safer for it. When Red returned to the kitchen, Kristoff presented a chorizo scramble with a flourish. It was microwaved, but he'd arranged a sprig of mint and a cantaloupe slice nicely on the plate. Grinning, she settled at the built-in breakfast nook. The pico de gallo and mango salsa in the ramekins are a good touch. Lovely presentation. I owned a restaurant in Cancun once. He considered the plate again. Hopefully the flavors match. I died before I could have Mexican cuisine. The fact kicked her in the heart. He had been murdered the same night as Netta because of her. He'd missed out on more than Southwestern flavors. He'd never had a chance to have children. What would his life have been without Juniper St. James? He asked. You looked sad for a moment. What is it? I thought of life without burritos. She slapped on a fake smile and picked up her fork. It's unbearably tragic. I get a secondhand thrill from watching you eat. Kristoff chuckled. Dig in. I have a surprise for you. Vic should arrive in moments. Good call on the pants, then. She raised her eyebrow. You're a little too dressed to see a guy with a mullet. The kids call it a wolf cut now. I won't tell Vic that, Red said. She knew what the suit meant. Let me guess. You have other plans? This is sudden, but I need to leave. My driver is waiting. Urgent matters in Portland. One of the prince's enemies. I'm bringing the weasel to heel. Kristoff narrowed his eyes, then shook off the dark expression to smile. Vic can keep you company for the night. Like a bodyguard and a friend, I see. Correct. I'll return to escort us to the airport for our flight to Athens. Forget Emirates. You've never flown until you've experienced first class on Sharon Air. Ooh, the premier airline for the dead. I'm already imagining the hot towels and ordering a non-human Bloody Mary, she said, trying to be a good sport. She took his hand. Hurry back. Kristoff kissed her knuckles. I wouldn't miss our trip for the world. Her phone interrupted the sweet moment. Vic's number popped on the screen. She answered the ringing. Hey, I'm parking in the side lot now. You guys better not be naked. I'm clothed, but Kristoff is commando right now, she said, deadpan. You know how comfortable vampires are with their bodies. Ugh, I hope you're joking. Vic disconnected. Red cackled, setting her phone down. Her juvenile humor faded. She tried not to pout and failed. Do you really have to leave now? It's still daylight. I don't relish an hour-and-a-half drive in a light-sealed pod, Kristoff said, lip curling in distaste. Too much like a coffin. When they said goodbye, she clutched more than hugged, missing him already. He disappeared into the dark garage. She plodded to the living room, unlocking the front door. Vic rushed inside. Novak promised he had the latest PlayStation. It's great to see you too, she said, chuckling. She pointed to a squat cabinet under the gigantic TV. You'll find all the toys in there. He better have some version of Mario Kart. Vic whipped off his denim jacket, nearly skipping into the living room. I have a need for speed. Red settled on the couch, drafted into a video game. After an intermission for dinner and a movie, they returned to the digital racetrack. The rolling shutters opened on the bay windows, timed for sunset. She jumped at the sound. Another turtle shell hit her little toadstool racer. Cursing, she lost. I'm better with a real car, she insisted. I beat Kristoff when we played. Frowning, Vic chose the next cartoony track on the game. Did you tell him? About everything. He said he didn't need to know who I was, Red said, fighting the defensiveness in her tone. She shrugged, absently manipulating the controller. I brought the diary. It's in my suitcase with some grimoires. I thought I'd show him, but I'm not ready. Can you take it back with you to Charm? Yeah, I'd drop that bomb after the transatlantic flight, too. He sighed. Let's load it in the Falcon before I forget. Tonight we're raiding Novak's liquor cabinet and breaking in that sweet fire pit on the back deck. I'll be hungover and surly tomorrow. Thanks for the warning. Red laughed and scurried upstairs. She returned with a tote bag on her shoulder and a prison box under her arm. The warded oak contained Trudy's grimoire. She didn't know why she'd packed it. That cursed tome didn't need to come along on her holiday. After depositing the goods in his van, they flopped back on the couch. Vic sighed. It's going to be hard to tell Kristoff whenever it happens. I'm not one for giving relationship advice, so I won't. That was a one-time observation, not an invitation to blab more about our feelings. I know. I'd rather keep those to myself anyway, Red said. The cellar door opened in the hall. Her bodyguards trooped out in camouflage gear like deer hunters. She waved over her shoulder. Hey, Gord. What's up? Vic examined the indigenous vampire leading the other three. I didn't know you had a platoon trapped down there. You get used to it. Gord is from Canada. He's cool. She shrugged as the minions went outside to patrol the grounds. I figured by the name, Vic said, and the suspicious amount of bare-naked ladies I heard coming from the basement earlier. It was either that or a ghost from Ontario. Come on, I demand a rematch, Red said. A slice of cold pizza and another game later, her phone vibrated with a notification from the Smart House app that Kristoff had made her install. It's the motion sensors. Maybe the wildlife camera found a deer. They like nibbling the garden. Red tapped the app, leaning in to show Vic. Her screen revealed a familiar gray van speeding up the graveled driveway. 2 guards sprinted behind the vehicle. That's not a deer. Vic ran to open the front door and yelled, Yo, leave Dash alone. I know her. Hey. Red retrieved her hunter's kit from the coffee table. She belted it quickly around her waist as she walked to the doorway. Don't go out there. Think of what LaShawn would say. Of course, Vic ran outside immediately. 4 armed vampires surrounded the parked van. Dash climbed down from the driver's seat. Bruises darkened her jaw. Dried blood streaked her black leather jumpsuit. It was the same one she'd worn at the church. She lifted empty hands. I don't have good news. Of course not. Red jogged down the deck stairs to Vic. Wasn't your leg broken? He asked. What happened to you, Dash? There's a story behind that, but this ain't the place. Leave now, Dash said, glancing at Gord's fangs. You don't have enough firepower for what's coming. Why would we? Red said. I'm supposed to lure you out for an ambush, but I'm not, okay? Dash stepped to Vic. Take a back way off the mountain. He's coming. It's the warlock, isn't it? Red said. Her golden ring froze on her finger, stinging like an Arctic winter. Wincing, she shook her hand. What? Instinct like a mother's warning told her to shut up. Birds rocketed from the forest canopy. The whisper of nearing car engines boomed to her anxious ears. Each vampire turned toward the sound. Go in the house. Gord pointed to Red, then gestured to another minion. Jenkins, bring the jeep around to the rear deck to pick them up if it's clear. Take them down the old logging road. A short male vampire broke from the guards, sprinting to the garage. Another manipulated his phone to trigger the rolling window shutters. The third, a muscled man with a cross scar on his cheek, raised an automatic rifle toward the driveway's end. Their alarmed expressions made it clear they had been briefed on the warlock, obviously not the full truth, or they would have deserted. Red and Vic darted to the front porch. He paused at the top of the stairs, noticing Dash hadn't followed. Hey, come with us. I'll cover you, Vic said. Don't make me throw you over my shoulder. The warlock can track me, Dash said. She lifted her chin, hands on her hips. "Stay alive, Constantine. Kill a few ferals in my honor." "Thank you," Red said, tugging a hesitant Vic into the shelter of the cabin. She dead-bolted the entrance. Flitting around the living room, she found her purse and revolver. He grimaced at the door, anchored in place. She said, "I know what you're thinking. What did you use to say when we needed to run and I slowed down?" "Get your shit and go." Shaking his head, he put on his denim jacket and plucked his duffel bag off the floor. He pulled out a handgun. Red strode to the kitchen, calling Kristoff. The line forwarded to his voicemail. He'd probably been bombarded with calls from the security system company or his minions. It was 9:45 p.m. Even if he took a helicopter, he wouldn't get here until after 11 anyway. She left a message. "The warlock is coming, so I'm running. Let's take that flight tonight. I love you. See you soon." She stuffed her phone in her zippered purse. Breathing deep, she connected to the air and rolled the element between her palms. She could launch a shield or a shockwave. Vic unlocked the kitchen door to the wild backyard, peeping out. An empty jeep idled beside a woodpile. He flung open the door. Red held him back. "What happened to the bodyguard?" A shadow leviathan sailed over the house. "I'm guessing Trudy," Vic said, hate hardening his expression. "We'll outrace it in the jeep." Gary O'Sullivan emerged from the forest, dressed like a disco pirate in yellow bell-bottoms with a sword on his belt. A dozen vampires stalked out of the shadows behind him. He tipped his feathered hat to her. "This is the end, Toots." "Not today," Red said and unleashed her magic. Epilogue. September 2nd, 9:48 p.m., Portland, Oregon, N2 Corp. Kristoff Novak strode from a DVA interrogation room, slamming the door behind him. Dark-suited agents peeped from their cubicles in the bullpen. The ninth floor was one of the few in the N2 Corp building, not under his complete control. Whispers followed him to the director's corner office. He'd really interrupted his vacation for this chore? He could be with Red. Few were happy about it. His relationship had been a sore spot with his friends. Once the novelty of her appearance had worn off or sunk in, depending on if they'd known Juniper, the reviews were mixed. The prince and Yolanda had been delighted for him from the beginning, and later Arno came around, but Netta had hated her on sight, and Donald had soured after his boyfriend's death. Honestly, Kristoff hadn't expected it. Everyone had taken immediately to his last serious girlfriend, Heather. Netta closed her laptop and removed her computer glasses when he entered the office. She leaned back in her desk chair with a cheeky smile. "What did you get from Willard Zabrowski? I heard the pummeling from here." "It wasn't worth the drive." Kristoff wiped his bloody hands with a pocket handkerchief. His dark suspenders and slacks were still presentable, but he'd need to change his shirt before returning to the cabin. Zabrowski's a rat bastard, but his black market operation traffics in human parts. Not supernatural. He wasn't affiliated with the warlock. "I'll order that he's staked anyway. His workshop would be tabloid fodder if the cops ever found it." "Idiot," she said, shaking her head. A wedding picture rested on the corner of her desk. Kristoff had taken it of Queen Elzbieta and Netta. That night was one of his happiest memories, alive or dead. During his house arrest, Donald had needled him, slyly commenting that the Queen had doubted him from the beginning. The insinuation still rankled. Kristoff hadn't realized how much until he'd ordered a delightfully naked redhead to dress and then leaped to prove his loyalty. Again. "I'm clocking out, I mean it," he said. "I don't want to be bothered unless the DVA has Maxwell Baldacci's location." "It's a hell of a time to go on holiday." "I need one. My last was in 1987. Netta snorted. "We all know how that London trip ended." "I'm merely taking a month in the Mediterranean." Kristoff crossed his arms. "Arno takes a gap year every 2 decades. He came back with a terrible British accent the last time, and I had to lock him in a closet until he stopped." She rolled her eyes, but then her scorn faded. "I'm happy for you. Really. I know how I've acted toward your human, and in the future I'll be nice-ish." She helped save our golden boy. Just watch your back, even on a yacht." He smiled, touched by what was nearly an apology for hazing his girlfriend. "Still worrying about me? You've made it hard not to in the last few days." Netta flashed him a tolerant grin. "Have fun on the holiday. Get me a nice bottle of ouzo." "I'll make it 10." As Kristoff tapped the table to close the deal, his sire bond pulsed with fresh proximity. He stiffened. Lucas Crawford had appeared somewhere in Portland like a shadow on the horizon. But why? Had Red told him about her revealed family and what it implied? No. She loathed to speak of it, having learned as much as she desired about her origins. The most likely possibility would lead to fisticuffs. Someone must have revealed Kristoff and Red's relationship. Had Delilah finally cracked? She'd promised discretion, but a soul hadn't made her less tempestuous, only less homicidal. Kristoff said, "You've been talking to your sire regularly as of late. Has she mentioned Lucas?" "No," Netta said. "What is it?" "Lucas is leaving the airport, I think, or already left it. I was distracted earlier. He doesn't seem happy." "Splendid." She flapped a lazy hand at him. "Duck out the back and I'll stall Crawford. I definitely won't say you fucked his ex all week." "Appreciated." "Don't linger to brag." Kristoff bowed with a grin and retreated from the DVA office. He descended to the dim parking garage under N2 Corp. It took 90 minutes to get to his mountain estate. If he drove quickly enough, he'd spend the witching hour with his enchantress. Wordless and eternal, a sixth sense alerted him to his sire. He cursed mentally and clicked the key remote for his luxury all-terrain vehicle. The headlamps flared on. Lucas appeared, posed against Kristoff's car. The dark-haired vampire crossed his arms over an old black leather jacket. It had been his signature since the 80s. Logos for punk bands, picked for obscurity and street cred, decorated the sleeves. His blue jeans were torn with a calculated level of careless anti-capitalism. The poser came from the merchant gentry class. He was as manufactured as the Sex Pistols. Kristoff said, "I have places to be." "Red is in trouble." Lucas stuffed his hands into his pockets. Tightening his jaw, he conceded, "I need your help. An oracle in LA said this wouldn't be easy." "Is it the warlock?" Kristoff said. His inner demon rumbled, demanding Baldacci's blood. The opposite of a soul, it could be relied on to urge violence in all cases. His status in the world required tempering that instinct. Tonight, his whole self agreed. Lucas said, "How'd you guess?" "It's been quite a week. What do you know?" "Get me on a Learjet or whatever you've got and take me to Charm. It's happening soon." "Red isn't there," Kristoff said. "She's in hiding at one of my lairs. No one else knows the location." "Are you willing to bet her life on it?" Kristoff pulled out his phone to text Arno for admin support. He needed at least a dozen minions and a mage to follow them. The prince would double the number to secure the warlock. A security app notification sprang on the screen, followed swiftly by more. The phone buzzed with a call from Gord. He answered, "Hello?" Gunfire crackled through the phone line. Lucas stopped his restless pacing to eavesdrop. Dread descended on Kristoff. "Get here, boss," Gord grumbled. The call cut out. Another rumbled in its place. Kristoff said, "Yes?" "Mr. Novak, this is Smithson Security," a calm feminine voice replied. "We've detected a disturbance on your property. It will take our tactical support squad approximately 87 minutes to arrive. May we deploy our unit?" "Yes, I'll meet your team." Kristoff hung up, furiously texting Arno. They'd drive to the nearest hospital on his take to disguise the waiting helicopter as a mercy flight. He clung to practical logistics to resist fear. It'd take nearly an hour to reach his cabin. Red could hold off the warlock until then. She must. Sweet yet sharp, naive yet clever, she was a bewitching contradiction. Her appearance had drawn Kristoff at first, but it was what he'd found underneath that kept him intrigued. She was a pretty redhead who liked Lord of the Rings and could box a skalosh. Even if they didn't have a near mystical connection, he'd want her number. Eternity was brighter with her in it. She made more than his world better. She made him better, or at least made him want to try to be. This was their chance. He vowed they'd check into that hotel with a view of the Parthenon. Lucas climbed into the driver's seat. We don't have approximately whatever time that corporate drone told you. I'll drive. You delegate to the underlings, bring the full payroll. Sighing, Kristoff handed a key over and rushed into the passenger side. Take a right, follow the hospital signs. It's a shortcut. Lucas sped out of the garage and jerked onto the street. Kristoff winced at the near miss with a Subaru. He opened the security app on his phone to find the cabin's camera feeds and tapped on one for the front yard. Gord fought back to back with the other minions against unknown if well-trained vampires. Unfamiliar, they were doubtlessly imported like the English hunters. In the background, a lumber truck reversed over the carefully maintained bee garden. Kristoff checked the other exterior cameras, finding the Millennium Falcon blocked between new vehicles, including a rusted hatchback. He couldn't tell if its license plate was missing like the one that had rescued Dash from the Hunter's Church. He switched to an interior camera in the living room. Vic stood by the front door. Red stepped into view, pointing behind herself. Her beautiful profile made his heart tighten. Go to the bunker. Seal yourself in and hide, my love. They haven't breached the house. I'll call her. Lucas sneered. And what, distract her from the gunfight? She knows the minions told you. Kristoff composed himself to speak without throttling his sire. What do you know about the warlock? What do you? Was it on purpose, or was he naturally annoying? You're the one with new intel. Kristoff didn't want to reveal too much too soon, still unclear on what his sire had heard from non-oracle sources. Come on, you get. This bickering could go for hours. Kristoff snapped, Your story will take less time. Lucas drummed on the steering wheel, declaring his agitation in Morse code. I'm the guy that the worst premonitions are forwarded to in Los Angeles. This is the second on the warlock this week. The new vision was of a massive fire with red dangling over it. Bleeding Oracle couldn't tell me if it was literal or metaphorical. I hopped on the first plane, got a pat down in security instead of the infrared. The bloke was touchy. No one should know about my mountain lair. I left Red with 4 guards and Vic. First, did you just say mountain lair like you're a Bond villain? Is it inside a cliff carved into the shape of your thick head? Lucas snorted, counting on his hand. Second, if you've got minions there, someone knows. Kristoff seethed. Clearly. I called her house in Charm days ago. Got quite the hello from Zach. I'm not sure how I got on his shit list, but it's been radio silent since then. The empath is grieving. Kristoff chose his words carefully, editing the recent saga. There was no reason to mention the St. James revelations or other intimate details. He needed another proven fighter who understood how wily Maxwell Baldacci could be. His sire was a berserker when provoked. That spirit could be directed, but one wrong phrase could turn it on him. Donald put me under house arrest. Let me guess. Once a deflector, always a deflector in their eyes. Lucas flashed a snide little grin as if preparing another biting witticism. He swallowed whatever it was, most likely for Red's sake, and said mildly, That's why I'm not a joiner. So, tell me how you tidied their mess. Kristoff gritted his teeth, pretending civility. He finished his story without another interruption, a record with his sire. Stop on the northeast side of the hospital, by a side entrance. Dryly chuckling, Lucas shook his head as he drove onto the grounds. So, you're telling me that you found old Maxwell in a kip. Then Red softened him in that ridiculous O'Sullivan for you, and you still couldn't kill the bastard? There was a sigil, Kristoff hissed. I remember the last time you faced the warlock. How did that go? Oh, you made out with his red decoy. She was in the same body. Lucas parked the car and slammed the door as he exited. That bleeding Trudy woman wasn't with him in Eugene. Have you put tabs on her son? Started last week. At least you did something right. Give me some credit, if that's physically possible for you, Kristoff said. You'd be stuck doing paperwork for a rental car right now if it wasn't for me. Lucas curled his lip like he'd seen too many Billy Idol videos. His revealed fang glittered. Don't start me on where I'd be if not for you. A waiting hospital director gestured them into a side door. The last-minute bribe would pay for a kid's college tuition for the year. If it were possible to book a rocket, Kristoff would have done it. The silent elevator ride to the helicopter pad dragged on as he worried. He checked the security feeds on the cabin. The exterior cameras were out of service now. The living room was empty. What had happened? He called Arno for an update. The elevator doors opened. His brother waited on the other side, holding a ringing phone. Donal and Netta stood beside him in matching black Kevlar vests. She said, "The helicopter is gassed and we're ready to kick ass." Arno smiled. "They insisted." Donal nodded, unsheathing the broadsword on his back. "I can't resist a damsel in distress myself." "Thank you, old friends." Kristoff wished he had the privacy to tell them what it meant. This was his family reunited. "It'll be a hard fight." Lucas trotted to the helicopter, where the pilot waited. "I'm cutting the line to hack off the warlock's head." Donal raced after him. "That's for my prince, you English bastard." Netta rolled her eyes and followed with Arno. Kristoff checked his phone again. It'd be impossible to hear in the helicopter. He swiped into his voicemails, finding Red's message obscured among the ones from his security company. Her words were determined and resolute. She didn't want him to know she was scared. The fear hid in her pauses. "Let's take that flight tonight. I love you. See you soon," she said. The message was 15 minutes old. Had she made it out? Red would have sent him a text update at least. Kristoff rewound the voicemail to hear her say, "I love you" again. She'd say it to him in the flesh soon. He refused to think of the alternative. The last few days alone with his beloved had been holiday bliss. He had woken earlier to spend every second with Red. She made his dead heart feel alive. It was the little details, like the look in her eyes when he'd make her food or when she realized they'd read the same book. Sights he could never capture with a camera. The memories turned to gold upon reflection. This was supposed to be the start of their lives together. The pilot began takeoff, and the blades thundered to life. Kristoff jogged to the helicopter, settling beside his brother in the back. He covered his throbbing ears with one of the corded, noise-canceling headsets attached to the intercom. "Is there a speed limit in the sky?" Lucas asked in the front seat. His voice crackled over the headset speakers. The pilot said, "Well, break it," Lucas said. "Roger that." The aircraft ascended quickly, zooming over N2 Corp and the Willamette River, heading southeast. Kristoff knew the city grid as well as the lines of his own body. Their path took them over East Portland, then met Tabor Park and Powell Butte. Both were extinct volcanoes created as the tectonic plates shifted millions of years ago. They made a straight line to Mount Hood, the biggest sleeping volcano in the state. The unsettling coincidence felt like an omen. Would he find Red before the metaphorical eruption? "I'll make it." The vow became his mantra against a universe of indifferent gods. Sheer will shaved 10 minutes from the journey. He'd manifest her rescue as he had everything else in his life. Kristoff had to. Smoke billowed in the distance. His demon roared in his ears. His lair had been invaded. A primal urge to defend territory merged with a sickly, all too human fear for his love. Was he too late? The helicopter raced over the dark mountain forest. The gutted second floor of his cabin peeked over the trees. A giant bonfire burned in the front garden. The dancing flames were the only movement on his estate. He held back the fury of his demon. His fear had morphed into rage. If he lost Red, a black cloud of violence drifted over him at the thought. It threatened to consume him. His hands shook. No, she must be alive. The warlock is coming, so I'm running. I love you. Her voicemail played on a loop in his mind. He called her phone even though he wouldn't be able to hear. It rang and rang. Kristoff ordered, "Land at the end of the driveway." "We're too late," Netta said. Donal elbowed her. "Shut up." Arno shushed them both, watching Kristoff with a physician's cool. Only their blood bond revealed the worry. Fear radiated from Lucas. He pressed himself against the window. His fingers curled as if ready to punch out the plastic, then duck and roll to the ground. On landing, Kristoff burst from the aircraft, nearly taking the headset with him. He bolted to the inferno. The helicopter's engine died to a blessed silence. He didn't look behind him at the others. I'll make it. The heavy scent of burned carnage clung to the earth, soaked into the soil. Wildflowers and shrubs lay in flattened waves in their columns. Charred bones crunched under his foot. 4 more bodies sprawled around the yard in the tortured poses they'd died in, crawling away from the fire. Kristoff stopped, shaking the ribcage off his shoe. These are vampires. I'll report to the prince, Arno said, catching up to him. Find the girl. I must! Lucas crouched 6 meters ahead, touching the ground. Vic Constantine was here. I smell his blood. It leads that way. Kristoff followed the brooding gaze to his partially destroyed garage. A hatchback was parked by an upturned cargo trailer and truck in the side lot. The female werewolf hunter's van was at his front deck. Where is the Millennium Falcon? There are no heartbeats in the house. Lucas grinned, rocking on his heels. He jumped to track Vic's scent and called over his shoulder. Red escaped. She had to, Kristoff whispered. Foreboding sank in his gut. She'd said she was coming to him. Could she be halfway to Portland by now? He checked his phone. There were only inconsequential bulletins. Netta waved him over to the fire. The orange light created anxious shadows on her face. Prepare yourself. Donald sprinted to her, arms outstretched to block the sight. You don't need to see, lad. His voice dropped to a murmur. Christ, have some sensitivity, girl. It's his soulmate. I've lost one to know how it hurts. Stomping over in a daze, Kristoff nudged his friends aside. Flames caged a skeleton on the woodpile. His brain refused to accept it was his lover. He stared ahead of the conflagration to spy Red's belt pouch in the distance. Who'd ripped the hunter's kit from her? Crystals glinted around the dark leather. She'd been so pleased weeks ago when she called to tell him she'd managed to charge them with her power. He'd been in New York, cutting red tape to reopen a nightclub in Chelsea. He should have been with her. His fangs jutted from his gums, cutting his lip. He could still make it. We don't know it's hate hair, Netta said. Step back. Donald tried to touch him, rightly thinking better of it. You have a dark look about you. Arno, Kristoff yelled. His demon roared for release. It demanded retribution. Their territory had been invaded, their claimed human. He silenced himself to the possibility. Red had to be alive. His brother crept toward the fire. He inspected as close as it allowed. The skeleton appears to be female by the pelvis. This observation means nothing. Women are half the population. Netta said, We need to put out the bonfire. It's a miracle that embers haven't scattered into the woods. Touch nothing. It's evidence. Kristoff paced, sniffing. He couldn't smell Red, but he found signs of Trudy Fox. A few drops of human blood drew him. Her rank odor coated the grass meters away from the fire as if she'd rolled in it. The treacherous bitch had failed her pupil again. Red's naive faith in the other witch had frustrated him. Now it was heartbreaking. If Fox wasn't dead, he'd ensure it in the worst ways he knew. Kristoff rushed to the house and jammed his keys into the multiple locks on the front door. An idea spurred him on. The cellar. Could she have made it there? The illuminated and undamaged living room boosted his hopes. His biggest gun was missing from the open weapons cabinet. So was her purse. He sprinted to the cellar. The hinges gave with an eager creak as he tried the door. Silence answered his unasked question. Minion musk hit his nose. No human, Red or Vic, had made it down here. Kristoff stopped his next thought. She wasn't dead. He needed to trace her movements, think logically, control the demon. The next few hours were crucial if she was missing. I'll make it, he chanted under his breath, hurrying to the destroyed guest room. A A semi-automatic rifle lay in the upstairs hall. It pointed to a dropped crystal on the threshold to the master bedroom. Kristoff picked up the rock, holding it to his heart. Wood smoke tickled his nose as the wind whistled through the cracked and broken walls. He leaned against the bedroom door. Her sweet strawberry smell still lingered on his black silk sheets. "Where are you, Red?" The closet light beckoned him. Her suitcase was in disarray on the floor, unlike when he'd left. A giant fantasy novel lay on its crumpled pages. Something deep in him splintered. She'd never leave a book like that unless desperate. He knelt and gently smoothed the papers. Silver glittered amid her clothing. It couldn't be. Kristoff plucked a necklace from the bag. He hadn't seen this in 120 years. He studied the thick, finely wrought chain. It had been fashioned for a vampiric nobleman in the 1500s and worn proudly for centuries. Kristoff had decapitated the arrogant owner with it. Excellent craftsmanship. He'd given it to Juniper. Where had Red found the necklace? The Sleeping Beauty waltz drifted through his memories. His experiment on her birthday was on a regrettable whim. He'd wanted to disprove himself when he urged her to play the piano. Her recovered skill felt like a success as much as a failure. It was the latest circumstantial evidence that made him question his sanity. A persistent theory taunted him as it had the first time that he'd met her. Were Red and Juniper one and the same? The mechanics weren't impossible with mystical sciences, but highly implausible. At least he'd once believed. Her family made the old theory feel fresh and new. Yet now, a simpler possibility for the necklace appealed to his reason. The jewelry could have been left as an insult, the warlock mocking him with a reminder of another love lost. Red might have interrupted him in the middle of arranging it for display, judging by the weapons in the hall. Maxwell wouldn't have forgotten the night that Kristoff won the trinket. He'd had front-row tickets to the blood-soaked event, then access to the Brotherhood after Juniper's death. It wasn't a strain to imagine the collector of rare artifacts might have hoarded the object for such an occasion. He'd discovered Prince Merrick's secret. That feat alone made his capabilities seem limitless. Kristoff tucked the necklace into his pocket and went to the ruined guest room. The exterior wall was a jagged hole that would take his best contractor to fix. A quick scan of the room told him that the impact wasn't inward. The bedroom set was undisturbed beyond the scattered ceiling debris. He towed the sagging ledge. Cracked drywall and logs covered the deck below. It wouldn't be an easy drop for humans. He jumped to the deck, finding a bare spot. The impact gave his immortal knees a jolt. No, a human wouldn't handle it well. Would a witch? "Oi!" Lucas waved from the collapsed garage. He hoisted gourd from the rubble. "I found this one impaled on an L pipe that turned into an S." "He's one of us," Kristoff said, running to his sire. Donald joined him. Gourd mumbled as Lucas rested him on the driveway. "A deserter. Walton. He's injured. Can't get far. Is the woman still in the house?" Kristoff shook his head. His inner beast fought him. If he couldn't find Red or the warlock, he needed to yank the bones from something. "Soon," he told the demon. "I want him. He might have revealed this location to Baldacci." "Allow me. I know the traitor." Donald unsheathed his sword. He patted Kristoff's shoulder. "It isn't over," he reassured with a worried smile, then charged into the forest. "It's not." "What did you hear under the garage?" Lucas said, tapping Gord's cheek. The minion slipped into unconsciousness again. "Doesn't matter. I figured it out. Red and Vic jumped from the house. She used her magic to break their fall. Barred as he is, Constantine steered her through it in their typical Yoda and Luke routine. She probably set the fire to burn out the vampires. It's the distraction. Then they hightailed it out of here in his van." Kristoff wanted to believe. "I didn't find her purse or his belongings." Arno appeared at his side, clutching a phone. "I spoke to the empath at the diner. He hasn't heard from Red or the hunter. The fire will destroy the skeleton soon. I won't be able to make a positive identification." "Hose it down then! Go!" Kristoff snapped. He shouted after his retreating brother, "It won't be her! It can't be!" "Exactly. She must have updated someone else, Lucas insisted. He stomped a few meters away for a call. Ruffling his hair, he glanced at Kristoff as the phone rang. His singularity of focus was as palpable as ever. Their sire bond pulsed with matching desperation. Bonner, have you heard from Red? Or about her? Lucas said. Hope shattered in his gray eyes as he listened. Not even from old Chuck or Sold Sal? Kristoff marched toward the fire. He didn't need to hear his sire go down the telephone tree. Netta met him halfway. She'd abandoned her Kevlar vest somewhere. Ashes spotted her pantsuit. She rubbed his arm. You'll have everything the DVA can throw at Baldacci. Don't act like I lost someone yet. Haven't you? She asked gently. The rest won't say it because you look ready to rip someone's heart out. I don't want to be the bitch again, but you know what that fire was for. Red is the burned skeletons. That's proof she defended herself. You've witnessed her manipulating fire. I've seen more impressive lighters. The warlock took out these henchmen to cut the loose ends. Think about it. That's what he did to Hufnagel. Once we face the facts, we can strategize revenge. She's gone. He hissed, fangs itching in his gums. You're wrong. Netta recoiled, shuffling backward. Look, Donnell is back. Kristoff pivoted to the struggling minion in the Scotsman's arms. The personnel file flashed in his mind. It was Ben Walton, 15 years dead after 5 as a human servant. Notable for his cross scar and Navy SEAL background, he'd become a cautionary tale for the rest of the clan. Donnell forced the prisoner to his knees. An exciting crunch filled the air. You'll speak when I tell you to repeat your story. Walton clutched his leg, nostrils flaring from the pain. A snapped thigh bone jutted from his flesh. The craggy-faced soldier quailed at Kristoff's approach. This coward hid in the forest, Donnell said. He ran when he saw what they did to her. I'm sorry. Red couldn't have made it. Kristoff cracked through denial and plunged into grief. Cold and sharp, it consumed him. He didn't know what to do with this agony. His demon offered only one solution: pass it on. The Red Witch Chronicles continues in Payback's A Witch. Scroll down for a sneak peek. About the author. Sammy Valentine is an urban fantasy writer who grew up in the desert and now wanders in search of Wi-Fi and coffee. Formerly a mild-mannered librarian, she had a quarter-life crisis and shook everything up. She started working in an LGBT homeless center, shaved some of her head, and got really into tarot. After realizing that her goal in life was to get out of her small town, and she only made it 30 minutes up the highway, she filled a bag and left. That was 2 years and a dozen countries ago. She is the author of the Red Witch Chronicles. Sign up for her newsletter to get access to other reads, updates, and more at sammyvalentine.com.